laptop or a few people around. I'm hoping that I'm speaking to a few people around. Obviously, apart from Rekha, who introduced me, nice of her to open it. And now I see Arnab also, with whom I was chatting at some point in time, has also opened in video. So has Subramanya. I know it's early morning and you all must not have groomed yourself to be visible at this point in time. But as life will tell you very soon, it is better to face what you have and what you are rather than try and be somebody else in order to come before a camera. So have the courage to face people who are you're talking to. It will help you in life. It helped me in life. It probably will help you as well. So I will come down to the subject straight away. Making things happen in the government. And this applies not merely to the government. What I would try and tell you is that it applies to every situation in life. Now, this is the most interesting part. Some people have not opened their videos, but they opened their mics. So I can hear them, but I can't see them. Can you please reverse it, open your videos and shut down your mics? It will be much better. I won't get the interference of sound, but I'll certainly like to see your faces, bright young faces that give me a lot of energy as well. So in order to make things happen anywhere, in any situation, what you have to see is first identify the why of it not happening. Because unless you understand the cause of any action not happening, you'll never be able to find a solution. You will be able to scratch the surface, maybe do some window dressing, but I don't think in the short, medium, or long term, it's going to find solution to a problem. If you're looking solution to a problem, you must first understand the problem and then the why of a problem. And before I go into the details of how it could happen in government, let me give you an example of how possibly issues can be resolved. You know, when I was posted as Coal Secretary, Government of India, at that point in time, I didn't know much about the coal sector. But I had read in the newspapers that a lot of scams had happened. CBI was after people around, and things were pretty bad. So I asked a friend of mine, I rang him up and asked him, how's this sector, coal sector? So instead of answering my question, he asked me a question. He asked me, have you seen Gangs of Wasseypur? Now, those that have seen Gangs of Wasseypur will understand what he was trying to say. You know, on some occasions, a question is a better answer than the answer itself. And in this particular case, it was so I understood how bad the situation was. You know, initially my impression was, as was the case with most of us, that the scams in the coal sector were a problem. Now I'm specifically taking the case study to illustrate to you how do you approach a problem. And this could be true, as I said earlier, not merely in the government sector, but in any walk of life. If you want to find a solution to a problem, you must understand the real essence of the problem. So when I took over as coal secretary, I recall I walked into that room of coal secretary. It's a huge room in the secretariat in Delhi. But I felt that I was walking into a graveyard because there was so much pressure in the ministry that the CBI was after officers, it was after files, and things were pretty bad. So I tried to assess what's going wrong. Because in the beginning, the impression that was gaining ground was it's because of scams that all this is happening. Then I tried to find out and I discovered that scams were not a problem per se. Scams were only a symptom of a problem that existed. The real problem was shortage of coal. Imagine a scenario, if there was no shortage of coal, why would people run after blocks and go out of the way to procure those blocks? This psychology came because people were not sure how much coal they will be to procure for the units in the near future. And hence there was this scramble to get coal blocks somehow anyhow. And that created all that scams. So having understood the cause of these, then I tried to understand the cause of the cause. Now I'm telling you all this is because you have to go down to the bottom of a problem before you start finding a solution. The second stage discovery of the problem was that why was the shortage of coal in this country? Country was sitting on coal worth 300 billion tons. And our requirement was only 800 million tons per annum. So we could easily go on for another century without batting an eyelid. So why was this problem? There was coal available. There was this coal demand. Demand was such that more than 25% of our requirement was being imported. There was a mad rush for coal. You know, when I joined, more than 25 thermal power plants were critical in terms of shortage of coal. Super critical, meaning that they had coal only for 1 or 2 days. They would have had to shut down. That was the crisis. Now, the irony was that India had so much coal, yet we were unable to produce coal. So the next level of So I'm going level by level. The next level of the problem was, why is there shortage of coal when there is so much coal available? For coal excavation, we try to identify what are the problems. And what we discovered was there are three primary factors, apart from other factors, that determine availability of coal in the country. One is the availability of land where coal has to be excavated. Then second is environment and forest clearance. And the third is evacuation of coal from these interior areas. Then we started working on how do we ensure that land becomes available? How do we ensure that forest clearances were expedited? How we ensure that there are necessary rakes available too. Now, I can go on and I can speak for 1 hour on this itself, but I'll stop here. Those of you that are interested in knowing how this crisis was resolved, you may have to read my book, Ethical Dilemmas of a Civil Servant, which delves into these aspects. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, unless you go to the depth of a problem, you will never be able to find a solution. And if you want to make things happen in the government or outside the government, this aspect needs to be understood very clearly. Now, the effort that we put in brought in a remarkable transformation. From acute shortage in 2014, in 2016, we were toying with the idea of exporting coal to Bangladesh. It's nothing short of a revolution. It happened. In fact, in my book, I have a chapter called The Real Coal Story, which talks about the real. People thought that auction of coal blocks or unraveling the scam was the real coal story. No, the real coal story was unprecedented increase in coal production. In the year 2014-15, the incremental coal production was 34 million tons, which was more than the cumulative increase during the previous 4 years. In 15-16, on top of this record production, we had an additional production of 44 million tons. So it was quite phenomenal. But the moment I did that, the production increased, the mafias virtually vanished, because world over, mafias thrive on shortages. You study any mafias, whether it was prohibition in the US, anywhere mafia will thrive if there is either artificial or man-made shortage or natural shortage. Shortages, mafias thrive on. Here was a case where many people told me, why don't you take on the mafias? Yes, I would. But I would rather go into the basic cause of why mafias exist. And if you address that cause, the problem gets sorted out. No, this is a very general observation through a very specific example. I'm trying to convey to you that anywhere, you want to do anything, you must first understand the ground reality. This disconnect between the actual ground reality and your own understanding, that creates much of a problem in government also. Now I'm coming to government. In government also, this disconnect between what is the ground reality and what you're doing. And that is why you would have seen the number of policies, and I'll give you some examples also, which are announced by the government. And the real problem in the country is not policies, it is their implementation. I recall when I was education secretary, after 2 years of coal, when coal had got sorted out, I used to go to PMO and tell them, how about winding up this ministry? Because there's no need to have a secretary here. Things have been sorted out. We had put systems in place which are actually surviving even now after 5 years I left the coal ministry. They're still there, and the coal block auctions are taking place on the platform that we created. So at that point in time, I'm talking about 2016, I used to visit the Prime Minister's office, and I used to recommend to them that wind up the ministry. So after a couple of visits, they got probably fed up of me. And at that point in time, they're looking for the most illiterate and uneducated civil servant to be made education secretary, school education secretary, Government of India. And they found that in Mr. Anil Swarup. I was promptly posted as secretary school education with no experience whatsoever in school education. But I must confess, those 2 years, I thoroughly enjoyed. Not 2 years exactly. I was there for about 20 months. I enjoyed them thoroughly. That was probably the only assignment in my entire career of 38 years where I felt that I should have had more time. In all other assignments, I had made myself redundant. And this was on account of the fact that I was soon to discover. I originally thought when I got posted to school education that I'm moving from dark dungeons of coal mines to the bright lights of school education. And I was soon to discover that whereas in coal, all the mining was underground and the mafias were overground, in education, it was the other way around. All the mafias were underground, eating into the essentials of Indian society. It was amazing. The number and the variety of mafias were absolutely amazing. So that was another experience that I had here. I handled those mafias. Time permitting, I'll talk about the school education mafias. which are much worse than coal mafias because they're much more complex, they're much more deeply entrenched, their backing is much more, and you don't know who's going to hit you where. I mean, again, if you read my book, Ethical Dilemmas of a Civil Servant, at the end of my career, I was being hit by these mafias. I also hit back, but that's not good. You know, you are preoccupied with a war, whereas in school education, why should there be a war? There had to be a war because, as I said, they were eating into sections. Now, let me come to the basic point that I wanted to bring forth with you. What I'll try and do is the next 15, 20 minutes, I'll explain what I have to tell you, and then probably I'll try and respond to some of your questions. I see only 11 participants here, but hopefully there will be others who would get excited enough to ask me questions, as happens in most of the webinars. They get sufficiently excited to ask me questions. I hope that will happen here as well. Now, let us try and understand this aspect of governance. In India, it's very easy to have ideas. In fact, everyone seems to have ideas or solution to problems. Um, you talk about COVID, go around and talk to people and they will tell you what needs to be done. They will question the government why this is not being done. Because everyone has an idea, everyone has a solution to a problem. But in a democracy, for an idea to fructify and sustain, now listen to this very carefully, it has to be politically acceptable, socially desirable, technologically feasible, financially viable, administratively doable, judicially tenable, and in the wake of these farmers' legislations that have come out recently, I've added a seventh dimension, which is emotionally relatable. Now, let me explain these to you. And the idea of telling these is not to dissuade you or my colleagues from taking action. They should take action. But one important aspect that has to be kept in mind when you talk of action is that you must understand and appreciate the ground reality clearly. If you don't do that, you will be able to travel some distance, but you'll not be able to sustain it. Now, let me start explaining each of these dimensions, each of these aspects. The first dimension is political acceptability. Being in a democracy, I can't visualize that at a senior level, you can get any decision going unless the politician finds it acceptable. Now here, some of us are worried about some of the biases that we have against the politician. Even I had those biases. When I joined the civil service, I was of the view that politicians are damaging the country. They are the primary cause of all the problems. And soon I was to discover that they are as responsible as we are, as civil servants or a common man. Because they don't come from Timbuktu or England anymore. They are born and they are bred in the country. They're a part of the society, and hence they reflect the infirmities of the society. That being the case, the politicians also have good, bad, and ugly. And within a politician, like any other human being, there are good parts of that politician and bad parts of the politician. So in the beginning of my career, I used to end up fighting with most of the politicians. As some of my colleagues continue to do their entire career, they get transferred and then they start wearing these number of transfers as badges of honor, and they end up doing nothing in their life except crying foul or crying hoarse against the transfers that they have had. I mean, I have a slight different view on that. Again, there's a full chapter on this in my book, Ethical Dilemmas of a Civil Servant. I won't delve upon it at this point in time. Maybe later on during the interaction, I'll explain that to you. So you must take politician as it exists. Now, the idea here is that you should be able to package your own solution or idea in a manner that it becomes acceptable to the politician. In my entire career of 38 years, I don't recall more than 5 to 7% cases where the politician actually overruled me. In more cases than not, I was able to convince him to my point of view. It depends on you. It depends on convincing capabilities. It depends on your communication skills. But since we live in a democracy, if he disagrees with me or overrules me in 5 to 7% cases, it's very fair. Ultimate call he has to take because he is responsible for the decision that he takes. I am there as an advisor. The decision has to be taken by him. And hence, this should be granted to a politician. But whatever you say or try and do, many of you would be aspiring to become civil servants. There is a lot of frustration I see in a lot of officers because they are unable to get across to the politician. I think my approach was very different. My approach was, I can't do much to the politician. He is what he is. What can I do to myself? Can I be convincing in him enough? And let me give you two examples to you. One is totally disconnected with what I'm saying, but it explains to you that you can, if you want, if you're persuasive enough, can get through. The first incident happened when I had completed my stint as collector or district magistrate, and I was posted as special secretary to the chief minister, Mr. Kalyan Singh. I had never met him before, but for some reason, which he revealed later, he wanted me as a special secretary. I was also director of information and public relations. My job primarily was, in those days, we did not have this social media or anything. My job was to go to his residence every morning, go and brief him about the news coverage in the newsprint, in the newspapers. I had put in about a month as director of information. On this particular morning, I reached his residence, and as I walked into his drawing room where he was sitting, I saw that the chief secretary and director general of police were also there. They were standing beside him. And there was some heated discussion going on. Now, this chief minister, he was a very balanced man, very, very balanced, and never lost his cool. On this particular day, I could discern that he was a bit agitated. So I went inside and stood and observed the discussion that was going on. The discussion was around 7 meetings that had been lined up for Mr. Kalyan Singh in a by-poll that was to take place in Ottawa. And he was upset that he had not been consulted before these number of meetings were decided. What he was saying was that I am not well, I will not be able to attend these 7 meetings, so cancel the last 2 meetings. Now, I was listening. I was a patient observer. I was listening to it. Now, what had happened was that the chief secretary and the DGP were vehemently agreeing with me. Yes, sir, how can you attend 7 meetings? Now, after some time, I couldn't hold myself back. So I told Mr. Kalyan Singh, sir, I was district magistrate a few days ago. And since I was a few days ago, and whenever chief minister came to a district, there was a lot of excitement, anticipation, expectations. So my suggestion is that you need not speak in a public meeting, but don't cancel it. You go there and express your regret regarding your throat and say that you won't be able to speak. Now he looked at me very angrily and said, do you think I'll be able to go? Now this conversation was in Hindi, but I'm translating it for your purpose because most of you are from Tamil Nadu. And I'll tell a very interesting incident about Tamil Nadu later on. So then he looked at me and said, how can I go? The moment he said that, the chief secretary started nudging me with his hand to asking me to keep quiet. But, I didn't keep quiet. I was a young, greenhorn. So I told the chief minister, sir, my job is to advise you. You have to take a call whether you want to go or not. The moment I said that, the further nudging, this. After that, there was a pin drop silence. For about 15 seconds, I thought I'll be thrown out of the room. But then Mr. Kalyan Singh again looked towards me now with a smile and he said, I think you are right, Anilji. The moment he said, I think you are right, the nudging stopped immediately. And the chief secretary, yes, sir, I think he's right. Now, why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this was purely a political matter. I need not have. In my book, I question myself at the end of the chapter that should I have made my point? Maybe now, slightly more mature, I would not probably intervene. But that point in time, I did it. But I packaged my idea in a manner that it became politically acceptable to me. That's the point that I'm trying to make. And as an aside, since I talked about Tamil Nadu, in the police, I got Tamil Nadu as my cadre. And we were this is nothing to do with the talk today, but since I mentioned it, I'm bringing it here. We were on a Bharat Darshan, and well in Madras, as it was called then, we met senior officers. We were sitting in a circle. And, I was learning Tamil around that time. And that was the day when I discovered little knowledge can be very dangerous. So we were addressing our senior officers. So when my turn came to the senior most officer, who was a director general of police. So instead of calling me Thiru, I call him a Thirudan. Now, it was a shocker. At that point in time, I didn't realize what I thought Thirudan would be more reverential as compared to Thiru. And somebody said, sir, you called him a chore, you called him a thief. I was shocked. Then the next statement was, but I think you are right. He is actually a thief. I'm telling you this because sometimes when you're not fully conversant with a particular issue, it is better to keep quiet. I mean, I got away with it because I left police and joined the IS. Had I committed similar mistakes, I would have been thrown out of the police. So coming back to the points that I was making, so political acceptability of an idea becomes very, very important because no matter, like for example, take reservation, we may have a point of view. We may be right or wrong. I'm not taking sides whether it should be there or not. But do you think any political party will dispense with reservation? No matter how strong. You hold a referendum today. Probably the referendum will say that dispense with reservation policy. But will it be politically acceptable? So that we must understand. No, there are no blacks and whites in it. There are a number of areas where you can actually convince. There have been situations which I've described in my book where the politician disagreed with me. So it's not a question of agreement or disagreement. And why I make this point is that what the ultimate decision would be or what would the results be are not in your hand. Somebody else is going to take that decision. Someone else will decide. But in your hand is your own view and opinion, which you can, if you have the communication skills, if you can package them appropriately, you can convey to them. So that's what your thought. So for any idea to fructify and sustain over a period of time, it has to be politically acceptable. Now let us look at the social desirability part. You may have an idea if it's not socially desirable. What is socially desirable? In business parlance, it will be consumer. When you say socially desirable, whether whatever product or idea you create in a private domain or a service that you create, if it is not to the desire of the consumer, then it is not worth. You may have a great idea, but unless the consumer wants it, same applies in the government also. The number of schemes that are announced without taking into account the requirement of the target group, and that's why they flounder. If you read the book and if you read the chapter on Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, which came to be recognized world over as one of the finest schemes, it worked. In fact, the new government has again adopted basic features and come up with its own scheme of Ayushman Bharat, totally based on RSBY. This idea sustained because it was based on the desirability of the target group. So we had the poorest of the poor as target group. We had most of them were illiterate, most of them were migrant. So we used technology to take care of these three aspects, and hence the scheme survived over a period of time. So if any idea, scheme, or service has to survive, there has to be social desirability. Then, of course, technologically feasible. If your idea may be great, like when I became education secretary, there were advisors that used to come from all over the world, from India, best and the most expensive ones from those that came from across the Atlantic, who had a lot of ideas, wouldn't have done anything on the ground, but they have brilliant ideas. They give you the advice and then went back across Atlantic in the cool climes there because it was very hot and very difficult to work in India. So they kept advising from there. So one of those came here and asked me, sir, why don't you, since you have shortage of teachers, why don't you set up these smart screens in every classroom and you webcast or telecast it from here? That guy did not realize that in India, we are still not connected all over the world, all over the country. There's still a connectivity problem. Now, I'm taking a very extreme example just to illustrate that sometimes we are not aware of the technological feasibility of an idea. It may become feasible 5 years down the line, but at that point in time is not. So technological feasibility becomes a constraint in implementation of idea. Perhaps the most important part is the financial viability, meaning thereby, in Hindi we say in UP, jeb mein nahi patta chal diye Kolkata. Unless you have money to back an idea, what is that idea worth? Till about 3-4 years ago, every railway minister used to announce these railway lines, so many of them. And if you look at the record, 90% of those railway lines were never begun because there was no money to back it. So if you want an idea to work, to sustain over a period of time, it has to have that financial backing. Now, this is not to say that if your idea is good, you have to have money upfront. Money can flow in later on also, because if your idea is great, then money, people will, a lot of startups are such where there is no money to begin with, but once an idea gets to be understood, then money backs it. But you can't be oblivious of the availability of money. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. When I was doing this Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, we had a lot of problems in the first 2 years in getting money. But once that idea established itself and came to be recognized, I recall from second year onwards, the Joint Secretary Budget used to ring me up to ask me, how much do you want for that scheme? And I used to put in a number, I used to get that money. So the idea becomes so great, like, again, it's in Urdu, some of you may not understand. The last, couplet of my book is, खुदी कुकर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे बता तेरी रजा क्या है. It actually, what it translates into is that you evolve as an individual to be reckoned with. That idea gets evolved to be reckoned with, and hence people veer around to that idea and adopt that idea. So the idea itself becomes great. The next is, of course, administrative doability, with meaning thereby that unless you have an administrative structure to back an idea, that idea will not work on the ground. That is the primary problem with our ideas in this country. Policies. I recall that when Dr. Kasturi Rangan, who was tasked to write the new education policy, was chairman of that committee, When he came to meet me at that point in time, I was school education secretary. So when he asked me about my suggestions for the education policy, I told him, you are wasting your time. Now he was a bit surprised because we had constituted him. He said, what do you mean? I said, I have no problem with these policies that you're making, but the man on the ground needs action, not policies. There's so many policies that don't work. So along with the policy, you must have a clear-cut, drawn-out action plan, identifying what needs to be done, how it will be done, who will do it, by when it will be done. Because by doing that, you will make your policies more realistic. Otherwise, you can write anything in the policy. If it doesn't have political acceptability, if it doesn't have money, what is the big point in having that idea? And that is precisely what has happened to the education policy. People here are tearing their hair because requisite money has not been made available. Now, this will remain as a fabulous document, national education policy. Most of it will not get implemented because it does not have financial backing. The fact of the matter is that for the year 21-22, the budgetary allocation for education is actually less than the nominal amount of the previous year. I mean, it's crazy. On the one hand, the policy talks about 6% of GDP going to education. On the other hand, the actual budgetary allocation in nominal terms has come down. In real terms, it will be much more if you factor it to inflation. So one thing is talking about an issue. The other is getting the backing of the finances to do that. So it has to be administratively doable. Then, of course, judicially tenable. If an idea is not legally valid, if it violates any law, violates the constitution, violates any regulation, obviously the idea may appear good, but it won't travel any distance. So the legality of an idea becomes very, very important. The seventh dimension I added as a consequence of this farm legislation. Now, I have been very closely associated with this issue. I was chairman APIDA way back in 2000, and I looked at it very closely, and I initiated something which came in the legislation. Now, these legislations are, by and large, obviously there's no perfect legislation, by and large good for the farmers. But look at what is happening. This has happened because the perception that has been created. Since the manner in which it was rushed through in the Rajya Sabha, it gave an impression that something is not right with the act. And there was these people protesting against it. Had it been sold appropriately, had it been marketed appropriately, had a message been conveyed that this is beneficial to them, not now, but before the legislation came in, had there been appropriate debate and consultation with stakeholders. Now, this is very, very important. Whenever you take a decision, consult with your stakeholders. You may disagree. Disagreement is a part of it. I draw a parallel between what is happening now to these farm legislation and to the coal legislation, which was brought in 2014, when the situation was much worse. In fact, if you look at it, coal, most of the mining takes place in states which are ruled by opposition states. At this point in time, West Bengal, Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, these are the coal-bearing states. All of them are ruled by non-NDA government. Now, if you don't take stakeholders into confidence, if you don't take them along, the chances are that your idea will not work. In 2014, when we had to bring in this legislation, in fact, the late Mr. Arun Jaitley, he worked out a strategy of interacting with all such people who would oppose the bill in the parliament. So we had strategic meetings with Mr. Naveen Patnaik, Ms. Mamata Banerjee, because all these were against that legislation. But in one-to-one discussions, we managed to convince them. In fact, I have given an instance in my book. I went and met leader of the opposition, who was not technically leader of opposition, but he was the leader, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. I had worked with him when he was Minister of Labor. And we knew each other. I knew him officially. So I sought time from him. He was very welcoming. He called me at home. He gave me nice pakoras and chai. And after which I requested him, sir, I know you will not be able to support the bill. I have a small request. He said, tell me. I told him, please request your party members not to come to the well of the house. You know, when party members come to the well of the house, the working of the parliament gets impacted, and normally the parliament is adjourned. Now, that was the approach adopted by opposition parties at that point in time to prevent a legislation from passing. I don't know what happened internally. Of course, at that point in time, Mr. Kharge expressed his reservations, but on the day of voting, the party members did not come to the well of the house, and the legislation was passed. So the point that I'm trying to make here is you have to take the stakeholders along with you, even if you disagree. In majority of the cases, the problem arises as a consequence of lack of communication between two parties. That communication has to be maintained. So I listed out these 7 factors. In my book, I have listed out only 6 of them. The 7th factor emerged very recently, so it's not a part of my book. In my book, I explain about political acceptability, social desirability, technological feasibility, financial viability, administrative doability, and judicial tenability. The emotional relatability part came later, and hence that was that. So if you want to have an idea doing, and if you want to make things happen in the government, you have to understand the limitations within which the government happens. So when you are as an outsider, you always curse the government, this is not happening, that is not happening. But if you try and understand why it is not happening, probably you'll be able to get things done. And this you can learn from those people who are able to make things government inside the government, make things happen inside the government, and those that interact with the government and make things happen then. It's not always, because the normal impression is that everyone in the government is corrupt and everyone in the government feels that everyone in the private sector is making money out of it. Both are equally wrong. There are nice people outside the government and nice people in the government. You have to actually find out. Government is not a monolith. Even the private sector is not a monolith. There are good, bad, and ugly people on either side of the fence because both are part of the society. People who are successful are those are able to identify those positive and good people, and they are able to work through them. If you go with a prejudice or a bias, whether it's a politician or a government officer, you can rest assured that your work will not be done. There are bad people in the government, but there are many good people also. You don't have to have a bias. You must, when you sell a product, you look at the consumer. But when you go and talk to an officer, you don't even research about him, what he likes, what he doesn't like. You will do what you feel like. So it's like a baker baking a cake without looking at the consumer requirement of pineapple cake or a chocolate cake. What cake does the consumer want? So similarly, you have to do a lot of analysis of the person you're interacting with. I remember when I was the Export Commissioner, Government of India, all these big exporters used to come and meet me, and they used to come up with a lovely document, 100-page document. That document, a copy was to be given to the minister, to the secretary, to me as export commissioner, to the deputy secretary, to the section officer, even perhaps to the chaprasi. So once when they came to meet me, I said, you give the same document to everybody. Do you think minister has the time to go through this 100 pages? He said, no. Then I said, why do you give him that? Why can't you think of an executive summary, not longer than a sheet of paper to be given to the minister? You can give a book along with it. But why do you give the whole thing? So we don't research sufficiently before I talk to somebody. I find the document very good. हमारी तरफ यूपी में कहते हैं हलवाई तो अपनी जलेबी को हमेशा अच्छा बनाता है. Which halwai says that his jalebi is not good. It is the consumer that will determine which jalebi is good. So what I'll do is I'll stop here. It's now 10:37. I would have carried on because these days I'm doing the easier part. I am doing the talking part. The walking part is much more difficult. You all people are on the verge of walking. You walked sufficiently in your engineering college, and you have to walk a lot in your life as yet. I have done most of my walking, so I do a lot of talking, and I get away with it. And I have discovered that talking is the easiest thing on earth. You can become a Rai Sahab. In UP, we call them Rai Sahab, meaning thereby advisors, because I don't have to do anything. I can now become an advisor and keep telling you, do this, don't do this, don't do that. So what I do is I write 3 columns every week in some newspaper or a blog, and I get away with it because that's I speak and write. I don't do much of walking, but I would certainly like to interact with all of you. I'm sure I would have excited you sufficiently for you to ask me questions. I would spend the next 22 minutes in interacting with you all. But may I again suggest, if you're asking me a question, I'd like to see your faces. I mean, I find it, a bit funny to talk to a laptop. I'm thankful to Rekha, Arnab, and Subramanian to have opened the videos, and now Niklesh has been kind enough to show me his face. You're all very smart-looking people. I don't know why do you hide behind a camera unless there is a bandwidth problem. In IIT Madras, I don't think you would be having bandwidth problem. But if you do have, see, Mr. Shaktivel is still behind a curtain. Mr. ITMA, whoever that is also behind the curtain. But it doesn't matter. If I can see your face, is nothing like it. Shaktivel has finally relented. I'm so thankful to you. You're all so smart. Why do you? And Vamika is the person who approached me for this, and she's hiding behind a very interesting looking, what do you call it, a circle with a few things. Sagar, thank you very much for opening video. So we can go ahead with question answers if you have any. or else I can continue to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. So this is Vamika.
Oh, wow. How are you? You're still
I'm
behind a screen.
Yes, sir. So actually, I'm just having like I'm just coordinating the subsequent sessions. That's why. So yeah, I
You can't
had
be seen. You can't be seen. You appear to be very different if you show your face while coordinating for the sessions.
okay, sir. Sure, sir. I will switch on my video in like 5 minutes.
See, that is the persuasive skill of an officer, you know. I have managed to get Varmika to show her face. Okay.
Yes,
Yes, it's up to you to decide. You ask your questions if you have any.
yes, sir. So I have a question. I have seen that if we want to do good for people, and if we also, does that really require someone to be in a position with power? Because I have seen that, like in a very small scale, if I choose to be in a position, there are certain things like which pressurize me to be in that position, and things I have to do to retain that position, right? But how do we actually balance this? But my focus is to just do good for people. So how to prevent that hindrance?
First of all, Vamika, you should be clear in your mind what do you want to do, and that decision is yours, not somebody else. You can listen to everyone. You can keep listening to me asking you to open your video, but ultimate decision is yours. So long as you are happy with your decision, very fair. I should not be determining what is right or wrong for you. I can keep telling you what I want, but ultimately you have to decide whether you will ultimately open your video or not. You might find a reason not to open it. If you are satisfied with it, very good. You have to, no one else can decide for you what you got to do. The day you come to this situation where you take a decision regarding what you got to do, I think you will be a happy person. As far as helping others is concerned, I don't think you have to have a position to help somebody. You can help people around you in any position, and you can derive enormous amount of satisfaction out of helping people. That sense of satisfaction, that gratification, that psychological state of mind is good enough a reward for you to do that. The day you come to the situation where you start enjoying the moments that you're enjoying the moments when you're helping somebody else. That's the biggest reward.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you for such a beautiful and enriching session. Sir, I do have a doubt. So, like you said, mere framework of a policy is not enough. We should be able to implement it. So, as mere implementation of a policy is enough. So, for example, taking the social insurance scheme, RSBY or the Ayushman Bharat. So we know that it has been implemented, but we can still see a large gap between the targeted population and the actual population uh, who have been into the policy or who have been taken the insurance scheme. Like a large number of people still pay out of pocket expenditures. So should government be doing something to reduce the gap, or should are we actually doing something to reduce the gap between the actual and the targeted population?
Okay, first of all, no policy or implementation is perfect. It is always work in progress.
Yeah.
So if you look at where we were before this scheme came and where we are now, considerable distance has been traveled. A lot more needs to be done. So whereas one recognizes the fact that there's still a lot of distance to be covered, one can derive a lot of satisfaction out of the distance traveled so far. That's how you look at it, use, and that's how you travel further. Secondly, an intervention of this scale cannot come through a private incentive or initiative only. Even in a heavily capitalist economy like the US, they have this social security scheme. What is that? It is basically providing coverage to those that cannot afford insurance. I distinctly remember US insurance was having a serious problem, and Mr. Obama had taken over as the president, and we were doing this RSPY. Somehow he got to know about this scheme. So one of his advisors rang me up and he asked me, can you come out to the US and make a presentation before us regarding what you're doing there? So I tried to wriggle out, because as you rightly said, there's still, and there was at that point in time also, a lot of infirmities in the scheme. A lot of distance had to be traveled, but they insisted. So in one of my visits to Washington, where I had to go to interact with the World Bank, I visited Brookings Institute that houses all these advisors and made a presentation before advisors of the president. There were government officers, there were people from our Indian mission there. There were also representatives of Gates and Rockefeller and other foundations. Now, this is what I'm saying is an answer also to what Vamika said. You'll understand what I'm saying at the end of it. Now, when I made this presentation and I came out and I was having a cup of coffee, this guy from Gates Foundation walks up to me and asks me, Mr. Suru, you are a civil servant, but you seem to be very passionate about the scheme that you're doing. What is the government giving you beyond your salary? Now, this is a question that could be asked of anybody. Why are you passionate about something and others are not so passionate in the same set of circumstances? So instead of answering his question, I asked him a question. I said, Gates Foundation gives millions of dollars to poor countries. What do you get out of it? He said, well, that's our job. But more than that, and Vamika listened to this carefully, but more than that, we derive a lot of satisfaction out of helping the poorest of the poor. Then I said, you answered your own question that you asked of me, because RSBY is meant for the poorest of the poor, many of whom would have been dead but for this scheme. So the good wishes of those that survived and their families come back to me somehow, anyhow. That is a good enough a kick for me to do what I am doing. Now, I've used this word kick in my book, and there's a history to it. There's another chapter why I call it kick. And then I narrated a small incident to him. I narrated to him that once I was visiting a very small hospital that was impaneled under the scheme, and I was talking to a beneficiary patient. Suddenly, I heard a very feeble voice from behind. There was this very old lady. She could barely sit, was calling me, beta idhar aao, beta come here. So I went to her, I bent down because she couldn't get up. And I asked her, I hope you're fine. She said, no, I'm in extreme pain, but these hospital people have looked after me very well. Then I said, you'll be fine and then you'll go home. She said, no, I don't have any home. I'm a beggar. I fell ill. So my neighbor, who's also a beggar, he saw your card. This was a smart card based scheme. She says her neighbor brought her to the hospital. The hospital people are looking after her and they're not even asking for any money because she doesn't have any money to pay. So I told her, no, don't worry about the money. This scheme will take care of you and you'll go back home. She insisted, no, I'm so old. Now I'll go to the Almighty. It was very funny. She said, I'll go to the Almighty. Now I don't think I'll live very long. And then she made a very remarkable statement. She tells me, when I meet the Almighty, I'll tell him, and this conversation was in Hindi. When I meet the Almighty, I'll tell him that your scheme is great. Now, I still get goosebumps when I narrate such incidents. This is why you do what you do. Vamika, since you raised this issue of what gives you that sense of satisfaction. This is what does for you.
Thank you, sir, for that.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Under a new education policy, the government has been.
Where are you? What's your good name? Sagar.
Yes, my name is Sagar from Vadodara, Gujarat. And
okay, Sagar, can I see your face, or your internet is not good enough for you to show your face?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. You're so smart and handsome. Why are you hiding behind that? No. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Under a new education policy, the government has pushing to that courses in mother tongue, and also AICT already given go ahead for that. But institute like IITs, where various students are from various states, it is very hard to implement them. So what's your take on that? And if you want to implement these, so what is your action plans?
First of all, let me clarify that education policy is not forcing anybody. Education policy by its very nature is recommendatory in nature. That is one. Number two, the focus in the education policy is not on local languages in higher education, but the focus is on mother tongue in the initial phase of a child, that is up to class 5. And that, I think, is based on research, because all research world over proves that understanding of complex concepts in the early age is much easier in mother tongue than in other languages. And this happens world over, not only what has been recommended here. Whether it's China, Japan, in the initial 5 years, they are taught in their mother tongue. And in India also, I don't know whether you're aware, the best school in Delhi is Sardar Patel Vidyalaya. And the medium of instruction up to class 5 is Hindi. And they produce the best of students. So it is wrong to say that you have to have a foreign language in class 1 to 5, including English, to become a better child or a better educated person. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm okay with that. But even that has not been mandated under the policy. And I don't think AICT is mandating that you should be taught in Gujarati or Hindi. They may be suggesting, but then suggestion is different from mandating. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
A beautiful speech. Sir, we have got a few questions from YouTube. So Johan Kukreja, he was asking, sir, how do we find these good officers? I mean, coming from outside with no contacts in the government, how do we reach out to the good and non-corrupt officers?
You are starting with the assumption that you are starting with an assumption that most of them are bad, and that's a wrong way to start. Start with the assumption that most of the officers are good, and then you'll find good officers. Jaki rahi bhavna jaisi, prabhu dekhi tin murat jaisi. So don't start with that. That assumption is wrong. How do we find good officers? Meaning thereby that most of them are bad. And I have lived that life myself. Let me assure you, they may be quiet, they may be sitting behind a desk. Most of them are working, otherwise the country wouldn't be working. So the assumption is wrong that most of them are bad. That is one. Number two, if you talk around to people, you'll get to know who's a go-getter, a person who does it. But you have to go there with an open mind. Don't go with a bias. Good or bad. Don't even think he's good or bad. How do you find your wife? Or will you find your prospective wife? You tie up your entire life with that person. No? If you go with the assumption that most of the women or men are bad, then you'll find it very difficult to get a wife for yourself or a couch.
Thank you, sir. Sir, next question by Harith Muhammad. Bias exists in society. How to break through this bias?
Be the change you wish to see in the world. That's what the Mahatma said. Forget about what the society, forget about the world, forget about the nation for the time being, focus on yourself. If you can do that to yourself, you'll find people who do not have bias. But if you don't start with yourself, you are biased and you are looking at people who are not biased, very difficult. I found people in my life, and I continue to do that. People may have opinions, but that's not a bias. There's a difference between being biased and having an opinion. Having an opinion is very natural. In democracy, we allow differences of opinion, but that does not necessarily mean a bias. His opinion may be based on certain facts, good, bad, right, wrong. You can correct that. But bias is very difficult to correct. It's more ingrained in one's persona. So don't start with that. Start with yourself. You should not be biased to begin with. Then you'll find people who are not biased around you. But if you are biased and if you have not corrected yourself, there is a simple reason. Because you can't do a nut to others. Let me tell you, I've been an IAS officer for 37 years, police officer for 1 year. And initially I had this impression that I will change the world, I will change everyone. And gradually I realized, बुरा जो देखन मैं चला, बुरा न मिलियो कोई, जो दिल खोजा आपना, मुझसे बुरा न कोई. You have to start with it. That's what Mahatma said. Be the change you wish to see in the world. I think that it's the essence of human existence. Forget about others. Focus on yourself, what you can do to yourself. And of course, there is a paucity of time. Otherwise, I could have spoken on what exactly can you do to yourself. One of my talks is based primarily around what do you do to yourself and how do you do it to yourself.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we will be taking a couple of more questions, two more. So Harith has also asked, can you please elaborate on mafia in education sector? What is?
Oh wow! I think I will briefly tell you. I won't be able to elaborate because that will require 1 hour. But if you want to know the details, you read my book, Ethical Dilemmas of a Civil Servant. But I'll briefly tell you. Teachers lie at the pivot of school education. Teachers are, my reading of the education system was, if you improve the teachers, then the education system will improve. But look at the way government teachers are handled. First of all, the biggest mafia in school education is that of B.Ed and D.El.Ed colleges. These are colleges which train people to become teachers, Bachelor of Education and Diploma in School Education. Out of the 16,000 colleges that we have in the country, 4,000 do not exist, and they can give you a degree. What could be worse than that? And if you pay them well, they can give you a naukri as well. Now imagine the quality of teachers that you can. And they are huge mafias. They are mafias because the chairman, All India Council for Teacher Education, a senior IAS officer, who took them on, had to actually resign from the IAS because the mafias got the better of him. That was one of my biggest failure because I couldn't protect him. It's given in my book. I have treated it as my biggest failure in my entire career. I couldn't prevent him from resigning. He resigned under pressure. Now I can't go into the details because they're paucity of time. The second mafia is the publishing mafia. Believe me, what NCRT publishes just for CBSE school about 22,000. If all CBSE schools subscribe to NCRT books and don't buy it from the private publishers, there is a differential of 3,500 crores every year. That is the price difference between what NCRT provides and what the private publisher. They were also after Chairman CBSE. You must have all heard of the newspaper of the examination paper leak that happened in 2018. In that particular case, I managed to defend the Chairman CBSE. Otherwise, she would have also been thrown out like the previous Chairman AICT. She survived. I had some contribution to play. There's a huge chapter in my book. And now she's today's Secretary, School Education, Government of India, one of the finest officers. So I've given you just 2 examples. I can give you more examples of mafias, but I'm glad that I'm through with those mafias. I couldn't win some, I couldn't lose some. I mean, like life, I won some, I lost some battles with the mafias.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I will add up a last question to this. So I am from Jharkhand, and I can see that there are a lot of schemes that government is coming with, but it's still there is a fear to face the officer. There is a fear in normal people or common people to face the academia or any administrative building. So how to overcome the fear of a common man?
This can be done, if you read my articles I've written very recently, this physical interface between common man and the government has to go. Today, technology can do that. In the 3 ministries that I worked, in all 3 ministries, I dispensed with files and papers. There was no file or paper. We reduce and cut down physical interface. Even today, I am trying to help an organization that is trying to eliminate. Now, there are tasks for which a common man has to go to a government office. So, for example, he has to go to get a copy of land record. Imagine a scenario that he doesn't have to go to any office and he gets it at a kiosk. This can be done actually. A death certificate, a birth certificate, he doesn't have to go to an office. He just uploads his applications along with documents at any private sector kiosk and he gets a copy there. This can be done, actually is being done. In Haryana, there's an organization called Samagr that has actually digitized 300 out of 500 such processes. I'm sure the number is increasing by the day. So what you say is absolutely correct. The physical interface between the common man and the government is daunting. And if that interface itself is eliminated, which can be, in fact, one of my initial chapters in my book is use of technology, whereas a district magistrate in 1991, I introduced a photocopying machine in revenue record room that cut down delays and corruption by phenomenal amount. It's there in my book. Similarly, technology can be used to eliminate corruption and eliminate delays and eliminate this fear that people have of visiting the offices. Why should they visit the office in the first place? In my understanding, this should be eliminated totally.
Sir, thank you again for such beautiful, inspirational, and enriching session, I should say.
Thank you.
So due to
And
time
thank you very much.
constraint, we cannot take up all the questions. So can we just collect it and send it to you, sir?
Certainly. What you can do is you have my email ID, send them across to me. And in case anyone of you happens to read Ethical Dilemmas of a Civil Servant, I'd certainly like to have your feedback on the book. Look forward, and it was a pleasure interacting as always with those from IITs and especially from IIT Madras. God bless all of you. Take care and do well in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for joining us.
Rekha, please share the audio.
Rohit is sharing the video. I mean,
Hello, good morning. On behalf of the RSD team, I would like to welcome you all for this lecture on Assistive Technology and Human Co-Design Initiative. Dr. Kyle Kane is currently a lecturer at Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the Department of Material Science and Engineering. He teaches computational material science, human-centered design, and engineering technology that helps people with disabilities. His passion towards inspiring communities to create solutions for visually challenged and specially able community made him guide this team at Human Co-Design Initiative. When we're speaking about the Human Co-Design Initiative, it is a cooperative of individuals, organizations, and institutions working together to increase the awareness about how designers, makers, and engineers can apply their skill in collaboration with people who have disabilities through the HCDI approach to develop new and innovative technologies. So today we are fortunate enough to have members of such good community here, including Ms. Radhika here, who's a petroleum engineer from Mana University. Currently, she's working as an energy security research analyst at ENR Securities Corporation. She has more than 7 years of experience in energy industries at 5 countries. She's also been supporting the HCDI as a project manager over the last 2 years. So welcome, Radhika. Then we also have Mr. Prithvi Raj, who's a lead UX designer. He has done his master's in design from IIT Kanpur, and he has more than 6 years of industrial experience and has been working for the visually challenged community since 2013. We also have Mr. Praveen Kumar, who's a founder of Dextrovare Devices, which is an assistive tech startup incubated at IITM Incubation Cell. Dextrovare Devices aspires to be a single stop for the development of affordable assistive technologies. Their main mission is to create a sustainable ecosystem that fosters growth, and not just for differently able people, but also makes products that improve the functional capabilities of normal people too. So on behalf of RSD, I would like to welcome you all, and thanks a lot for spending your time on us. And over to you guys. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for that amazing intro. You actually saved me a lot of time. Yeah, okay, just hold on a moment. Just give me 10 more seconds and I'll be good to go. Okay, I'm going live. Just a second. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Hi, this is Radhika here. I am the project manager of HCI, and I'm glad to meet you all, albeit virtually. So I started my journey with HCI 2 years back. And in short, I would say this is one of the most ethical and the most human society that I've ever been part of. So what does HCI does? I can go long about what HCI does, but I'm just going to talk in short. It's basically providing free and affordable assistive technology for people with disabilities all over the world. I know all over the world sounds very massive or too big of a vision to achieve, but actually it is being achieved by HCI for the last 6 years, ever since it was started by Dr. Kyle. And Dr. Kyle himself is a visually impaired scientist and a lecturer at MIT. And the society was formed I would say, due to the frustration that he had that that there was so much of ignorance around this whole assistive technology field, right? I would say that there are very less startups, there is very less awareness, there are very few people, investors, uh, seed funding in this entire arena. No matter there has been so much technology advancements in AI, in coding, and so many other fields that is focused on developing other areas, but there is this little big community all over the world. There is millions of people who are people with disabilities who lack assistive technology, who are not able to afford assistive technology, because by the time a project becomes a product, there's so much of overhead costs added up that the end user, who's a PWD, is not able to afford, especially in India. You know how the pay scale is for someone who is physically challenged, right? Um, in fact, I would like to say that we shouldn't call them people with disability. I would say they are specially abled, right? And we in HDI we usually call them specially abled friends. And other thing is that why I have been part of HDI is not just because of the brand tag it has, because of a professor from MIT, but it's purely because of my personal experience that I had at one of the HDI events that happens in Chennai. So it happens every year in India, in all over the major cities. And so this event just popped up on my Facebook algorithm, and I didn't know what the event was about. So I thought, yeah, I'm just free over the weekend, and I just registered. And what happened, I happened to meet these co-creators. So what we do is that Kyle brings in co-creators who are basically people with disabilities, and then a huge group of students from MIT who are researchers, students, and also the public who have registered for the event. So all three of us collaborate, and we are divided into teams. And what happens is we listen to the problems of co-creators, what they have to face in every day-to-day life. A simple task in itself is a huge challenge for them, which sucks the energy, the time, emotional exhaustion from them, when they can invest that time in something else that they value or are talented in. Like, for example,
Ma'am, you're on mute. I'm sorry, you're muted. Sorry.
Radhika, I think you went on mute. Let me call Radhika.
said he solely does hard work and wants to invest his money in his daughter's education. And he couldn't do that because he didn't have the right technology or the device for him to just get inside the first step of the bus, you know?
Radhika, can you hear us?
Yeah.
You were on mute for around a minute, and that's the reason I called you. I think there was some glitch. So we couldn't hear last two sentences of yours.
Okay. How about now?
We can hear you fine now. Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think there was a glitch. Yeah. So where was I? Yeah. So he said the first step to get inside the bus in itself was a challenge for him. So that kind of impacted me very emotionally on a deeper level, and it kind of also gave me an alarming message that every day that we ignore assistive technology, we ignore the investment, we ignore creating ideas in schools and colleges, in corporates, it's every day is a delay for that person to actually have the device so that he can focus on his work, right? And another example that I would like to cite is, I'll just share my screen. Can I share my screen, please, for a moment?
Yeah, sure. You can
Yeah.
put in this.
Just a minute, I'll give you access. Now you can share actually.
can you all see the picture of two amazing scientists? I'm sure the one on the right is very commonly known. He's Mr. Dr. Stephen Hawking, and one on the left is Dr. Helen Keller, and both of them are amazing, legendary, phenomenal science, brilliant people who are from two different time ages, right? She is from the late 20th century, and he's from the latest 21st century. But the difference between both is like Helen Keller, she was dumb, she was deaf, and she couldn't hear. So all she had was her fingers to touch someone's vocal cord and their lips to actually understand or guess what they were talking. And that was the lack of the assistive technology that actually took her a lot of time to actually communicate rather than inventing so many things. If she had the same technology that Stephen Hawking had, she would have probably released like 10 extra books, 10 other inventions, right? But on the other hand, Stephen Hawking, he was blessed to have this technology so that he gave us amazing theories in quantum physics that is being used in date till now. And this is probably the most best example I give all the time in my speeches about how assistive technology can make a difference in a person who is specially able, right? So that's the thing. So moving forward, I'm gonna let my teams, Akar and Mausda, present, and they have been developing their project patiently for the last 3-4 years. It was not a overnight success. They were going through a lot of ups and downs, and I'm so proud to say that this community has been running with volunteers and has been churning startups, acting as an incubator without any funding so far. So just imagine if we start applying for grants, which we are, and we start having investors who actually care about assistive technology, then this is going to go big. And we also have more projects in US. We also have 30 other startup projects from Saudi Arabia. So like I said, it's a vast ocean and it's a vast society we are all connected virtually. And I would also say, please do look into our website, humanistic.app. And if you want to volunteer, or if you have any project ideas that you want to be mentored for that is related to assistive technology, do send me an email or shoot me a text in WhatsApp, and we can get connected and take you on board for the community. I would also encourage all the students, researchers all over India who are especially part of mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, computer science engineering, at least spend one semester, at least spend one thesis project that is related to assistive technology. Because I'm telling you, in India especially, a true fact is that not many people know this. School students who are specially challenged are not allowed to study computer science, maths, or STEM subjects because government does not include them in the curriculum as a subject at all. And one of the biggest lawyers, I would say, in High Court, Miss Karpagam, who is a visually impaired person, she was telling that she had to choose law, though law is an amazing subject, but she had to choose law because she had no choice of becoming a doctor because she had zero curriculum about STEM subjects. That's because of zero lack of assistive technology that we didn't have.
Proper eye on the language, on the full stops, on the lettering, the spacing, how it's done, everything needs to be taken.
I think we are in the crosscall.
Now, again, it was like, look at the senior technical support executive. It was an inbound call center, so we were taking call from. It is not a story. It's absolutely not a story. Just a selfish.
Anurag, I think we are hearing someone else speak as well. Is that a part of?
No, it's not. Yeah.
So I of course come to write it
I'm
down.
hearing someone else talking. Can you please fix that, Shriram?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think it's fine now. I mean, you can go on. Yeah.
Cool. So thank you so much for the time and giving this opportunity. And I'm gonna ask Prithvi to take over to present this project on ACA. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, Radhika. Thanks for that wonderful introduction. Thanks, Sriram, for connecting us. And it's a privilege to be able to present to this esteemed audience all across India and abroad, I guess. So I'm Prithviraj. I have been working with Visually Challenged since 2013 out of my personal interest. It started when I was in Chennai as a software developer. I used to visit the Anna Centenary Library and talk to them, involve with them. And eventually when I moved for my master's in IIT Kanpur in design, I visited the blind school there, and both the years in my master's, I had continuous engagement with them. It was a revelation for me not because they were different, but because I was cut down from friends from the other community. So I had the opportunity to meet these friends and explore a few new things. Many revelations happened there. So what I would be sharing today is a project called Akar, and there is quite an amount of teamwork in the background, and I'll be talking about this and also where we stand now and what kind of engagement can we have with the community who is in the audience listening to us today. So let me share the screen. Can you make me the co-host, Sriram?
Yeah, just a moment.
Sure. Yeah, I can see it now. So I'll make it full screen. Let me know if you're able to see my full screen here.
Yeah, we're able to see it. Yeah.
Okay. Let me minimize. Just a moment. I need to minimize this first. Cool. Yeah. So this is Project Akar. Akar meaning shapes, as you all know in Hindi and Sanskrit, is about designing solutions for the visually challenged to enable them learn geometry, right? So basically, the geometric education in India is there is a need for enhancement in geometric education in India today. This is based on our research that we have found that the visually challenged kids in India are sometimes exempted from writing the geometric exams, geometry mathematics exams, because there are lack of resources that enable the teachers to teach them geometry. And so eventually these kids grow up and pass out and are lacking a huge skill set of basic geometry, which they can use or leverage to get into STEM education later. But because we are exempting them all along, we are doing in a way a huge injustice for what they can capably exhibit to us. Like Radhika showed us, there are quite a few disabled, distinguished friends out there who have accomplished so much that the so-called normal people can't do, right? Now, having said that, how can we enable this gap, or how can we fill this gap by enabling the visually challenged kids learn geometry is all the scope of this project. So I am presenting this on behalf of the whole team here. So the team includes 3 students from NIT Warangal who have now graduated and have gone for higher studies, are working in some other organizations. For example, Sarthak here was a part of this humanistic co-design workshop, which was conducted by Dr. Kyle Keen in Hyderabad in 2019 January. I was also a part of the same workshop, and that is where we got to have a introduction to each other. And the problem that was identified at that time was that the status of visually challenged kids in India was not very friendly for them in terms of learning geometric aspects. So the teacher might easily deny, which looks like relieving, but it is not relieving. It is actually you are actually stopping them from learning what they are capable of learning, right? So this problem was identified in the day 1 of the workshop, where Dr. Kyle provided enough opportunity for the team members, for the new joinees who came to the workshop, to mingle with these visually challenged co-creators who were there in the institute at that point in time. Now, that one day was fully to empathize and understand. So we found out quite a few problems, and of which Sarthak found this problem very pressing. So he went back to NIT Warangal and got together two other kind-hearted, interested students, Shantanu and Daksh, who collaborated and worked over the last around 1.5 years in coming up with a solution by keeping the co-creators, the visually challenged, in the center and not making any assumptions, but rather taking their insights, trying to understand where they need some support and designing solutions. And all along, Dr. Kyle has been supporting them immensely with his time and immense knowledge in this area. So I come in here as an implementer, and I'll showcase you how I am making an industry connection to get these products implemented. And Indrayod, there's a student currently at MIT, and he and I are working together to create a train the trainers curriculum that enables this program to spread further. Now, looking at the ground reality, right? Like India is home to around 20% of the visually challenged community, and so it has around 40 million people there. Only 1 in 13 visually challenged kids visit school in India. And so you can understand that also is just 15,000 out of the 2 lakh children. Now, having said that, even though these kids are visiting schools, it is from research found that only around less than 1.5% of teachers are equipped to teach the specially abled kids. Which means even if these visually challenged kids, which already are in low numbers when they are going to school, are further having lack of resources to learn things. So it is the lack of resources at various levels that kind of cuts off them from basic aspects of learning, which we take for granted, right? And this is not just the case in India. What we also see is in many other developing countries. For example, the statement that you see at the bottom is from a research from Africa, South Africa. And it is validated that even there, the situation is the same. So there is a systemic approach needed here to enable the visually challenged kids to learn geometry. And so that is where, after quite a few iterations, we have come up with a set of solutions, which we can definitely call it as baby steps towards solving this problem. And we definitely need much more work to do. But then we have had very encouraging positive feedback when we took these puzzles out there to the world. To just quickly introduce you to the puzzles in front of you. So these puzzles are designed to enable the visually challenged kids tactilely feel the shapes in front of them, understand the basics of geometry, and also play with it to create some compound shapes and create and learn by their own, right? So what you see here in the green color is the base plate, which is 3D printed, which has engraving in it along the same shapes of those 2 white triangles, which are removable pieces. These 2 white triangles, the same 2 white triangles can be arranged in different ways, whatever you see in the first row. And the base plate allows you to do that by the engraving that it has in it. Now, that is the first aspect of teaching shapes at a high level, and then compound shapes on how you combine these shapes and start forming new shapes. And this solution allows the visually challenged to feel, because the green plate is at one particular height and the white pieces are a bit taller than the green plate. And so you can still feel it, remove it, put it, and learn it. Similarly, to make this concept a bit more fun, one exploration that the team has also done is to bring in monuments that can be felt in a tactile way for the visually challenged kids. All that you see at the bottom, if you take the example of Leaning Tower of Pisa, the green pieces are all a single piece put together by a 3D printer. So it is a single base plate into which those white pieces are removable pieces that can be assembled. So kind of teaching the shapes of how basic shapes can be converted into or in other words, being used in architecture these days. And how does that translate across architecture? For example, the window, the white window that you see in the Leaning Tower of Pisa can be used to replace a window in the Taj Mahal piece also. It is the same window, same dimensions. even though it is abstracted, it is one way to teach kids that architectures across cultures and across regions in the world are using same structures, and that way it gives you an engaging way of relating or associating what shapes mean to you, right? And the minars that you see here in Taj Mahal, those pillars, one half of that minar fits exactly in the horizontal bar in the Eiffel Tower. So that also is a connection between the Eiffel Tower and the Taj Mahal. So that way we are trying to make connections. We are trying to make geometry fun for the kids to learn. And if you also look at it, there is another level of depth here in terms of concepts. We can of course take it to different levels of depth based on the child's learning level at this point in time. For example, the dome on the Taj Mahal is supposed to be a hemisphere, but here in a 2D structure, you see it as a semicircle. So a 3D hemisphere can be projected as a 2D semicircle in a flat surface is another concept that we are trying to introduce. Now, sometimes it is easy for us to assume that these are obvious concepts, but the challenge is, what is a straight line is taught to us by vision, and unless you are helping a visually challenged kid associate what a straight line is by his tactile or some other perceptions of what he's able to perceive, he or she is able to perceive, you have not yet set the common ground of when you say a straight line, that is what appears in the imagery in the person's head, right? So what is a triangle is three straight line segments, but that is not so easy for a visually challenged kid to automatically perceive unless you give a common language to start with, and that is absolutely lacking from our research to some extent in majority of the schools. There are special schools which are taking effort to do this, but that doesn't satisfy the scale of need that is existing in our country and across the world as well. So this solution is a starting point in which we can create that common language. When you say a triangle, the visually challenged kid is able to understand what a triangle is and then start a discussion on it, rather than going lost in first of all trying to understand what a triangle is, right? So that is where we are starting. This is just a baby step, like I told, and we are looking forward to take this further. This, like I said, started with these three students. Now they have passed out and under the guidance of Dr. Kyle. And since its inception in 2019, the students had visited the blind school, Devnar Blind School in Hyderabad, and also Louis Adarsh Blind School in Warangal, continuously while designing, while testing, and around 60 visually challenged students were met and 10 visually impaired teachers were also met. And we, of course, have new suggestions coming up, and we need some support in terms of workforce and also in terms of passionate people funding and taking this forward. We'll also talk about a particular model in which we are already able to take these puzzles to the community. In a couple of slides, I'll show you that. Now, in addition to this, if you look at the left-hand side of the slide, we have also designed a container that holds these puzzles robustly without letting them break that easily. And this is also a 3D printed design. And for example, if you see the base plates to the left-hand side here at the bottom, you can see the Taj Mahal without the white pieces. That's how the base plate independently looks like. So you can put all these base plates into this 3D printed container along with the puzzle pieces. So the reason we went into such nitty-gritty details of packaging also is because these solutions are being designed for the visually challenged kids, and they should last a bit longer than what typically a cardboard tactile puzzle can last, because there will be multiple kids using it, and it is possible that it can be dropped. And so there is a strength test there is a material, there is availability of resources to get this done, all that to be taken into consideration. So there have been quite a few iterations. We also tried printing braille on this, and initial trials were not very successful because of the material used. So we are still trying to cope up with that, and we have found a couple of new solutions that we are still working on. Now, what was very encouraging for us to see is that, for example, you see a comment from Raju from 6th grade in Louis Adarsh Blind School that this is the first time he is able to touch Taj Mahal and feel it. In other ways, he can see it. so far he has only been able to hear about it. And of course, when you hear, you can imagine things of what you want it to be. It's like an elephant being explained, but then you might not have a big picture. Yes, this is an abstract way of Taj Mahal, but then there is a reference for him now to say there is a dome, there is a pillar, there are a couple of pillars, there is a structure and stuff. So that gets you a bit closer to the reality, one step ahead than where the situation was. And with that, we plan to take this further to more kids. What you see here is Raju is one kid in Warangal who is able to touch this now. Like many of the projects that we do end up in, be it a student project or various other projects, it is important for us to take those projects outside, otherwise they remain in the shelves. So my sincere effort was to take this project forward and make connections and see how this can be reaching various other schools, visually challenged schools. And that is where I made the connection with the SKEI school, which has Atal Tinkering Labs 3D printer in it. So where we are collaborating with these teachers and students, sighted students in the Sri Kamalabai Education Institution in Bangalore, to collaborate with them in better utilizing 3D printers available there to print solutions that the visually challenged kids can use later. So to the left-hand side, you see our story so far, Dr. Kyle Keen and we coming up with a solution. In the center with the circle, you see the Atal Tinkering Labs in SKA. I'll give you a context of what's Atal Tinkering Labs, right? So it is a 3D printing lab supported by the government of India, and it is being implemented in more than 6,000 schools in India for selected schools, where the sighted students can learn tinkering, 3D printing, and learn a bit more about technology and come up with how they can bring out their visions into reality, right? Now, with that, previously they used to have syllabus in terms of getting their solutions printed. For example, in a semester or a 6 months project, they might learn to 3D model. They would print a few puzzle pieces, or they'll print a few pieces of what they like to print. It's typically toys or keychains, and they exhibit it, and then these pieces are left. They would of course most probably not be used. But the plan was, by collaborating with the school, we wanted to not just help them print these Akar puzzles instead of those simple keychains, which are not going to be used later. So can't we print these Akar puzzles and take them to visually challenged kids after they are printed, so that the outcomes do not end up in a shelf, but become a life-changing opportunity for visually challenged kids to learn geometry. So that is where the effort is. And we have started literally this activity in September in 2020 in the midst of COVID. And this is one program that has successfully sustained the process of not just 3D printing multiple puzzles, but we have also been able to, very proudly, we say that we have also been able to help the sighted kids empathize with their visually challenged friends, about whom they have not thought of so far generally. Try to understand the real challenges. So we designed solutions or tasks for them to understand the challenges. For example, I explain an image to you which you have not seen at all for the first forever, and you start sketching it. And when you see the ground reference image which I explained to you and what you drew, you understand how different those two images can be, right? So that ways we designed some tasks. We asked them to blindfold and walk. We asked them to recognize their currency notes using blindfolded activities. So there were various ways we tried to bring the kids to that empathy of what the visually challenged kid goes through, and also design curriculum or train the trainers syllabus for the teachers on how they can take the design thinking approach to help the sighted kids design more solutions, building over Akar solutions for the visually challenged. So this is like a win-win situation, not just for the visually challenged kids who will eventually get the puzzles to test and learn from, but the sighted kids are also learning empathy, and they can understand that a simple activity, as a part of their curriculum, can be a life-changing impactful solution for someone else. That is a big achievement, personally, I feel. And so we are also collaborating with very kind-hearted organizations like Ek Kadamar, Humanistic Co-Design is who we are, of course, with Dr. Kyle support from MIT. We are also collaborating with National Association for the Blind. We are starting the connections, and we look forward to take this forward. And currently, we are in Bangalore, and we have tried to create some impact in SKEI. There is also a cohort in Saudi Arabia who are printing these puzzles and trying to understand what is the impact needed there. And in terms of the need for such a solution, there is a need already that is identified. So there are also being trials and errors on how this can be a sustainable solution implemented there. In Boston, Dr. Kyle and Indrayud are already printing. And like I mentioned, there are challenges in South Africa, and we have a contact now in Germany to see what can be done. So one part of the solution is to find the need. Second is to have a sustainable way of implementing things. And third is, of course, the support of passionate people who want to support this activity. So this is where we have grown from empathy to ideation to testing and implementation. And here in March 2021, we are trying to apply for grants around and make some funding, create some fundings. And so far, we have sustained without any funding from external sources. So it has been a collaborative effort and a passionate effort from the team, and that's how we have come across so far. So just to give you a set of conclusion about the team members, so we have been working around, and what we look forward to is to invite kind-hearted people from this community to join us in terms of either taking this forward, implementing, making connections, or in terms of connecting us with funds, so that this effort goes forward and creates an impact for those visually challenged kids out there. They are our visually challenged friends who are our friends, who we can make a small impact, and then they can give back probably in terms of novels and stories like Radhika was mentioning about Helen Keller, right? So looking forward to collaborating with you guys, and you can reach out to me on this particular email ID. Radhika will also share her contact by the end of the session. So feel free to reach out to us, and we'll be happy to see how we can collaborate, and it would be an immense opportunity to make an impact in the visually challenged kids' lives. Thank you so much. I think with that, I can pass it on to Praveen, who will be talking about his startup with respect to assistive technology.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah. Okay.
So hope I can go next.
Yes, Praveen. Yeah, you can go on.
So hi everyone, I'm Praveen Kumar, and thank you Radhika, thank you Sriram, thank you the whole RSD IIT Madras for conducting this event and inviting us. It's given an immense pleasure to talk in front of you. So yeah, hi, I'm the founder of Dextrovert Devices, an assistive tech startup incubated at IITM Incubation Cell. I jumped into entrepreneurship as soon as I completed my undergrad, with the trust and belief that some of my projects executed during my college days, if bought out to the real world market, would create at least some impact to the society. As a classic engineer, I created the solution and then found out the problem. So our first product that we launched is Mouseware. It is an head wearable device that enables a hands-free operation of computers and smartphones with simple head movements. This eliminates the requirement of users' hands to operate the smart devices, and is specifically designed for people with upper limb disabilities or injuries. Now, the product's main objective is to provide a virtual hand for people who are unable to use their hands to interact with the technology, and also aims to provide them with equal job opportunities. I'll just share you a small presentation. I'll try not to make it as a sales pitch. I'll keep it as small as possible. So, Sriram, could you please turn on the share screen option?
Yeah, sure. Just a moment.
Got it. Thanks. So, yeah. Okay. So, yeah. So I'll talk about the problem that we are addressing. No, 40,000 people per year lose their upper limbs, and 85% no continue to live without any solution. And almost for every 1 lakh population in India, almost 2,394 no, people are diagnosed with neurological problems like cerebral palsy, Parkinson's disease, no, all the neurological problems. And almost 94,000 people per year suffer hand fractures, injuries, no, like meeting with fatal road accidents or having a trigger finger due to extensive usage of computers. No, it's pathetic to see these pictures where people find it so difficult to operate the technology. So we want to create a technology that enables the people to access technology. As Radhika also mentioned in the first, it all depends on the tech. So Dr. Stephen Hawking was so fortunate that he could access computers even without hands. But on the other hand, Helen Keller was not able to access the tech. So we want to bridge this gap. So that's why we came up with a single solution to solve all these problems. Asset, a head wearable device that enables hands-free operation of computers and smartphone with simple head movements. All the person needs to do is to wear our headgear, that is in form of our headphones in this prototype. Move your head in the direction the mouse cursor has to be moved. So that's it. You just need to wear your device and move your head, and the mouse cursor moves along with you. This is a simple demonstration where myself I draw and picture without using my hands. Yeah. So next comes the clicking. For clicking, we have 4 different options, like the byte switch, like the microlight switch. No, byte switch is nothing but a button that comes between our between our lips. The microlight switch, people with limited access over hands can use the microlight switch that placed on a table or somewhere. The foot tap switch is nothing but a self-explanatory, a switch that comes under the foot. And we are now currently working on a blink switch using by tapping the EOG signals, the optical signals from the eye, using blink. The kick happens. For the typing, yeah, we have the speech to text engine with all the Indian languages and Indian English accent as well. I mean, the existing, the assistive text, they have the speech to text engine, but no, it's all on either it's on an American English accent, which is hard for Indians to use, or doesn't. I mean, if the person do not know English, what would he do? So we have solved this problem as well. So yeah, with this, we can confidently say that the person using our device can perform all kinds of computer operations. Click and drag, type long documents, even watch Netflix, anything. So who's solving the similar problem? Uh, Prosthetics is a great alternative, but if you see, they cannot be used to control computers unless otherwise it's a bionic prosthetic, which goes like it starts from 10 lakhs, it goes to 15 lakhs. No, other our competitors, yeah, they are also doing a good job in the respective fields, but no, they do not provide smartphone access. But we are trying to provide the computer usage, smartphone usage with speech to text enabled at a budget price. If you see their cost, it starts from 40,000 to 70,000, 80,000. I mean, that's I mean, in foreign countries, affordability might not be an big issue, but India, differently able people need an affordable tech, assistive tech. So that's why we have planned to come around the range of 15,000. So who would use this and why? Differently able people. Now, I said 34,000 people per year have their hands amputated and forced. Like, okay, physical work. People might choose other jobs other than computers, but they require hands to do that. So they are either they are forced to take a computer-oriented job where they can sit in a place and work. So we are trying to provide a white collar job to the PW. This and enhance their lives. And 3 crore people suffer from neurological disorders. I mean, computer jobs are highly paid, right? Compared to other jobs as well. So we can enable the independency, and we are trying to provide a better livelihood. And the people suffering from chronic hand conditions due to extensive computer usage, that accounts to 4.6 lakh, and they can use our device as a temporary mouse until their hands heal. And if you see, 20% of the total fracture cases corresponds to upper limb injuries. While limited medical leave and paid leaves are given for the employees, and job loss is also possible. So we want to address them as well. But the most hard-hitting point is this: almost 2,000, almost 5.53 lakh students are going to schools and colleges without hands. As someone stated previously, yeah, computer access should be enabled for all children, irrespective of their challenge. So we want to address this as well. This is a very short demo. There's a latest prototype. So this just a lab prototype that we did, and we are planning. I mean, we have the prototype ready. We are going for the field testing by next month. And I mean, due to the COVID, there's a slight delay. So we'll be going for the field testing. We have already interacted with few users. So yeah, so in this video is just a small click where the mouse moves with my head movement. So yeah, we are talking about innovation, but innovation is incomplete if there is no inclusion. So that's why just a second. Yeah, okay. So that's why we want to address the assistive tech. Assistive tech is any device or software that enables people work around their challenges, and anything. Assistive tech includes low tech tools like a pencil grip. A pencil grip is also an assistive tech. In otherwise, any mission that makes our lives easier called assistive tech. The classic examples of assistive tech we come across day-to-day lives is auto predict or auto correct features in our smartphones. So it's a great example. They make our life easy, right? Speech to text to speech. All those were initially assistive text, but later expanded to address all common people as well. Sometimes choosing assistive tech can be challenging. One good approach is to choose assistive tech that targets an specific struggle. For example, if a child struggles with writing, the child can go trying dictation software. As the child speaks, the word appears on the screen, right? Now, the best way to, as a developer, the best way to invent assistive tech is to have a pool of cooperative individuals, organizations, institutions working together. That's the whole process of co-creation. And at HCDI, we believe co-creating an assistive tech is the best way to invent an assistive tech, not just sitting at a lab. This will increase awareness about how designers, engineers can apply their skills in collaboration with people with disabilities through co-create process to develop new assistive tech. I went through an article in where many low-income and middle-income countries, only 5 to 15% of people who require assistive devices and technology have awareness about them. Production is low and often of limited quantity. High-tech devices is best seen in sophisticated electronics and computers. Medium-tech devices are relatively complicated mechanical devices such as wheelchairs. These are the classic, not classic, but different types of assistive tech: the high tech, the medium tech, and the low tech. Then the next important thing to consider while making an assistive tech is to consider the side effects of using device. I still remember Dr. Kyle Kane saying that and there should not cause a secondary problem while using a particular assistive tech. For example, consider a person with lower limb disability using crutches. The person is expected to place those holders under the user's armpit. So what if the design was in such a way that where the user's place in the position much below the armpit? This will gradually create more pain in that area. The design of the assistive tech is more important here. no, some people will feel uncomfortable with the idea of being monitored in their own homes. I mean, creating assistive tech should not alienate them. It should not make them feel apart from the society. We should get the balance right. So that's why I believe that creating assistive tech is more challenging than creating the other techs as well. So yeah, in India, 32 lakh literates are person with disabilities. Although they possess potential skills to work, they lack the tool to access technology. And as Prithvi said, almost 285 million are estimated to be visually impaired around the world, and 39 million are totally visually impaired, and 246 million have low vision, according to WHO statistics, WHO statistics. And India, being largest blind population at almost 12 to 15 million, startups across India are beginning to create affordable and customized products for these underserved segment. I'm happy to see many assistive tech startups are coming up. Though this is mainly due to the government of India. Even in the Union Budget 2021, government of India has allocated almost 1,100 crores, especially for the assistance. I mean, for the assistive tech invention, for people with for disabilities, which is under the Department of Disability Affairs. Many NGOs in India, like Accessible India campaign, Enable India, are working towards mediating requests for the development of PWD infrastructure. But no, at the end of the day, if you see, considering the conditions in India, it's hard for an engineer to develop and tech for PWD in India. So if you see, India's road conditions and train features aren't PWD friendly, even though we create tech, a navigation stick for a visually impaired person, or an innovative wheelchair for limb disability. The environment isn't friendly here. So whatever we create, if you are selling your tech in India, we should make sure it's compatible here in India, not just in India, wherever the assistive tech is originally created. So I feel the space is underserved in India. I mean, yeah, the startups are coming right now, but it should improve. I mean, how many of them offices is accessible friendly? We do not see much of offices or workspace or even public places. No, products available in India have been primarily developed in the Western world, where affordability is not a criteria, as I earlier said. In the West, assistive tech products are sold directly to the users through retail stores or e-commerce channels. We do not have one like here in India. Yeah, so no, we are all as I said, startups, not just startups. Many good-hearted people are coming with good forums to improve the situation nowadays, and we are happy to see that. So most PWDs don't have an income to afford assistive tech. We don't have a network to reach the disabled people at the market. I mean, the market is small. The cost goes high. That's why many ventures do not come into the assistive tech space. So
One
to
thing
end.
I would like to add to what you just mentioned, Praveen, is like you mentioned in one example, if we start with assistive tech, eventually it can go and scale across. For example, like I think even Dexterware, Mouseware can do that. And even we have seen possibilities for Akar puzzles, even though they are helpful for visually challenged kids, they are being found useful for the sighted kids in the schools we are implementing. So that is one positive sign. So there is a scope for having some sustainability that can be redirected to this segment as well. Yeah.
Exactly, what you said is right. No, that's why in the initial also I mentioned an example where a few texts like speech text were invented only for PWDs, but later extended to normal people as well. So that's the same visionary we are at Dexterware is also doing. Now we are developing a mouse for the upper limb disabled people, but later oh, who knows, that might be a normal way to interact with computers with health. So yeah, assistive text, but no, we need to find the right channel to make sure it reaches the people. Yeah. So yeah, so to end with, I would like to request every entrepreneur to try at least once to venture into social entrepreneurship. It can be anything, agri-tech, healthcare, assistive tech, etc. It's more like giving back to something to the society. Finally, I wish very best to your future endeavors towards everything. So thank you.
Thanks a lot to you all. I mean, for this wonderful speech. Like, we just have, like 1-2 questions on from the audience. I mean, the first question was, what are the problems which you face while scaling up? I mean, assistive tech might work well in the lab conditions, but they might have a lot of problems in heuristic approach, like when we scale up. So, can you tell us something regarding the problems which you face and how we can overcome it and so on?
Sure, sure. So I can tell about one such example pertaining to this. So what happened is that, no, I said we are developing a mouse for the upper limb disabled. So we were under the assumption that people with just head mobility can operate our devices. But when we interacted with few users like with cerebral palsy, they found that, I mean, we realized that their head movement was also not stable. It was like on a cross position. So we had to calibrate the sensors accordingly. So what I suggest is that you work on an assistive tech with an educated guesses, with an assumptions. Go to the field, test with them, take out the observations, come back to the lab, and next step what you do is that you then call them to your lab and work with them simultaneously. It's all how assistive tech comes up, right?
I can add something there, so like you mentioned, Sriram, in the lab conditions, things are fine because we have a user group and we are testing, we get feedback. But the second thing is, if we take the visually challenged community, we don't know where the rest of the visually challenged community is, other than what we can reach out to in the city. Like, city is a better place where at least there are blind schools and people are organized. But if we talk about those millions of people out there, how do we find them out? And how do they know that we exist, right? For them to even know and then come and buy things. So there is first lack of awareness, the network, or finding out where the people are, and then the challenge of how do they know about us, and then can they afford it. So after knowing that we exist, do they have the confidence that our solution is going to help them? There is an orientation needed. There is some push needed for them, because they have existed in a space where they are being told that they cannot do things. So we have to also motivate them that it is possible for you and do things, because I've seen in field research that till 27 years of age, some of the visually challenged people do not even know that they can use computers, while there are enough solutions out there helping them to use computers. So it is a revelation for them after quarter of their life is past, that they can do something. So that awareness, that reach, are some core challenges. How? Probably we need to reach out to communities which are already connected, and take their support. Second thing is, there is a bit more of initiative needed, I think, in bringing together this awareness, both from the startup end and also from the government end. Probably there can be a bit more of support there. Yeah, so those can be some starting points.
Great, thank you. That's just a final question. Like, what many students ask here is, like, they're interested in working into assistive tech, but they don't know where to start from. I mean, which book to read, or which course to take and something. So can you just give some guidance on it? I mean, yeah.
I would like to answer that. So I would say first start with the whole point of why this community was called Humanistic Initiative was because it is about humans. It's actually not about technology, right? So learn about disabled innovators in your history, the current people. There are so many disabled innovators around the world. Like currently, we have a CEO who's Mr. Zubi Onwuta, and he himself is visually impaired. So he is not visually impaired from birth, but he got visually impaired at the age of 21, right at the time when he was starting his college. So he lost his military job, he lost his medical job. He had to study his entire PhD by scanning thousands of pages on the computer and then read it virtually, right? Like imagine scanning all these huge college books and then having to zoom every page and read. So that's how he completed his degree. So out of that frustration, he founded his own company called Think and Zoom. So it actually taps your electromagnetic signals from your brain using a wearable device, and then it connects with your phone to zoom in and read whatever it is, a visiting card or a text or what, right? So his vision right now is to a point where he can see only the capital E. When we go to hospitals and check. So I would say learn about the pain, the frustration, and the success what disabled innovators have gone through, from Helen Keller to Stephen Hawking to Zubi Onwita in the current generation, and learn about the current challenges. Right? You see a person on the road who's especially challenged. How can I help that person? So question yourself. Write down all the problems that, as a human, if you lose something, what are the problems that you will face typically, right? If you can't see, what are the problems you face day to day in the life as a human, as a woman, right? Being blind as a woman also has many safety challenges. So you have to just research on what kind of problems that will create on a personal level and on a professional level if you yourself are especially able, right? So I think that's a starting point, I would say.
And a small point to add there is, just like humanistic co-design mentions human in the center, put yourself around the people who you want to design for. Go to them, talk to them. And the interesting point is, if we are directly to address the entrepreneur's confusion on where to start for assistive technology, you would want to understand today's problem. So what was a problem before COVID might not be a problem now, and something else would have cropped up. And what's problem in Chennai might not be a problem somewhere in Tirunelveli, right? So you would want to look at solving the problem that you have access to, and probably in the process of solving a problem, you see a pattern of how that scales up and is applicable to various other kids. So we started with saying we'll design geometry for visually challenged, but we see that it is applicable for sighted kids also. The aim was not to go big. The aim was to solve a small problem at hand. And Dr. Kyle also, he teaches assistive technology at MIT. So there he asks the students in that semester to choose one person around within Boston and design a solution by the end of the semester for that single person. It will be so customized. Probably that solution might not be used for anyone else. But in the process, you will see patterns or themes that can be scaled to others. So that is where the startup evolves. So if we start saying the company should be big, probably we are losing the ground reality of what the problem is. If we start with the problem, we understand, okay, this problem is prevalent for many, and that can become a startup. So that is one thing I would suggest.
Yes, sir. Actually, there's just a follow-up question on this, based on what you answered. Like, there were some apprehensions that, is the group only confined with engineers, or can people in some other stream also come?
Absolutely not. If you're talking about HCDI, is that right? Are you talking about HCDI as a group? Yeah.
Yeah, HCDI or in this tech or in the field, like.
Yes,
basically.
It is not. It is absolutely not. For example, I'm a designer. I'm a user experience designer. I did my master's in user experience design for 2 years. Prior to that, I was working as a software developer, and my bachelor's is in electronics and communication. So I'm a mixed bag of. So I do know some practicalities of how things are. I think Vamika also told me during a discussion with her that she also has gone through different careers and stuff. So, and eventually, most probably, many of us have chosen engineering, and then we know that our passions are different. But that way is definitely not. It is not restricted to being engineers. It is about kind of understanding the problem and getting the skills what you need. If you see, probably I entered with the intention of enabling something, but I am doing a community connection now. I'm reaching out to people. I'm applying for funds, which is nothing to do with what my degree is, right? So we gather skills as we go through. what education does to us in our degree or in our whatever we are doing is organizes and gives us the skills. But when you go on ground, you see the need for what you need to do and you learn the skills. So it is a mixed bag. I think Radhika has a totally different background from a petroleum engineering to what she's doing now in terms of consulting and connecting the community. I think the same with Praveen, we would agree. He was into technicalities earlier, but now he is looking at all the logistics and ground level implementation aspects. So we would want support from various directions, and there is always opportunity for us to make things better than what it is now. At least in assistive technology field, there is huge opportunity for sure.
Thank you. Though there are more questions, we have unfortunately have a time frame. So really sorry. So thanks a lot for joining with us. It was a really good lecture series.
Yeah,
thanks.
likewise. Yeah, moving forward, I would say next year or from this year, I would expect more projects and more members to start with for us. So it's consider this as a free mentorship on innovation and incubation from MIT professor and from a global community. So yeah, I'm requesting all professors and students from all departments, regardless, to please contribute some part of your talent or skill towards assistive tech. Thanks a lot.
And in case if you guys still have questions, you can write to us. We'll be really happy to email you the reply. Radhika would have shared the contacts with you already. Or I can also ping my contact right here. And as I do that, thanks a lot for the wonderful opportunity. I see some great dignitaries here in the session, and also probably who are listening live later. Thanks a lot for this opportunity, and we look forward to collaborate and see what we can do, like Radhika mentioned, together. Yeah. You're on mute, Sriram.
So yeah, thank you as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I lost my power, so I couldn't turn on my video. I'll also leave my email address as well in the chat.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot.
हाँ, तो उसके बाद जब मैं खत्म करूंगा तो तू
Thank you, Sriram. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, Nitikesh Prakash, welcome you all for the next session of the Research Scholar Day 2021, the annual research festival of IIT Madras. So it gave me great pleasure and honor to welcome our speaker for the session, Dr. Upendra Singh Bhalla. Thank you, sir, for joining with us. Dr. Bhalla is known for his study on neuronal and synaptic signaling in memory and olfactory coding using computation and experimental methods. He is a computational neuroscientist and professor at the National Center for Biological Science of the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. He is an elected fellow of the Indian Academy of Science and the Indian National Science Academy. Dr. Bhalla has also been conferred with the prestigious Santi Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology by CSIR in the year 2007. The title of his talk is Learning in Artificial, Real and Social Brain. Over to you, sir, and welcome on board.
Thank you very much, Nitikesh, and thank you to all of the organizers. It's really a pleasure to come and speak to at the Research Scholars Day. And I've often visited IIT Madras, of course, and it's unfortunately one cannot do so in person in these times, but I hope to do so again sometime soon. So what I'll do is I'll just shift over and share my screen. And please let me know if this is coming through properly. Are you able to see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I'll go ahead, and I don't know quite how you organize the questions. Will they be in one group at the end, or can they come as we go along?
Sir, we are live on the YouTube. So,
okay.
So in between we can have a question, or at the end of the session, mostly we'll have
okay, maybe we'll have it at the end.
Okay. Sir.
Okay. So anyway, as I said, it's a great pleasure to be virtually with you at the Research Scholars Day. So I'm going to talk to you about learning. Learning is my passion, or at least studying learning is my passion, and doing learning is also my passion. And I'm going to try and stitch together perspectives on artificial brains as an AI, which you're all very, very familiar with in this day and age. I'll focus mostly on real brains, though my approach to studying them is, as you will see, very substantially computational and mathematical, though we do a lot of experiments as well. And I'll end with a little glimpse of the whole point of these brains, which is to function in a social environment. So without further ado, let me get started. So this is going to be the structure of the talk. I'll start out telling you a little bit about some metaphors for the brain, and I'll sketch out how learning happens. Then in the main body of the talk, I'll talk about key operations that happen when one learns something, what to learn, when to learn it, how to store information, and how to retrieve it. And then I'll, as I said, end with a little perspective on curiosity, learning, and survival. So let's start with metaphors. So I always thought this was a great quote, which basically says that the metaphor used for the brain tends to be that of the dominant technology, of the most advanced technology of the day. And this is how people have, over the ages, thought about how the brain works. And here are some examples, right? Long ago, in the times of the Greeks actually, I don't know if you were aware of this, they had some very elaborate capabilities for hydraulic devices. And even to this day, many of the terms that they came up with this hydraulic metaphor are still used when talking about what our brain functions. You know, you say someone is bilious, in other words, they're in a bad mood, or they're phlegmatic, they're sort of slow and not very energetic, or sanguine, optimistic. Sanguine means bloody. Yeah, blood is supposed to be a source of energy. So I guess that's where that one comes from. So these are hydraulic metaphors, and they are ancient, and they're very much in today's language even now. There are mechanical metaphors. You may be familiar with this, right? There's, of course, this is a simple watch. Here's a much more complicated thing, which is an implementation of Babbage's analytic engine. So these are mechanical metaphors for the computations that the brain might do. Though I don't know if you noticed, I slipped in another metaphor there. I'll come to that in a moment. So the idea of these metaphors is that maybe this is how the brain works through cogwheels and levers and so on. This is a very beautiful metaphor. It's from this quote from Charles Sherrington, who says, "Swiftly the brain becomes an enchanted loom where millions of flashing shuttles weave a dissolving pattern, always a meaningful pattern, though never an abiding one." And so this is how he envisions the functioning of the brain. And there's a gorgeous tapestry, which I think is an appropriate illustration for the enchanted loom. And if you look very closely at the tapestry, remarkably, it looks like the connections to some kind of a circuit. So yeah, many layers of metaphors, if you like, in this picture. Here's one of the somewhat more modern metaphors, that of the telephone network, which in maybe 100 years ago was handled in this manner, where people, in those days almost entirely women, were employed to plug in connections from caller A to caller B. And that was the dominant technology of the day, or the advanced technology of the day. And that was the metaphor for the brain. Now, much more recently, we are familiar with the computer metaphor for the brain. And I won't belabor this. I'll just make a point on this, which is I personally think that the computer metaphor is not just a metaphor, it is actually a functional description. But maybe we can discuss that at a later point. And as you can see, beautiful, very elaborate connectivity. And so this is now considered another form of metaphor for how the brain works. This has been taken yet further through the development of what's called connectomics. And the result of connectomics, so what they do in connectomics is they slice up brains with exquisite, this is tens of nanometer precision in 3 dimensions, and do very elaborate tracing algorithms to establish what is connected to what. And this is a very big challenge because, as you can see, the brain is absolutely packed densely with connections and cells and synapses and so on. And that's just illustrated in these little reconstructions of just a small segment of the brain. So this is another metaphor. And now we come to the, I would say, the most recent metaphor, which is artificial intelligence. And I kind of find this an amusing metaphor because, of course, artificial intelligence actually is derived from ideas that came about many years ago about how brains function. So now we have a sort of inverse metaphor for how the brain works based on machines of our own creation, which were meant to imitate how the brain works. Kind of amusing that. But I just want to give you a bit of perspective. Yeah, you can see how monstrous, how massive this thing is. Yeah, it's a whole room, it's full of racks, it probably consumes a megawatt of power. And what it tries to do, and in some domains it does well, and in most domains it does very poorly, what it tries to do is done so much better by this little thing here, which is about 1.4 kilograms, and it consumes a grand total of roughly 20 watts. Yeah. So this is what we really want to understand. All these metaphors are just ways to try and get a little bit of a picture about how something like this does all the things that make us human beings. So let's get into a little bit more detail into how this might work, with a special emphasis on learning. So I'll start out with a sketch of how learning might happen. And this is a learning paradigm, a learning technique that you are probably all familiar with, a very classic experiment, now over 100 years old, by Ivan Pavlov, who was actually interested in studying digestion, by the way. So in doing so, he was monitoring the salivation of dogs. And being a good scientist, he noticed something very interesting, which is that in his experimental lab, when the dogs were going to be fed, there was a kind of an alarm to tell, a bell rang to tell the attendants that now is the time to feed the dogs. And he was monitoring their salivation. And as you all know, what happened was that after a few cycles of this, the dogs started to salivate at the time of the bell, even before the food appeared. Right? And then he went after this unexpected observation, the serendipitous observation, and actually produced a lot of very, very important data, which is in many ways the foundation for a lot of theories of learning. So the key thing here is the formation of an association. The animal has formed an association between the bell, which was previously not in any way linked to salivation, but the animal has learned this association, and this can be very well measured, and therefore it's an excellent tool for studying memory. So let's now try to see how one could do this using a kind of a cartoon dog. So this cartoon dog has 3 neurons, 3 brain cells. One brain cell responds to food. That's the important one, right? So it sees the food in the dish, and when it's active, this neuron, it causes the animal to salivate. Very, very straightforward. This is what's called the unconditioned response. The animal does not have to be trained to do this. There is, let's say there's another neuron which responds to a bell. And of course, initially, Bell has no particular relevance to salivation. So initially, there's no effect there. And let's just, for the sake of completeness, you want to make this a good experiment, it has to have a control. You have another neuron that responds to light, let's say, for example. Okay, so now what do? We do the thing that Pavlov emphasized, which is you have an association. And we have it so that we have an association between the bell and the food, but between the light and the food, there's no particular association. So the bell comes, then the food comes many, many, many times. That repeats many times, but the light and the food are not in any way linked in time. So what will happen? Now let's just make as I said, a cartoon circuit here. So the bell neuron, let's say for the sake of argument, it initially has a weak synapse, a weak connection to the food neuron. So this isn't strong enough on its own. So the bell neuron can fire as much as it likes. It's not going to trigger the food neuron. But because of this association, this repeated linkage in time, slowly the strength of the bell neuron, and I've indicated by the letter here, B, it gets the strength of this connection. The strength of the synapse gets larger and larger and larger. And by strength, I simply mean how much effect does the bell have on the activity of this neuron. So as that gets larger, you end up with what I'm going to call a switched on synapse, and I'll come to details of that later. So the switched on synapse is now powerful enough, it has a large enough effect that now when the bell rings, the food neuron is triggered, and when the food neuron is triggered, salivation occurs. On the control side, the light neuron does not have this association in time, it's random. And so its synapse stays weak, and there's never any association formed. So even though you might have given the same number of stimuli for bell and light, the one that is learned is the one which is associated. So this is a cartoon dog, right? Dogs have a lot more than 3 neurons. They do much more complicated things. But this is a good basis for starting to study one of the simplest forms of learning, and one which is present all the way from flies and worms to human beings. So this is a cartoon way of thinking about it, and we'll come back to this illustration a couple of times. Okay, so let's move on. So now, where does memory happen in the brain? Well, the short answer is it happens all over the brain. But there's a particular part of the brain which is really important for short-term memory. And it's also important for learning certain kinds of information which need you to declare information. So like learned book information is needed. A lot of this work was done on this unfortunate, well, at that time, young man by Henry Molaison, who had intractable epilepsy. And so the doctors went in and removed the site of the epilepsy, which happened to be this region called the hippocampus. And now you may have heard of hippocampus because, partly because of these experiments, it has become famous. But they removed the hippocampus of poor Henry Molaison. And what happened was that he could no longer form new memories. He had his old memories. He remembered, say, who had been president before his surgery. He remembered football games. He remembered all sorts of things, but he could not form any new memories. He could not even remember the doctor who came and saw him every day for most of the rest of his life. So this is obviously then a very key region to look for memory in the mammalian brain. And in fact, that's kind of the region in which I do a lot of my work. And many of the properties that you just saw in this toy example are easily replicated in this structure, and many other more interesting forms of learning also happen there. So now let's go through the brain, and I just want to give you a little bit more perspective about this incredibly complicated machine, complicated biological system. So here's the brain. As I said, it's about 1.4 kilos, about 1.5 liters in volume. It fits in there. Now, of this thing, if you zoom in and think of the size of one neuron, which is about the size of this little dot over here, I hope you can see it. Let's now zoom into that size. So here's a computer model of a neuron, roughly 500 microns in size, half a millimeter. And so fine, so there's a lot of activity happening in the neuron at this scale. But now let's zoom in some more. If we zoom into a tiny piece of the dendrite over here, let's do that now. So this is 5 microns. This little cube of tissue is 5 microns. And the yellow structure here is what's called a dendrite. It's one of these branches. So one of the branches fits, a small piece of it fits in here. The branch itself is about a micron across. And now we're starting to get to the business end for a lot of computation, which is the synapse, the connection between two cells. And that's what these little red dots are. These are the connection inputs coming into this piece of dendrite from other cells. Yeah. So now let's zoom into the size of one of these red dots, the size of a synapse. So now we're going to go down another order of magnitude. And here what we have is half a micron across from there to there. And now we're at the size of one synaptic terminal. Yeah, roughly half a micron. And now you can just about start to see the molecules that actually do the work. So this is the presynaptic side. The postsynaptic side is just as complicated, maybe even more so. And you can see the molecules, you can see the vesicles, you can see the microtubules, the mechanical structures that give rise to it. You can even see the synaptic release site. Now, this is a reconstruction, but these are all actual protein structures, these little dots and tangles. So this is the size of proteins, and these are the molecular machines that do the computations that we'll be talking about, right? So we've gone over many orders of magnitude of size to get the size scale that I'm going to focus on, which is that of molecular events. So just to reiterate, the brain does computation at many levels. You cannot separate one from the other. It does computations at the levels of molecules, synapses, dendrites, neurons, circuits, whole areas of the brain, entire systems of the brain, like the visual system, and then you put it all together, you get the behavior of the brain. And these are intrexicably linked. For example, a mutation which will have a molecular effect will have very likely an effect on the behavior of the whole organism. The information flows back and forth. It is completely seamless, but it's important to keep in mind that you have computation occurring at all of these levels. So let's think a little bit about the concept of information flowing as chemistry. You're all used to the idea of information flowing as electrical signals. So think of chemistry as electrical signals, but with an identifier for each signal, because each distinct molecular species can convey a different kind of information. So it can be like a different wire all fitting together in these very, very tiny volumes. And another very interesting thing about chemical signaling as opposed to electrical signaling is that chemical signaling is very short range because the diffusion length constant is of the order of a micron. It's much smaller than even the size of a cell, whereas the electrical propagation distance in neurons is about 0.5 millimeter in many cases. So the size scale, the number of subcompartments you can have through chemical signaling is very large, and therefore you can do a huge amount of computation locally, a lot of parallel computation. And that's one of the reasons that the brain can do so much, so efficiently. So just again, to put it in perspective, here's a set of signaling pathways that I've been studying for 20 plus years. I'm not going to go into the details. This isn't the full reaction diagram by any means. This is just a block diagram, but this is only about 0.1% of the molecular network. This is what it looked like on my computer some 20 odd years ago. And the real thing is so much more vastly complicated, but just to realize there's a lot of stuff there to do computation. Yeah, just to reiterate, this is what it looks like physically if you could have a microscope sensitive enough to see all of these structures. And each of these little dots and tangles is a protein molecule or other chemical signal and can participate in these computations. And we'll see a little bit more about how these work. Let me just, as a final step in this intro, let me give you some numbers for the brain. So the human brain has roughly 10 to the 11 neurons. Each neuron has roughly 10 to the 3, 10 to the 4 synapses. So 10 to the 15 maybe synapses, 10 to the 14 or 15 synapses. That's a lot of connections. Yeah, we used to think it was a huge number, but now you actually in your computers or certainly in your large servers, you actually have this kind of data capacity. Amazing what technology can do. In each synapse, you might have thousands, 10,000s of reactions in every single one of these synapses. The electrical events are fast for biology. They're of the order of a millisecond. Chemical events are somewhat slower, seconds to thousands of seconds. Structural changes take longer. But think of the longevity of these things. Yeah? The lifetime of a protein is actually not very long, days. But the lifetime of a brain cell has to be the lifetime of yourself, because the brain cells do not replicate except for very, very small, rare exceptions. Yeah? And therefore, these neurons, if you want to remember something and keep it with you for your life, you have to be able to store information for 100 years. So that's quite a challenge. And we'll see a little bit about that. Okay, so with that kind of sketch of the brain and how learning happens, Pavlov and all this kind of good stuff, let me get into some of the details, some of the meat of the system. How does learning happen? And there are 4 key operations I'm going to discuss: what to learn, when to learn it, how to store information, and how to get it out again. So what to learn? So we've already seen one kind of thing, which is associations. You need to learn when 2 things are related to each other, when they co-occur. Is there some causal link between them? Very often we infer causality by the repeated co-occurrence of events, right? So the dog presumably eventually thinks that the bell is causally related to the arrival of the food, which is a reasonable hypothesis to make. Yeah. So this is one form of learning. This is one kind of thing one must learn. Another kind of thing one must learn are patterns. I would say conjunctions of different kinds of stimuli, right? So if you're walking along, say, in a busy bazaar, you will have a conjunction of stimuli which would include the sounds, the smells, of course, the visual input. It might even be the flavors of the food that you eat. Of course, you better be wearing your mask these days. So all of these come together to give you a memory, a learning event, which includes the market. You can have other kinds of features. For example, all of you will recognize this, this image because of the visual features it contains. Yeah. So the Taj Mahal is recognizable in visual terms because of the various visual components in this. So this is pattern learning of various kinds. And sequences, which is something I've become very interested in, is not just a sort of static set of patterns, but it is a sequence of patterns. And this is something I've become extremely interested in. For example, you can recognize someone by the way they walk, even if you don't see their face, if you know them well. Yeah. You can recognize music. You can recognize hundreds of tunes by the sequence of notes or the sequence of chords, complicated notes. And this is, I think, a really important aspect of learning, that you put together not just patterns, but you put together how patterns relate to each other in time. So these are all aspects of learning, and we'll have a glimpse of a couple of these in a moment. So you've already seen one kind of learning, which was the associative learning, right? So you have association between the bell and the food enough times, and you strengthen the synapse, and you end up with the capability that the bell will activate the salivation. And this is a form of learning. This is a behavioral outcome of some cellular events, and as we shall see in a bit, some molecular events. And we can actually sort of trace this entire hierarchy of learning right from the molecular to the behavioral level in, maybe not in a dog, but there are certain much simpler animals like slugs, in which, sea slugs, in which this very linkage has been established. So this is the association form of learning, what to learn, associations. And this can be done, as I said, through molecular events. So here's an example of one of the key forms of molecular events that does this, right? So we've already talked about presynaptic and postsynaptic cell, right? The presynaptic cell was the bell, and the postsynaptic cell was the food neuron, right? So when the things are idle, if there's no food, let's say there's no food and the bell rings, what happens? Your presynaptic cell is active, it fires, it releases neurotransmitter, but the postsynaptic cell will get that neurotransmitter, but it's not going to have an association. There's no relationship between the bell and the food because there's no food at that time. But supposing you have both the bell and the food at the same time, that's when this particular molecule called the NMDA receptor acts like a molecular AND gate. It does association between the pre and postsynaptic activity. And it's a really very cool process. How it works is the presynaptic terminal, the bell neuron, is active, and therefore it's releasing neurotransmitter. The neurotransmitter is going across, it's flooding the system, it's trying to open the channel. But this channel, the NMDA receptor, won't open. It'll try to open, and it can, but the thing is the NMDA receptor is blocked by an ion of magnesium until the postsynaptic cell, the food cell, is also active. And when the food cell becomes active, its potential becomes large, more positive. The positive repels the magnesium ion, which is positively charged. And now you have the conjunction of the pre and postsynaptic activity. Now this channel opens. Now this molecular gate can go into the on state. And so here you have an AND gate, a logic gate, operating to implement this association between that signal and that signal. And so we've gone all the way down to a molecular mechanism to account for associative learning. And this is, of course, just the first step. It's just the trigger. So now the channel opens, calcium comes in, and many, many things happen, which we will discuss in a little bit. But the point here is that here we actually have enough information to come up with a molecular explanation for how you can have association. And there are other forms of associativity, but this is a particularly nice and simple one. Here's another one, which I've been very interested in. This is not associativity. This is a much more complicated form of learning sequences. So supposing we have a sequence, let's say, of numbers, or let's say of notes, yeah? And let's say there's a bunch of cells which respond to that one, another bunch of cells which responds to number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. And these are connected in a spatial order on a piece of nerve cell, on a dendrite. Yeah? And what can happen is if the connections are in the same order as the timing, then you can get a stimulus activated here that will release, let's say, a compound, let's not give it a name just yet, which starts to diffuse in both directions. If the next stimulus comes and hits the peak of this diffusing molecule as it goes along, that'll give it a boost. The next one comes, it gives it a boost. Next one comes, it gives it a boost. And so if the signals are in the correct order, you can get a boosted output. And this is actually a fairly important, a fairly major computation that can be done at a molecular scale, because it will allow a single nerve cell, in fact, a small piece of a single nerve cell, to recognize, to learn that a certain sequence of inputs has come in and means something special. And just to show you how this might work, I've made a computer model of this, and without going into the details, the blue trace is the sequential input, and the red trace is the scrambled input, where there's no particular sequential order. And as you will see, it'll play again. The blue stimulus, the sequential stimulus, 1, then 2, then 3, 4, and 5. These are playing out in order. That gave a very large response. And now we can contrast it with the scrambled sequence in red, which will play back again in a moment. So the red one started there, then it went there, then it went there, then it went there, then it went there, completely scrambled. And as you can see, the red response was very, very small compared to the blue response. The simple thing, as I said, is that if you have it in order, then the reactions get to build up on each other. The molecules, it acts like a cascade, and you get a strong response as a result. So this is a molecular mechanism for doing a rather sophisticated calculation, which is to recognize a sequence in time of different kinds of stimuli. And I think, and this is one of my areas of research, that this is absolutely crucial aspect of what to learn, how people learn certain things. Okay, so this was the topic of what to learn. Let's move on. When to learn it? When should you learn something? What kinds of context is good for remembering something? Well, the obvious one is that you should be alert, right? So now it's just before lunch, and so you are all reasonably alert. Your insides are presumably not full of food and not busy digesting stuff. And hopefully it's been a while since you got up. So you're alert. Coffee might give you a little bit of an additional boost to alertness. And this is a very good context in which to learn. Another thing that is important for learning is salience. Is this significant in some way to you, right? So you might not learn, let's say, the last column of the newspaper when it's talking about some event somewhere which you're not at all interested in. But you would probably remember the headline of the paper, especially if it told you that, oh gosh, today the COVID infections are really huge and my area is going to be locked down, right? So salience is also very important for what you learn. And very closely tied up with these is emotion. And this is, again, where one comes back to molecules. So the molecules, the neuromodulators, control many of these aspects of emotion, right? So anger is through certain norepinephrine, adrenaline, all of these things. Fear, the reward signal when you achieve something maybe that you didn't expect, when you get a reward that you didn't expect or something that you've been working for and finally it gets rewarded. That is very, very important for salience and emotion. That gives you an emotional kick. But equally, negative emotions can be a very strong basis for learning. And this is unfortunate because, for example, people who are exposed to trauma may suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. They cannot forget the event that led to that learning. So this is why it's not just important to learn, but to also modulate how much you learn. And in some cases, in many cases, it's important that you also be able to forget. For example, post-traumatic stress disorder is a disorder, not because you learned it, but because you cannot forget it. You cannot let go of it. Yeah? And this is one of the reasons why messing with brain chemistry, which is what happens when you take drugs of recreational, it's a bad word, but when you take drugs that you should not take, they mess with your brain chemistry. They may give you reward signals, and they completely mess up the very delicate balance that has been established by evolution over billions of years to make sure that the learning and the forgetting maintain a reasonable balance so that you can continue to function through your 100 years, hopefully, of life where you are able to keep taking in new experiences without being overwhelmed by old ones. Right? So don't mess with your brain chemistry is the short point here. But this is all happening through reinforcement signals. And of course, you probably know that dopamine is a very important reinforcement signal. In fact, many drugs of abuse activate the dopaminergic signaling pathway. I'm not going to give you an exam on this, but just to illustrate, we were just looking at the glutamatergic input. This is the one that opened the channels when there was association. And the dopaminergic input, the dopamine signal, comes in and interacts with this so as to modulate how much learning is happening through the associative pathways, right? So the dopamine is a positive enhancer of learning. It's typically thought of as a reward signal. It does many other things in the brain. And this is one of our current understanding of how it does so. The signaling molecules interact with each other such that the learning that is happening here is hugely amplified in the presence of dopamine. And these neurons, these medium spiny neurons of the striatum, they are absolutely crucial to this. As many of you no doubt know, if you lose these neurons, you end up with all sorts of disorders, Parkinson's disease being a major one of these. There's a remarkable, they're a very small population of neurons, but they have an incredibly huge effect on brain function. So this is how this is done. Okay. All right. There we go. All right, so now let's go to the next section, which is how do you store this information? We've now figured out what to learn. We've learned associations or sequences. We figured out what tells us when to do this learning. Now let's talk about storing the information. Now you're all familiar with this. This is now starting to get to be old technology, a hard disk. And the reason why this stores information is that you make changes in it, physical changes, magnetization, and those changes last for a very, very long time. And the sort of old-fashioned idea about the nervous system was that, yeah, you make structural changes to these synapses, and once you made them, they just stay there. They last for a long time. Well, that's not actually true, because as I mentioned, typical proteins last for at most a day or so in your brain. So that won't work. Here's another kind of memory, DRAM. And the way that this would work is that you store some bit of information, and then you need to periodically refresh that information. If you don't refresh it, it forgets it. And there is a brain analogy of this. That is, you can have a little circuit, it's called a reverberatory circuit, where, say in this case, 3 example neurons are mutually activating each other. And this is thought to possibly play a role in something like short-term memory, for example, trying to memorize a phone number, which you forget as soon as you don't need it. And so this might be one way to store this information. That is, you activate that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. And so they successively activate each other. They refresh each other over time. This is a form of memory which many of the IIT students will be totally familiar with. This is a bistable gate, a bistable system formed out of 2 NAND gates. I won't go into the details of this, but it has, as long as power is provided, it will store information of its past state, depending on the inputs that it is given. And here the equivalent And the key thing here is there's a feedback loop here, and there are many, many feedback loops in these chemical networks. And I'm going to make the point that that kind of feedback works for storing information in the brain as well. So I don't know how many of you recognize this picture. This is a great surrealistic painting by Salvador Dali. It's called Persistence of Memory. And I like it because it actually, it's counter to one of the big problems in studying the brain, which is that these spines, these connections between cells, are anything but persistent. They are at face value a very bad place to store information, right? So the reason I say this is that, first of all, I already mentioned proteins or other molecules in the brain, they last for minutes to days. So how are you going to store information for a century? There's another big problem, which is stochasticity. There's a huge amount of chemical noise, reaction noise when you scale things down to this tiny volume, when there's maybe 5 free calcium ions, 5, count them, 5, right? And then diffusion simply flushes things back and forth so rapidly that how are you going to store anything? How are you going to keep any chemical gradient there at all? So I'm not going to address all of these questions, but maybe I'll address this one a little bit, which is the turnover problem. How do you store information even when the molecules keep coming and going? And the way we do this is through feedback, the bistability thing I told you about. And the way it would work is, supposing you have a molecule A that activates molecule B, and molecule B that in turn activates molecule A. So at resting state, they're both off. You give them a strong stimulus, and now they're both active, and they mutually turn each other on. Of course, it's not a test tube full of molecules. It's individual small numbers of molecules. And so that's what I'm representing here. Yeah. So you give a strong stimulus, and it changes, the whole system changes into a different state. And this remains. And just to reiterate, this is a bistable system where you have 2 states. You can think of them as energy minima. And there's some kind of unstable state in between them. And if you push hard enough, you can go from this state across the unstable state into the other one. And those of you who are a little bit familiar with this kind of analysis, you can make a phase plot of this. You can draw the null lines by examining the effect of B upon A, which you can draw as a very simple chemical dose response curve. Yeah, all chemists will recognize this kind of typical reaction shape. You can do it the other way, the effect of A upon B. And now so these are both steady state curves. And now if you plot them both on the same axis, which you can do by sort of rotating this curve along the 45-degree line so that the axis is both A and B, you'll find that there are intersection points of these plots. And these intersection points are really important because they define the steady states of the system. And typically you will get just one intersection point like so. But in specific configurations of feedback, you can get multiple intersection points, one there, and then one intermediate one. And it mathematically turns out that these are identical to state 1, stable, state 2, stable, and the middle point being the unstable intermediate point, right? So this is mathematically how you can show that chemical systems through feedback can achieve storage of information. Okay, fine, so you can store information. How do you ensure that you can survive turnover? And this is how it would work. So these sort of greenish gray clouds are meant to represent the dendritic spines, the little regions where the synaptic input comes in. And the crosses are meant to indicate turnover. The molecules have been washed away, they have degraded. And if this were to continue, very soon you wouldn't have any molecules left at all. However, the cell is alive, therefore it's making new molecules all the time. These come in, but the trouble is that these molecules do not know the current state of the system. They're naive. Fortunately, the thing about bistable systems is that a small perturbation, such as a bunch of new naive molecules, does not change the state. It will restore itself. So these new molecules are sort of, so to speak, they're entrained to take the same state as the other molecules. If it was active here, they too would become active. And now they too sustain and support the memory. And in fact, this is not too different from, let's say, oral traditions in learning the epics. You know, the guru might die, but the disciples have learned what he taught or she taught. And so over generations, the information is preserved, even though the molecules, in this case, the people learning it, may pass on. So this is how you can store information beyond the lifetime of the molecules. And this is something that I've spent many years studying. It's very, very interesting to see how it works. Okay, and so now just to bring this back into context, think of this little feedback loop here in the synapse being the point at which you're storing the information. That is, the chemical reactions that allow for sustained activation are what are maintaining the strength of the synapse. Yeah, so if the synapse has a lot of this correct kind of chemical activity, which might, for example, be increasing the number of receptors, then that synapse will be strong. It will mean that the bell will have a large effect on the food neuron. Yeah. So, and you can flip the state from the active state to the inactive state depending on the kinds of chemical signals you give it. So this is relating chemistry, the feedback system of chemistry, back to our toy model of how you could remember something in Pavlovian conditioning. So we talked about associativity, and now we've talked about how you store the information once the association has been made. So finally, how to recall it. I'm not going to belabor this point because you are all probably much more familiar than I am with the vast literature on neural networks and AI and so on. Suffice it to say that there's many ways you can do this. We still don't really understand how the brain does it, but it has probably got some ingredients of these kinds of networks. So for example, here's a typical feed-forward artificial neural network. And with 3 layers, a hidden layer, sorry, an input layer, a hidden layer, an output layer. And as all of you know who have looked at this kind of thing, the key thing is what are the synaptic weights? What are the connection strengths? And remember, we are storing connection strengths through these feedback loops, through the molecules in the brain. So you can very easily imagine that here's a network of neurons. They have the connections. Some of the strengths are large, some are small. And by the information flow through these networks with these weights, you're able to store information and recall information. For example, this old paper by Terry Sejnowski trained this neural network to pronounce English from spelling, which is, of course, as you all know, a terrible challenge because English spelling is anything but logical. Neuroscience is spelt like that, and it goes through this network and it comes out spelt correct, pronounced correctly with the correct phonemes, neuroscience. Though, anyway, you can try and imagine how a naive person might try to say this. Okay, so this is one form in which these chemical storage of information is being read out into the behavior of the system. Another kind is an associative memory, so where you have feedback in the system. And this is, again, very, very common in different kinds of neural networks. This kind of network can do things like pattern recognition and completion. So if you store 2 different patterns, a face-like pattern and some kind of random pattern, then if you give it only a partial stimulus, over a couple of cycles, it will recreate the full stimulus. It'll remember the full pattern. If you give it a pattern which is even slightly like this, it can also recollect it, right? So, and there's lots of theorems about the capacity and so on, which I won't go into. But the point I'm making is that all of these depend on synaptic weights. It is the connection strengths, which, as we discussed, can be thought of in terms of the chemistry. You all know about deep learning. You know, perhaps the one additional thing which is brought in from brain science is the point I made about motivation, about salience, the dopaminergic signal, right? Reinforcement. There's a whole field of reinforcement learning, and that is in its ancestry that is derived from concepts about the reinforcement chemicals that the brain secretes in order to decide whether or not something should be stored. And nowadays you can do amazing things with these networks. So I'm going to now begin to wrap up, and I'm going to take a much more general philosophical point, talking about curiosity, learning, and survival. So curiosity, even though there's the saying, right, curiosity killed the cat, but actually, no, curiosity is a hugely important, it's a critical survival trait. Almost all animals will deliberately go out to explore their environment. They will deliberately go out to seek information. And it makes total sense. The more you know about your environment, the more you know about social environment or physical environment or biological environment, the more likely you are to make survival favorable decisions, right? If you're a rat or a mouse and you don't explore your environment, you just go out, you're going to be eaten by the cat. But if you sniff around a bit, explore it a bit, and you smell, aha, there was a cat there, and choose a different route, then you are more likely to survive. exploration is key. As we go to more intelligent animals, there's a certain level of understanding one's environment that one builds up. And by understanding it, you know the cause and effect, the associations, the sequences that in which things happen. Animals can learn to do much more sophisticated things. And sort of a culmination of that is science, where we are engineers and scientists. We explicitly study these really complicated relationships in the natural world to better understand it. And this is what gives us the incredible capacity to support 7 billion plus human beings on this planet in hopefully steadily increasing well-being. So this is made possible because of curiosity. It has allowed us to survive. Here's another important survival trait, which, you know, it's kind of, I find it kind of surprising and depressing that so many political movements seem to go the other way. Diversity is a hugely important survival trait. This is shown time and time again in the fossil record. That is, the more diverse genera is, the more diverse a set of animals are, the more likely it is that some of them will be in the right place with the right characteristics to survive. So that's a simple form of genetic diversity, and that humanity has a certain amount of genetic diversity. Many animals have much greater genetic diversity. And that is important for survival. You know, if you have a monogenic culture, a monogenic society, a disease, for example, that goes after those traits is just going to wipe out that population. Diversity in genetics is extremely important. So what does this have to do for learning? The point of this is that humans have, by and large, shaped their environment because of their capacity to learn. And this is done in a social context. And the social diversity is also an incredible resource for humans to be able to handle different situations, to be able to deal with the incredible scaling up of human civilization, because you have to meet so many different kinds of people around the world. You must be exposed to this kind of diversity in order to function effectively. And that's not the only thing. In the case of learning, there's a specific and very well studied process, very well studied property of learning of the brain, which is called the enriched environment thing. And let me just give you an illustration of this. Many aspects of healthy brain functioning are related to an enriched environment. So for example, if you put a mouse or a rat in a nice busy cage with lots of friends, a running wheel, ladders and things to climb around, pipes to run around in, and you compare that with a mouse or rat that's in the standard environment, which basically has the food and water and nothing else. Yeah, and you look at the neurons, and the neurons in these animals are much more flourishing. You can see them, they're branching more, they have more connections, they last better, they are able to withstand stress, they're able to do many things far more effectively than the neurons that are present in animals in a standard environment. And I think this is extremely important, I think, for all of you young people out there. Yeah, you need to make it a point to hear views that challenge your views of the world, to seek out diversity of opinion, of ways of doing things, of personalities, of social structures, because this is going to enrich you. This is what makes it possible for you to function as a human being in a complex world, but it also enriches you in terms of your own health, in terms of your neural capabilities. So it happens for rats and it happens for humans too. Be enriched. Don't just hunker down in your dorm room and do nothing except study your course. There's a lot of amazing things in this world, and you should enjoy them, and it's good for you. So let me now summarize. I've gone through talking about the brain and metaphors. And for example, as I said, I think one of the key metaphors is the brain as a computing unit. And there are more modern metaphors. The AI is sort of, I said, an inverse metaphor for the brain. I gave you a sketch of how learning happens through this toy model, this cartoon version of a dog which learned Pavlov's classical conditioning. Then we went through the different operations in learning, what to learn, associations, for example, when to learn it. For example, when there's a signal saying that this is a rewarded experience, the dopamine effect, reinforcement. How to store information, there we discussed feedback loops and bistability and how this can be implemented through the chemistry, and how to recall it through the various neural network architectures, and probably many, many more that the brain is doing that we are not yet aware of. And so finally, I sort of touched on a little bit more philosophical thing, saying that, you have this incredibly marvelous machine in your head, and it benefits from learning. It's good for your health, it's good for you. And above all else, it's actually a lot of fun to learn. And I'm sure that's why you're here today. But I really urge you to go out and make the most of it. I'll give you a quote, which I think exemplifies this. It's a quote from a poem by Tennyson. He says, "All experiences an arch where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin fades forever and forever when I move. There's always more to learn." So I'll leave you with this thought. You have a brain, use it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a beautiful and enriching session. I hope the audience will post their question in our comment section. And I request my friends to ask the question that they would like to ask now.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful session. Arnav here. Sir, we have got a few questions from YouTube comment section. So one has asked, could you please suggest some of the most exhaustive open source simulators?
Sorry, can you speak up a bit? I can't quite hear.
Could you please suggest some of the most exhaustive open source simulators for modeling single neurons and biological neural networks? Also, also at the moment, what is the best way to model neural networks with electrical gap junctions in addition to chemical synapses?
So the most popularly used simulator for biophysical detail is a simulator called Neuron. That's been used, for example, in the Blue Brain project and many other projects. We have our own simulator called Moose. Moose does that kind of simulation, but since we do a lot of chemical simulations, that is one of the emphasis that we have, multi-scale models, which include both electrical and chemical signaling. If you want a little bit less detail, there's a lovely simulator called Brian, which is very effective if you want to do small networks. So all of these simulators, well, maybe not Brian, but certainly Moose and Neuron will happily do gap junctions and other kinds of networks, other kinds of synapses.
Thank you, sir. So the next question is, we have heard that an average human being can tap into around 5% of the brain's total potential. Is there a way in which we can tap into more than that 5% to help enhance learning?
Okay, that's pop psychology. That's not a correct statement. Yeah, so we actually use a lot of our brain a lot of the time. The point is, which I'm trying to emphasize towards the end, is that the richness of your experience base, of your database, of your scope for thinking about the world comes from how much you have learned about many, many diverse things. So the way, if you want to, I mean, you're already using all of your brain, but if you want to use it more effectively, then broaden your experiences. Yeah? Listen to talks, read books about subjects you never thought about. Hear viewpoints that you may not agree with or that you never even thought you'd be interested in. Go places. Yeah? Do that. And that is a good way to use your brain more effectively.
Sir, I will add one more question.
Mm-hmm.
How do electrical gap junctions configure and store connectivity strength?
So electrical gap junctions are in the human brain a somewhat specialized feature. Their main point is that they are so let me step back a bit. As their name indicates, they are connections made sort of cell to cell, which allow electrical currents to flow directly between the cells. And it's called a gap junction because of the nature of the proteins that make a little gap, make a little channel, and there's a small gap between the membranes as it does so. Yeah, so that's fine. It's fast. But it's got one incredibly big drawback or limitation, which is that in a chemical synapse, you can change the sign, you can modulate it, and you can learn. Right? So actually, those are three things. But these are all things which are attributes of chemical synapses, not of gap junctions. And the reason is that the chemical synapses, which are incredibly complicated cell biological processes, they allow for all of this chemical signaling that we discussed. All of the events that I discussed happen through chemical synapses. And that is why, even though gap junctions are faster, because they don't have so much cell biology in them, so many mechanisms to take place, they are not as versatile. And for the brain, versatility is a big deal.
So Anna, do you have any other question to add up?
Yeah, one last question. From the knowledge out of your lab and others, is memory a neural network or cellular phenomenon? We have got
the answer is yes. It's all of the above. I mean, I think one of the slides I had, and I emphasized this point, is that the brain does computation at many, many levels. It does it molecular, synaptic, subcellular, cellular, circuit, network, area, region, and so on. It does it at all of these levels. And these are all very, very tightly interlinked. You cannot, if you just study one of them, you're going to miss the reality of what's going on. So memory is a function of all of these levels. There's certain aspects of it, such as connection strengths, which are substantially managed at the molecular level. But there's genetic input into that, there's electrical input into that, there's network input into that. So you cannot reduce it beyond a point. You really do have to remember the context, and the context is that the brain is doing these things across all scales.
So thank you, sir, for such a beautiful and enriching session. I hope the audience has thoroughly enjoyed it, and I request you to kindly go through our videos, and the upcoming sessions will be by 2 p.m. So please join us by 2 p.m. I request everybody. So have a great lunch.
Yep,
and thank you, sir.
Thank you very much
for joining
to my
with
audience,
us, sir.
and thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you. Bye.
Can we take up that?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Rohit? Nitikesh?
Yeah, sir, you have to give me access to share my screen.
Yeah, I've given you actually. And please share the system audio. Mute the video right now. Pause the video. Nitikesh, please pause the video.
KLA, the technological powerhouse standing behind many of the tech breakthroughs of our time. Many of the electronic devices you touch are functional thanks to our innovative systems. These devices sing, move, and laugh because behind the scenes and buried within are the pieces and parts that anticipate your wishes and transform your commands into a flurry of electrical signals. Electrons speed from sensors to chips to connectors deep within each chip, traveling on roads 10,000 times thinner than a human hair. through a miniature technological landscape that is built by manipulating atoms with extraordinary precision. As it's being constructed, KLA systems traverse the landscape, finding the smallest imperfections and identifying atomic scale variations. And they carry out this mission of discovery for hundreds of manufacturing steps across the 15 billion transistors that can comprise just one chip. That's 2 times more transistors than the entire
Nitikesh?
Sir, we are there. We're getting back. We will be playing a few videos for Research Expo.
Okay, then I'll come back by 2 p.m. then. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then I'll come back by 2 p.m. then. Yeah.
what was going to happen.
आवाज आता है
Where is that? Any can call me.
The Department of Water Resource and Ocean Engineering, in coordination with the Center for System Design, begins a journey to bring elevating intelligence using drones to address farmers' woes. Though agricultural decisions are subjective in nature, use of technology can indeed help quantify human intervention, allowing right and timely mediation to gain profitability. And profitability is what would sustain this industry, despite the vagaries of nature and manpower which can overwhelm this industry. The department offered a novel practical case study in conjunction with a theory course. The next step was to proceed to study a farm with its own set of challenges like diminishing soil health and failures in drip irrigation system causing crop distress. Being unfamiliar with the intricacies of farming, a select team of staff and students proceed on a journey to get a first-hand interactive field study to gather details of farming. This is highly essential because every individual grower would have their own sets of problems, and so whatever products or solutions may finally be arrived at by using technology should be beneficially reaching the target population. This study, however, does not claim to tide over all other previous farming solutions, but is a definite one step to farming profitability. The staff and students of NITK gets a taste of the farmland and map the area under study. Once a clarity is reached on what information could be most beneficial to the grower, they set forth with the multispectral camera machine learning tools to take the raw aerial footage using a drone. The data then is allowed to immediately run through a software for processing and arrive at a base layer of the information. Multiple imagery at different times, that is during the growth of the plants and seasonal changes, provides further data for analytical processing. Using this technology, the actual number of plants, their individual health and nutrition levels, and also an in-depth analysis of the weeds could be gathered, thus providing the grower with loads of beneficial information which was otherwise not possible in the past.
NITK ಸುರತ್ಕಲ್ ಇವರ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸತತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ, ಪ್ರಯೋಗ, ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲತೆಯಿಂದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಅದರ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಲಗಡಲೆಯ ಗದ್ದೆ, ಭತ್ತದ ಗದ್ದೆ, ತೆಂಗಿನ ತೋಟಗಳು ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ಯಾವುದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಅದರಿಂದ ಉಪಕಾರ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಅವರ ಡ್ರೋನ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದು ಅದರ ಸೆನ್ಸಾರ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದು ನಮಗೆ ವಿವರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ವಿವರದಿಂದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಡ್ರಿಪ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಲಿತುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ಕಲಿತುಕೊಂಡ ಇದರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಮಗೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆದು ಈಗ ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಈ ಸಲ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅದರ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಫಲವನ್ನು ಪಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥ ಸೇವೆ ಅದು ಹೇಗೆಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಪಾಠದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಯೋಗದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಗದ್ದೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಫೀಲ್ಡಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ದನ್ನು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಳಿದು ಕೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಳಿದು ಮಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಡುವುದರಿಂದ ತುಂಬ ಒಂದು ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯ. ಈ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರ ರೈತರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ನಾವು, ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರ ಕೃಷಿಕರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಉಂಟು, ಈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಉಂಟು, ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಉಂಟು. ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿಕೊಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಹತ್ರ ನಾವು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಂತಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನವರು ಇವರ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಮುಂದಿನ ಅವರ ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನು ಉತ್ತಮ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
The grower was highly impressed and profusely thankful of the efforts and dedication by the students and the staffs of NITK in providing him with vital information about his farming sector, and was more than enthusiastic to pass on the message to his own brethren. The government of India, led by Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, have been proactively participating to introduce the breadwinners of our country to use technology at every level, like smart farming, which has definitely shown better yield. This has been one of the many such initiatives within NITK, where a department plans to introduce its students to real-time problem-solving methods using their theoretical knowledge, while the technological support like drones are provided by the Center for System Design. Over the years, many such partnerships have yielded appreciations for being beneficial to both our students as well as local populations.
Incident is NITK's annual cultural festival. It is regarded as South India's second biggest festival. Team iCare is under Team Incident, which undertakes social and environmental activities.
So as a part of our iCare environmental initiative, we went around the beaches of NITK and we collected the waste plastics lying around there. These collected plastics become our input for our desktop size in-house built plastic recycling unit.
These kind of collected waste bottles are added into the crusher and is crushed, and it's further added into the injection molding machine.
We had to think of some product which can be easily manufactured and something which everyone would buy and love. One of the several ideas we got was the keychain.
Cylindrical heater is aligned to the mold and then the plastic is injected.
conventional structures are replaced by sandwich structures in order to make the system light in weight. But at the resonance condition, these structures tend to collapse. To tackle this problem, magnetorheological elastomer, that is MRE, is embedded into the sandwich structures such that stiffness of the sandwich structures can be changed under the influence of magnetic field. This innovative technique helps to avoid the failure occurring at resonance condition.
fundamental question of anybody who's concerned about the social misery or social induced forms of suffering is, what kind of human being are you going to choose to be in your brief trek from your mama's womb to? And it ought to have something to do with integrity, honesty, decency, and virtue. I would go as far as to say, in our society, there's ubiquitous commodification, marketization, commercialization, across the board. If you're fundamentally committed to aspiring to integrity, honesty, decency, and virtue, it already makes you countercultural. It already makes you counter-hegemonic. In the face of catastrophe, we try to sustain a quest for integrity, honesty, decency, and virtue. We all fall short. But Beckett is right. Try again, fail better. Try again, fail again, fail better before you go to the worms. And he raised those four questions. How shall integrity face oppression? What does honesty do in the face of deception? What does decency do in the face of insult? And how does virtue meet brute force?
Nitikesh, I think you can pause playing that expo video. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. This is Vamika. Yeah. Nice to have you here today.
Hi, Vamika. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
I'll put my video on, but in case I'm getting stuck or something, I'll put the video off again in case of.
Sure, sure. Yeah, your video and audio both are clear.
Right.
Yeah. Cool. So, yeah. Shreya, you can give a brief introduction about sir, and we can start from there.
I think Shreya is on mute actually.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah, wait.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good afternoon to one and all, and welcome back to RSD 2021, the annual research of IIT Madras. Right now we have Mr. Tarun Khurana, who will be speaking about careers in patenting. He is the co-founding partner and patent attorney of Khurana and Khurana, an IP asset management firm, IIPRD, both of which are among leading companies in India and also have regional offices in many other countries. He is among the top 12 patent prosecution practitioners in India as ranked by IIM 1000 and also by IIM 300 strategist. He has a bachelor's in computer science engineering from Pune University, a master's in software systems from Abid Pilani, bachelor's in law and MBA from IIM Lucknow, and is in pursuit of his PhD. He is also a regular speaker at NTPC, Indian Oil, Unilever, IITs, IIM Lucknow, Mahindra, ONGC, and various others. A very warm welcome, and I would like to hand it over to you, sir.
All right. So should we wait for a few more minutes for other people to join in, or is it is everybody already in the call?
Sir, yeah, actually on the Zoom call, only the organizing team members are there. People will be watching this from YouTube.
All right. So should we start?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So I would prefer to talk for about 35 minutes or so, 30, 35, maybe 40 minutes, depending on how the flow goes. And then more interested in answering questions. I unfortunately have a hard stop at 2:50. I have a cross-examination that has to start at 3 o'clock. So my apologies for that. But thank you very much for having me on board. And it's a pleasure to speak in front of such a learned audience. And I mean, IIT Madras needs no introduction. And it's a fantastic opportunity. And thank you very much for considering me worth enough for talking on this issue. It's actually a non-technical issue for a technical patent attorney like me. So fortunately, it's a change to talk on an aspect or a topic of this nature, where we usually otherwise talk about litigation issues and very core computer science or pharmaceutical or various other patent core technology issues in terms of how they've been infringing, or issues of freedom to operate, or other characteristic issues of patents. However, it's a good change to talk on a topic of this nature. Now, I think even before we get into careers and what intellectual property patent attorneys do, what patent attorneys do, it's important to have a very quick, brief background on what and is IP in general, and how are IPs different from, say, for example, intangible assets and various other issues, right? So essentially, IP is nothing but a statutory right which is given to the creator of that particular work. There are various types of intellectual properties which are governed by TRIPS in general, which is the trade-related intellectual properties. And the TRIPS in general has a uniform harmonization done for multiple countries world over, indicative of what kind of rules and regulations they need to follow so as to be consistent with other countries and practices therein, as to how IPs are regulated in each country. Now, for example, patents have a life of 20 years across the globe. Trademarks have to be renewed every 10 years across the globe. And likewise, there are certain fundamental aspects in terms of what grounds on which the patents are to be granted, what is substantive examination, how is it to be done. So there are certain aspects which are clearly laid out by the TRIPS, and that every country that is a member thereof or complying to thereof would have to apply for. So intellectual property in general is essentially a right which is given to an owner of that particular IP who's created that particular work, and is able to stop other third parties from making, using, selling, and offering to sell and importing that particular IP or patent or trademark or copyright, whatever the case might be. And I've given some examples on the kind of IPs that are there. There are trademarks that protect the brand names and the graphical representations which are associative of the companies. There are copyrights that protect the expressions in terms of creative expressions, in terms of books or sculptures or paintings or source code or computer programs and aspects of that nature. And then there are patents which are considered for technical inventions that have been done. And then there are designs which are called as industrial designs, which help you protect the shape of an article. So the beauty about IP essentially is that because you're working in a space where there are tons of new things being done, which are being done essentially by people who are called to be creative, or known to be, or expected to be creative. As an attorney or as a practitioner in this particular space, you get to interact with very smart talent world over, depending on what practice area you're in, depending on if you're in trademarks. But these are very, very heavy consequential aspects of law in terms of what kind of assets they are. Because I think if a company, if Daimler, for example, is Mercedes-Benz, and their logo gets compromised and gets some other company starts using it, the whole brand value of the company brings down. For companies like Nike, you can imagine how important that tick mark is for them. And therefore, intellectual properties with time to come, and even at this moment, for most industry verticals, form a significant portion of their attention, as well as contribution to their wealth in general.
Sir, sorry for interrupting. Can you please use slideshow mode and full screen?
Yeah. Is it better?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you.
So what is a patent? Once we've understood that there are different types of intellectual properties, how they are different from intangible assets, in terms of the intangible assets essentially being, for example, a company like Infosys essentially has a service vertical that has employs thousands and lakhs of software engineers to do different coding, but they don't own any of the IP that gets generated, because being a service company, all their IP gets owned by the clients that they work for essentially. So their intangible assets essentially are these people and professionals who have significant experience in coding and development across various platforms. And how those intangible assets are different from intellectual properties is by virtue of IP being protected by a particular statute. So patents are protected by a Patent Act, copyrights are protected by a Copyright Act, and so on and so forth. And that is how they become different and defendable and enforceable. Now, coming very quickly to patents, patents is nothing but an exclusive right for 20 years, which is given to an applicant to develop for an invention that he has done, and in exchange of a disclosure that he gives to the patent office. So an applicant or an inventor would typically file a patent application where it discloses what is the improvement that he has done over and above what was already out there. And then as a part of that, what kind of what is it trying to claim as part of the patent application, and that is what the inventor's core focus is in terms of obtaining the patent. So patent is granted, as I said, rolled over for 20 years from the date of filing of the application, and it could relate to a process, it could relate to a product, it could relate to a method of doing a certain action, could relate to a formulation, could relate to a machine, or in the context of a software or in the context of a computer science background, it could essentially relate to a system that has a processor and has a memory, and the memory stores a set of instructions which, when executed by the processor, would enable certain actions to take place. So that is what patents would try and give you leverage of. And the system claim or the method claim in a software case, for example, would give you certain functionality over which you are getting the patent. And that needs to be drafted in the utmost correct manner, in view of the fact that there are certain aspects under Section 3 of the Patents Act which make certain subject matters non-statutory, which means that if you've developed a computer program or a software that is not a technical algorithm, or it doesn't solve a technical problem in context, it will be classified under Section 3K, and by virtue of being a software per se would not be granted. Similarly, if it's a method of doing agriculture, or if it's a new form of a known substance, all of them will be objected under Section 3D and others, which are mentioned under Section 3 in general. So patents essentially have certain prerequisites. They are territorial in nature, like most other IP. So you file it in India, you're only protected in India. You file it in the US, you're only protected in the US. So if a company like Microsoft has a patent in the US, but doesn't extend that to India in certain period of time that is allocated, then they would have no protection as regards India is concerned, which means that anybody in India can manufacture and sell that particular product, but cannot export it to the US because in the US it's a patented article. Hypothetical scenario. So essentially, the patent applications that are filed by different applicants are examined based on various parameters, apart from Section 3, which talks about what is not patentable fundamentally. If you are not in any of those categories, then is when the controller or the examiner at the patent office would come down to these parameters for deciding on the fate of your application as to whether there is novelty in your invention and whether there is an inventive step there or not. And likewise, even for industrial applicability, which means that there has to be consistency of results that are coming out of the exercise of the execution of the patentable subject matter. Now, the aspect of the intent of the whole talk today was about careers in the patenting space, and therefore it's important for us to first of all understand what is the commercial relevance of a patent. Now, we do a lot of litigation in various high courts and district courts in India, where companies are trying to, for patents that they've obtained. For example, if a client has a patent on a particular machine that takes X as input and gives Y as output, the whole intent of getting the patent would be that nobody else is able to, in the country of protection, come up with a machine that does the same function on which you've got a patent. And therefore, the whole commercial incentive or the commercial basis of obtaining patents across various industrial areas, from automotive to mechanical to engineering to computer science to semiconductors, would essentially be that whatever you have a patent on essentially is enforced in a manner such that nobody else in the whole territory is able to commercialize it. And that is how companies like Gillette are so successful, because they come up with certain blade configurations or holder configurations that are so beautifully drafted as regards the patent application is concerned, that nobody else tomorrow is able to, for example, make a blade or a retractable blade or a detachable blade that has, say, 3 blades or more, or essentially are inclined at a certain angle such that the skin would never get cut, or whatever their claim essentially would be in terms of the orientation of the blades or the quality of blades or the material of construction or whatever that might be. All of these are responsibilities that we as patent professionals need to carry. And as far as the career of a patent professional is concerned, typically there's a very big demarcation of 2 types of careers that are available in the patent space. One is in the form of a patent prosecution attorney, and the other is in the form of a patent litigation attorney. And when I say patent prosecution, I essentially mean that attorneys that are involved in the life cycle of obtaining the patent, which means from the very beginning of conducting a prior art search to confirm whether there is novelty and inventive step, as I've mentioned here, in the invention, and then going ahead to draft a strong patent application, to going ahead and filing it at the Indian Patent Office, to going ahead and complying with all the regulations in terms of Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, various formalities that are required for the filing of an application, compliance of the application to the requisite patent law, as well as then going ahead and filing international applications for the whole portfolio, where if an entity in India like Larsen and Toubro wishes to file an application in India and then eventually go out and file the same application and get it covered in the US and Europe. So the intent would be to use the same application filed in India, file a PCT application within 12 months from the Indian date, and then go into various countries of your interest. Or alternatively, without filing a PCT, directly file a Paris Convention application in these 2 countries. So the role of a patent prosecution attorney essentially will be from the filing of an application till the time the patent application is either granted or refused. And this would include not only drafting and responses to the examination reports that are issued, but also conducting searches, conducting freedom to operate searches that help you confirm whether upon commercialization of the product, would it infringe on somebody else's patent or not, and also do various other types of analytics or landscape exercises, understanding of patent portfolios, giving opinions on whether this is patentable or not, and et cetera, et cetera. The other whole different vertical on as regards a patent professional is concerned is with respect to a patent litigation attorney, where litigators essentially would try and either enforce or defend a particular patent infringement suit. And such patent litigation attorneys may not confine themselves only to patent cases, but also do IP cases in general, or even civil litigation in terms of NCLT disputes or commercial breach of contract or any other non-IP civil litigation, including property litigation if they wish to. However, there are few attorneys that do like specialization, and therefore they would either restrict themselves only to patent-based litigations, which are not very heavy or high in volume in India, or restrict themselves to IP-based litigations. Now, the role that most of the research scientists and research scholars that come out of various academic institutions that are technical in nature would focus mainly on patent prosecution as the role. Now, patent prosecution essentially can be done by two types of professionals. One is a qualified patent agent, who is essentially a professional who has cleared the patent bar exam, which is conducted by the Indian Patent Office. And then is able to then, as part of the registration or post the registration or qualification as a patent agent, is able to then draft application and then is authorized by the patent office to represent the client in front of the patent office in terms of the whole patent life cycle. The life cycle of a patent application after the filing would involve the examination of the application at the patent controller or the examiner, who will issue an examination report, which is called as the FER, the first examination report, which needs to be replied back to in 6 months of time, post which the examiner would look at the response and would then issue a hearing notice if he wishes to undertake a hearing with the patent agent on record as to whether the case is actually novel and inventive or not. And therefore, as a patent attorney, you would have to represent the client over a hearing, which is usually done over video conferencing these days, and sort of is taken care of accordingly. Patent agents, as I said, have to be qualified by the patent office, and therefore there are certain bare minimum requirements as regards the age is concerned, as regards the citizenship is concerned, and as regards their technical qualification. Because for you to be qualified as a patent agent, you have to have a technical background. It could be in any domain, but at least a bachelor's has to be there in technical sciences, be BSc physics or PhD in chemistry. Could be as high as that. And therefore, only such authorized patent agents can go ahead and prosecute. Now, there are certain patent agents which have also done their law, which is the bachelor's in law, and then maybe after that even master's in law, and then they are also loosely represented and referred to as patent attorneys. And therefore, that's the difference between a patent attorney and a patent agent, wherein the patent agent essentially is a professional who may not or who does not have a law qualification but has qualified the patent bar, whereas a patent attorney is a person who's done both, who's qualified the patent bar as well as, or the patent exam as they call it, patent agent exam, and has also done law in parallel. And for the prosecution to be done from the filing till the grant of the patent, which is the first phase of career that I mentioned about, you could essentially either be a patent agent or an attorney, both being authorized to essentially represent in front of the patent office. However, if you are a litigator, or if you wish to represent the client in front of IPAB, which is the Intellectual Property Appellate Board, or in front of any of the high courts or district courts in India, such cases would require you to at least have a law background, and therefore you will have to essentially be an attorney. You may not be essentially a patent attorney, which means a patent agent and then an attorney, but you could just be an attorney and represent in the other instances. Patent agents, as I mentioned, typically are professionals who have a strong technical background and therefore are able to understand inventions that are done by various applicants, be it Reliance, be it Larsen and Toubro, be it any other large entity, and are able to then file patent applications based on that, draft and file. And therefore, it is imperative that patent agents have to have a good, strong knowledge, not only of technical know-how or technical understanding in the respective domain of their experience, but also have a strong understanding not only of patent law, but IP system and statutory laws in general, so as to understand how extensions are taken, how are condonation applications filed, and various other aspects that may not literally be mentioned in the Patent Act per se. So as I've mentioned, the following other functions of a patent agent: they'll draft applications. Enforcement of patents would not be done by patent agent per se, but they could assist litigators or litigation or patent attorneys in preparing documentation. They can support them in giving their opinions, and then they also correspond with the patent office regularly for the whole prosecution life cycle of the patent. And other functions could also be conducting patent searches, preparing opinions. As I said, infringement opinions, when a client comes to you and asks you that, okay, here is a product and here is a patent that I believe might be getting infringed. Can you help me confirm that? And therefore, patent agents would then get into their shoes and then render an opinion on whether there is infringement taking place by the product on the respective patent in context. So as we've mentioned, the patent agent is the professional, which is recognition that is offered by the patent office upon clearing an examination, which is called the patent agent. An attorney is an agent who's also admitted to practice law, and a patent attorney therefore does both the functions essentially. I wanted to spend a few minutes on typical attributes of a patent attorney or / agent, whatever we may call it. But before we do this, the topic also had to cover the career in general. I personally, having been in the space for about 17, 18 years now in person, and having founded our own firm, I can with a lot of confidence say that IP is still relatively in its nascent stages in India. It's a fantastic growth opportunity area for various technical domains, and we have seen in the last 13 years, and we are a team of about 200 professionals, and we have seen tons of professionals coming in from premium technical institutes with strong PhD qualifications, as well as the masters in one or more technical areas, and then they contribute by discussing inventions and understanding inventions from various research institutions, as well as inventors or corporates, and try to write strong patent applications because they've done significant work in that particular space. And therefore, as a career opportunity, unless the candidate is very keen to get into the research space itself, wherein they do primary or secondary fundamental research at their own end directly, I think IP is a very, very good career opportunity. In case research per se is not you like research in general, but you don't like getting into the research, or you don't see yourself growing in the research space per se. But by virtue of being in the IP space, you will be able to work very closely with researchers, look at their outputs, and essentially feel very strong about the fact that you're looking at and you're working on technologies that could eventually come 3, 4, 5 years down the lane when technology gets matured. So you can imagine how happy would a patent attorney be when he would have been drafting an application for Serum Institute for the COVID vaccine that they've come up with. And same goes for Bharat Biotech for that matter. It's a matter of pride, and it's also a matter of extreme happiness when you see that the patent applications that you've written and which have been granted eventually in course of time have resulted into actual products which are being sold in the market, are being enforced based on the patents that you have, and are being commercialized, licensed, and sold and transacted upon on a daily basis. So I think that's the main spirit and what keeps us going as regards motivation is concerned. Now, based on what I spoke about, I think there are certain aspects that come quite naturally in terms of what would the typical attributes of a patent attorney be. Now, any patent attorney is expected to obviously be very good at reading various technical documents. And when I say technical documents, I don't only mean patents or which are US or European or Indian patent applications, but also research articles, white papers, and basically read them, understand them, interpret them, and also try to correlate how a portion of the document can essentially be used in some kind of a proceeding, be it an invalidation search that you may be doing to invalidate a granted patent, or maybe a patentability search to confirm the patentability. Because as I said, there is not just one test of novelty, but there is also a test of inventive step, where the whole assessment is that in view of certain documents, is my invention inventive? Is it that it is not obvious to somebody who's skilled in that particular art, or has ordinary skill in that particular art? And therefore, as a patent agent / attorney, it is imperative for you to be able to understand technical documents in as much more depth as is concerned, and identify and isolate and retrieve specific portions that can be used depending on the purpose for which you have located those documents. Now, you would also see that in the Indian ecosystem, IP is not just limited to law firms. There are many KPOs and other consulting firms that could not necessarily get into the patent drafting or prosecution or litigation space. There are numerous firms in India that are big and also focus, for example, on analytics, or on searches, or on outsourced patent practice, where bulk of their work essentially would be to, for example, do patent searching on trying to invalidate patents, or novelty searches, or invalidation searches, or freedom to operate searches. And then they go on also to do landscape and analytics, where large companies like Johnson & Johnson, for example, may require, they might want to understand that in the medical device space, and in a particular medical device, what are the kind of companies that are filing patents? When are they filing it? How are they filing it? What are they claiming? And what is the kind of research work that they're essentially doing is also reflective in the patents that other companies file. So this is also called as competitive intelligence or analytics, where the interest of your client would be to understand what their competitors are doing, so that they can align themselves as regards their research strategy is concerned. And therefore, there is a whole new classification of patent professionals that may not be patent agents, may not be patent attorneys, may not even be doing litigation, but are essentially called as patent engineers, who would have technical background, and therefore would essentially, their work would essentially evolve around doing all sorts of searches, analytics, and going ahead and rendering results out of the research that they've essentially done. So any such kind of work always requires you to have a very clear and open mind in terms of how a document can help me to define or render this to be invalid, or render this to be valid or novel. And therefore, depending on the scope and the mandate of the search, the professionals would have to act accordingly. So the first is to understand, being able to understand different technologies, because certain colleagues in the firm come from very specific area of microbiology, but you may not always at every point in time have clients that are from that particular space, and therefore they might be clients that are from plant side of it. There may be clients who are from biotechnology side of it, and therefore, even though you might come and have a specialization in a particular domain, it's very important and imperative that you are open from a mindset standpoint to do and handle other technology areas as well. So because I come from, for example, a patent background, from a computer science background or a software background, but for the last 18 years, I've been writing enough number of applications in the space of electronics and even mechanical. Of course, not pharmaceutical and chemistry per se, but then even within computer science, there are encryption technologies, there are encoding mechanisms, there are tons of other technology areas that you then end up focusing on. And therefore, it's very important to have your mindset very open as to what the technology is. Even if you don't understand it in the first go, Google is out there, and you can, I'm sure, spend a few hours, see a few videos, and then you will get a better handle of the technology. Inventors are more than helpful at all points in time to explain what their invention is, and sometimes they are happy to even take back and teach you what led to the invention. And therefore, there is always every kind of help that is available out there. It's just a matter of mindset that you have to be open, as because if you are very close, then your growth levels will become difficult for you to obtain. And therefore, have a very open mindset on technology, be open to read various documents on the technology, white papers, research articles, and then also communicate very strongly, because I think it's not just a matter of communicating with clients and inventors, but as a patent agent, one of your most important responsibilities is to communicate with the examiners, who are also called as controllers at the patent office, because they're technical people, and when they call you for a hearing, you only get that 20 to 30 minute space to essentially try and justify the whole case out. And if you don't communicate effectively, you will surely not be able to obtain the patent very easily, because you have to be able to explain what the invention is, be able to explain what led to the invention, what are the disadvantages in the prior art, and therefore communication and confidence. A lot of people also in front of judges or in front of controllers become a little uncomfortable, and therefore even though they're very strong technically or they know everything, they're not able to communicate it as confidently. That also sometimes leads to an impression in front of the controller that probably is not very clear with what the invention is, and may lead to refusal of a patent application. And therefore communicator is very important, followed also by interpersonal skills, which I think is a bare minimum requirement for every industry vertical as well as career opportunity at this moment. Because you have to speak with inventors, there is a specific level and mindset with which you have to speak with them. You have to respect their invention, even if it is not patentable. There is a way you communicate it out. You have to be soft, and on the other side, even with the patent office, and on the other side, even with the tribunals, and also with the judges and various other stakeholders, including clients and legal counsels and IP counsels. You have to be polite, you have to be courteous, you have to be sensible in terms of being able to communicate, but that message being sent across to the other side is imperative, because that is extremely important for communication to take place. Now, strong understanding of patent laws and CPC in general, I have emphasized on this earlier as well. It's important to have a strong understanding of the Patents Act 1970. It's not just about drafting of patent applications, because if you're just drafting and you don't do prosecution, which is what a lot of professionals also get into, where they have 10 years of patent drafting, but they have never done a hearing with the patent office, or never have prepared a response to an examination report. Or there are patent searching professionals who have never done drafting or litigation or prosecution. They would definitely have a hard time in communicating about certain provisions of, say, Section 18 or Section 33 or foreign filing license, or via Form 1 requires what kind of signatures, compliance of Form 3, apart from others. So I think as a patent professional, it's extremely important that you intend to grow vertically as well as horizontally in your space, and not get restricted only to one type of work. Because then if you do that kind of work for 3 or 4 years, then you would largely get typecasted in that particular space, that you're only doing patent searching, and therefore searching is what your focus would tend to be. And therefore you should, to the best of your abilities, talk to your colleagues, super colleagues, and try to take more assignments in other areas, like for drafting or for responses or for opinions or for litigation, and demonstrate yourself. I think it's very important to have that intent. Because if you were given a patent application for drafting and you have not done a good job, it is hardly a case where you would get a second opportunity. So it's not just about asking for opportunities, but also making sure that when you get one, you do justice to it, and you are very serious about it, and that you spend enough time in doing research by reading other applications. Because as a patent professional, there is no limit to the learning, right? You can grow as much as you possibly can. There is always evolvement of law. There are always new cases coming in. There are always new practices of drafting coming in. Every few years, there is a breakthrough case that comes that changes the whole way you practice in opposition matters, or in drafting matters, or in prosecution, or even for searching. The way we used to search 10 years back is completely different from the way the searching team at our firm works now. The way we generate reports, the way we analyze documents, all of that, there's absolutely no dearth or limit to it. This is just a posting of what kind of prerequisites there are to become a patent agent in India. You have to be an Indian citizen, greater than 21 years, have a science background, and you have to qualify that particular exam. And this is what essentially I thought I would mainly focus on for today. I think it's a fantastic career opportunity. It's a very, very initial stage in which Indian companies are now taking it seriously, with new cases between Britannia's and Nestle's and and Reliances of the world, and tons of IP activity going on in India. And I think India is on the same spree and vertical as China was about 7, 8, 9 years back. And therefore, the way China exploded to become the #1 country in the world from a filing perspective, the way Huawei, who is a client of ours, has been filing applications world over as one of the highest patent filers. I think India is also realizing that it is not just enough to be a strong manufacturer in terms of quality, but also for you to be differentiated. It's imperative, because IP is the only thing that a company can differentiate itself with respect to the other company. Anything else in terms of a fantastic machine that you may have will at some point or the other get copied if there is no IP over it. And therefore IP has to be taken up seriously, and by virtue of that, in the next 10, 15 years, we surely see IP as a vertical growing significantly, and patents as a very, very core component of all of these IP verticals, be it in the telecom domain, be it in the telecom services domain, be it in engineering space. Numbers are fantastic, and India is growing by 20 to 30%. And therefore, I think it's for professionals who are good at writing, who are creative at writing, who like to talk to inventors or people from the government offices, and who believe that they will be happy to read as much literature as is given to them. I think it's a right fit for them as regards the vertical is concerned. So this is my mandate for today, and very happy to take up questions and any comments or feedback that might be there.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really an interesting conversation. So we have some questions which I will moderate to you. So my first question is, India is actually India has a rich heritage of knowledge, right? But many of the systems or methods in it which have been used since ancient India have not been patented. So what is your take on that? Will patenting improve knowledge economy in India, or
no? I think I'm a fundamental believer that if patents or IP in general were not there, what was the incentive for somebody to even go ahead and do innovation? Why would he spend thousands of dollars, or company like Serum, for example? Why would they even spend, God knows how many crores they would have spent in the last 6-7 months to develop and come up with a vaccine? The only motivation to do it is that when I come up with a product, or when I come up with a vaccine in general, I'm able to at least stop anybody else from doing or making that. Because if I invest so much of money and then eventually there is no IP with me, and then everybody ends up making it, then I will never be able to recoup or retrieve the kind of investment that I've made. So IP therefore becomes very important, an imperative part in today's vertical, particularly when companies have to differentiate themselves. Otherwise, you will never be able to grow, and there will be no motivation for you to innovate. Some people may do it as a part of habit, but 90% of people do innovation essentially so as to be able to monetize that invention or innovation at some point in time. Obviously, there was a big cultural change that was there hundreds of years back, when people obviously wanted to do it for dissemination at large, and commercial benefits were not the intent. But in today's world, surely it has to be everything has to be looked upon from a commercial standpoint.
Okay, thank you so much. So my next question is, like in universities, still publications are more popular than patents, right? So students or even professors, they prefer publications as a first thing compared to patents. So how do we change this scenario, or is it even important to change?
No, I think it is already changing, being very honest. Obviously, when we started the practice about 10 years or 12 years back, that was the case. But I think if you look at it now, we represent many IITs from Delhi to Roorkee to IISc Bangalore to many other top institutes. I think there's a very heavy dissemination and clear understanding in front of the researchers and innovators in those research institutes, that they have to go ahead and file for patents and get IPs as well. In fact, a lot of institutes have also been given mandates by education ministries and also various departments thereof, that they will get incentivized by filing patents, and they have to show what kind of IPs they have, registered versus unregistered. Everything has to be documented. So I personally don't think that professors in top tier colleges particularly would prefer to do white papers over patent. They might do white papers as well, but I don't think they would prefer that in today's time because of the cognizance they have. I think they give equal preference or equal treatment to patents as well, and that preference is going to surely increase in time to come. It's not that the publication would come down, but people surely understand that they have to file for patents before they publish any material, and therefore they'll do the patenting first and then go ahead and do the publication thereafter. And I think that is a clear fact with most of the top tier colleges.
Okay. My next question is, what is the remuneration for patent agents and how much of experience should one gain to reach a good position?
So remuneration, there's no standard per se. However, if you start with if you're a PhD or if you're a master's, then you start your career, you're maybe looking at around 8 to 10 lakh rupees, I would say, to start with. And then as you sort of grow, you could probably in about 4 years or 3.5 to 4 years reach about 20. And then post 20 is always a factor, not just of how good a patent attorney you are, but also a factor of how good in terms of your overall business acumen are you. Because when you're about 5 or 6 years of age, and then if you've been able to do very well to be able to reach around 20 to 25 lakh rupees an annum as a package, the intent of the organization in general is also that the contribution is not just on operations, but also on strategy of the firm, business development activities, and therefore how good you are on those aspects would govern your further growth thereafter. But even 40-50 lakh rupees an annum is not that hard to achieve after 10 to 12 years of experience.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So the next question is, can you please comment on intellectual property rights for algorithms in India?
So I did touch upon it with respect to Section 3K of the Patents Act, where if the algorithms that you've developed or if the software mechanism that you've developed is solving a technical problem. Now, for example, if it's reducing the memory latency, or if it's having a technical character to the whole invention in terms of processor time getting down, or processor speed going up, or encryption of data protection, data being better protected, security algorithms, data packets being processed in a manner so that they're more secured. All of these are technical issues, and therefore any algorithm to implement these would be patentable. However, if you have an algorithm that serves a functional purpose, like for example, if it's profiling the users better, or if it's helping you book your ticket from here to Srinagar, for example, or if it's solving a functional problem, even if it's an improvement, even if the algorithm results in a functional improvement, it will be very hard to obtain a patent under Section 3K. But if you can correlate your technical improvement or the algorithm to a technical problem that it is solving from a computational standpoint, that okay, here was a problem which was existing in terms of data transmission or packet transmission or encryption. While encryption, there were certain bits that were not required. So if you're basically solving a core technical issue, or if your algorithm has a tie-up with a embedded machine, for example, if you have an X-ray machine in which the algorithm is embedded, and if it is able to do certain things that enable better scanning to take place, surely would be a good case for obtaining a patent.
Cool. So the next question is, when we submit some information to the patent office for patenting or any kind of like protection, how is the confidentiality of information maintained?
So the patent office obviously keeps everything secured for 18 months unless you file for a request for early publication. The publication happens after 18 months, and everything is electronic. I have, in the last whatever number of years of experience that I carry, I've never seen an incident where the patent office database was hacked and certain materials was extracted. Because if after filing, even if there is a hack or some publication that happens, it is not a problem because you've already filed and you have a date protected. The trouble is only when something gets into the public domain before the filing, which obviously would never be a problem of the patent office. So I think the more appropriate concern would be of how you manage the data within yourself, how you manage your inventions and keep it secure enough to be able to apportion your confidentiality accordingly.
Okay. Yeah, if a product is patented in one country, how do we go for patenting rights in another country?
So as I had mentioned again in the earlier topic as well, in the earlier discussion, that you can file a PCT application, which is called the Patent Cooperation Treaty. You can file an application in India file the PCT within 12 months, and then PCT will give you 30 months from the Indian filing date to file the application world over in US, China, Japan. Every country has their own filing fees, has their own examination procedure, and therefore the grant will happen independently in every country. That is one way, that is the PCT route. And the other route is a Paris Convention route, where once you file it in India, you get 12 months again. Instead of filing a PCT, you can directly file your patent application in US and China, Canada, wherever we wish to.
Yeah. So can you please comment on like the morality aspects and ethics of patenting? Because there are different disciplines of patenting. For example, some kind of food technology or health technology. Is it appropriate to patent it and commercialize it? And how do we ensure that patenting rights go to the right people?
So I think morality and ethics can always be controlled through regulations and procedures and petitions and court orders and grievances, etc. There are various mechanisms and various departments and various judicial forums on which you can always file a writ petition, for example, to state that there is a monopoly being granted to him and he's not selling it. But those questions will only come when the patentee is actually not either commercializing it himself and keeping it and not giving it to anybody else, or he's commercializing it but selling it at a very high price value, or essentially is selling it at a high price value but is not able to make appropriate volumes for the whole consumption to be done in the appropriate time. That is, it is not available to the public at large in the right quantity, and other issues of that nature. Only these are circumstances when morality would even play a role. Otherwise, if the company is sort of doing the best it can, is keeping the right price points, expecting that the company would sell it for free or would sell it for less than the apportioned amount, would not be reasonable at all. Because if serum, the vaccine comes at whatever 100 rupees or 200 rupees, that price point has been kept at a very, very conservative level, keeping in mind the investment that has gone into coming up with the vaccine as well as to manufacture it. And therefore, if somebody can challenge to say that, okay, it is being made for 2 rupees, but you're selling it for 200, is only when the question of morality would even come in. Till which time, I don't think it's a concern. And when this issue comes in, there are various forums. There's Section 84 in Indian Patent Act to have compulsory license. Any party can apply for it. There are government powers that government can take a mandatory license from the patentee to say that you have to give it to these parties or you have to give it to us. You can file a writ petition. You can go to the Competition Council of India and file a complaint that their practices are anti-competitive, etc., etc. There are all sorts of it. So I think I personally don't see it as a big problem, particularly in the context of Indian scenario where most companies are conservative and don't really become very offensive on trying to gain and have a monopoly.
Yeah. Can you please comment on preparation for exams or to become a patent agent? How much of effort does it take? And
when there's effort in life that has to be done, and everybody has to put efforts for whatever they do. In terms of number of hours, I would say there is a particular plan because we do a few training courses ourselves as well, and therefore there is a certain structured way by means of which if you go, I think about a month is good enough for you to sort of do it, but you'll have to spend 3-4 hours every day and be very consistent in terms of your understanding, be very open in terms of asking questions to yourself and to Google and do research so that you don't mug it up like an actor per se, but you actually understand the fundamentals of it and what led to the act. And then that understanding of legislative intent is very, very, very important. And therefore, I think about a month is enough. 2 months is fantastic, but it again depends on how much time you spend the whole day. But 3 to 4 hours a day, about a month, I would say. And then if you go in a structured way, if you cover up certain sections and portions on a daily basis, I think you'll be good to go.
So will this certification or exam requirement vary from country to country, or is it possible for Indians to go and work abroad as a patent agent?
So I mean, every country is territorial, as I said, every IP is territorial. Therefore, Indian patent agents can't obviously practice as a patent agent in the US. So US has its own exam, India has its own exam, and therefore they will have to sort of pass both the bars if they wish to. And for you to qualify in the US patent bar, you have to work with a US firm or intern with that firm for a little while. So there are specific rules in terms of citizenship, people who are not citizens, how much of residency they have to show. So there is a whole chapter of requirements that would have to be complied to, post which only you will be able to qualify the US patent bar and become.
Okay. So I will ask one more question because you had mentioned like 250 was your stop
Sure.
point.
Sure.
So yeah, like apart from novelty, what are the other criteria for patenting, and how to relate it with the quality of patents?
I think that's a whole new topic. In general, quality of patents to me is can be objectively understood if you understand how the patent's been written, how the claims have been written, how narrow the claims are, how broad the claims are. So the longer the claim, the narrower the claim it is, and therefore it is not reflective of a good draft. But if it's a broad claim, with very few elements or limitations, as we call it, then obviously the character of the invention sort of comes out from there. But the manner in which those claims are supported in the description, the manner in which the drawings are supported, is the disclosure full and complete and sufficient or not? There are numerous parameters based on which a quality of a patent application is determined, and that is what separates a good patent drafter from somebody who's average and somebody who's not good at all. So I think it's not that difficult for to read a patent application because all of them are in public domain. You can read, analyze, look at how well they've written, in not only in terms of English but in terms of legal character. How many embodiments have they written? How many alternate embodiments have they written? How, what did you give them as input as far as the invention disclosure is concerned, and what they gave you as the patent draft? Because if the output is largely the same as input, it means that the patent attorney did not add much value. But if the patent attorney understood the invention, closed your document, and then exploded that patent application to cover not only your invention but various other possible variations or modifications thereof, surely you can get the patent there. You can sort of treat it to be a good patent.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. This is a follow-up question of whatever you mentioned right now. So, yeah, in journals we have like ranks of journals. We can measure the quality of journal publications using an impact factor. So, how does a student understand like this is a good patent and this is not? Is there any hierarchical system right now?
Not really. Being very honest, it's a matter of if the student is not aware of how patents are written, he will never be able to evaluate. So for a student to be able to evaluate, he will have to understand how patents are written and read hundreds of applications to be able to understand, okay, this is the way you legally represent a technical invention. That if that understanding is not there, no review would get justice.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you very much, sir, for spending your time with us today and sharing valuable insights about patenting. So I'm sure it has inspired many of them. So most of the questions were asked from the chat, except a few which are from the committee. So I would really like to thank you again for joining with us today, and on behalf of management of Research Scholars Day team as well. So yeah, would be happy to connect with you in a suitable opportunity again sometime. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Vamika. It was a pleasure, and thanks for having me here. Thank you, sir.
can comprise just the entire world's population. Our discovery drives electronics manufacturing perfection because when the parts and pieces are functional and reliable, the devices you use are better, faster, and most importantly, smarter, allowing you to discover the next medical breakthrough, your next ride home, the next frontier.
Engineering, in coordination with the Center for System Design, begins a journey to bring elevating intelligence using drones to address farmers' goals. Though agricultural decisions are subjective in nature, use of technology can indeed help quantify human intervention, allowing right and timely mediation to gain profitability. And profitability is what would sustain this industry, despite the vagaries of nature and manpower which can overwhelm this industry. The department offered a novel practical case study in conjunction with a theory course. The next step was to proceed to study a farm with its own set of challenges like diminishing soil health and failures in drip irrigation system causing crop distress. Being unfamiliar with the intricacies of farming, a select team of staff and students proceed on a journey to get a first-hand interactive field study to gather details of farming. This is highly essential because every individual grower would have their own sets of problems, and so whatever products or solutions may finally be arrived at by using technology should be beneficially reaching the target population. This study, however, does not claim to tide over all other previous farming solutions, but is a definite one step to farming profitability. The staff and students of NITT gets a taste of farmland and map the area under study. Once a clarity is reached on what information could be most beneficial to the grower, they set forth with the multispectral camera machine learning tools to take the raw aerial footage using a drone. The data then is allowed to immediately run through a software for processing and arrive at a base layer of the information. Multiple imagery at different times, that is during the growth of the plants and seasonal changes, provides further data for analytical processing. Using this technology, the actual number of plants, their individual health and nutrition levels, and also an in-depth analysis of the weeds could be gathered, thus providing the grower with loads of beneficial information which was otherwise not possible in the past.
NITK ಸುರತ್ಕಲ್ ಇವರ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸತತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ, ಪ್ರಯೋಗ, ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲತೆಯಿಂದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಅದರ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಲಗಡಲೆಯ ಗದ್ದೆ, ಭತ್ತದ ಗದ್ದೆ, ತೆಂಗಿನ ತೋಟಗಳು ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ಯಾವುದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಅದರಿಂದ ಉಪಕಾರ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಹುದು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಅವರ ಡ್ರೋನ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದು ಅದರ ಸೆನ್ಸಾರ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದು ನಮಗೆ ವಿವರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ವಿವರದಿಂದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಡ್ರಿಪ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಲ್ತುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ಕಲ್ತುಕೊಂಡ ಇದರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಮಗೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆದು ಈಗ ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಈ ಸಲ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅದರ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಫಲವನ್ನು ಪಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥ ಸೇವೆ. ಅದು ಹೇಗೆಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಪಾಠದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಯೋಗದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಗದ್ದೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಫೀಲ್ಡಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ದನ್ನು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಳಿದು ಕೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಳಿದು ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಡುವುದರಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ಒಂದು ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯ. ಈ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತಹ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರ ರೈತರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ನಾವು, ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರ ಕೃಷಿಕರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಉಂಟು, ಈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಉಂಟು, ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಉಂಟು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿಕೊಡುವಂತದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಹತ್ರ ನಾವು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಂತಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನವರು ಇವರ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಮುಂದಿನ ಅವರ ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನು ಉತ್ತಮ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
The grower was highly impressed and profusely thankful of the efforts and dedication by the students and the staff of NITK in providing him with vital information about his farming sector, and was more than enthusiastic to pass on the message to his own brethren. The government of India, led by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, have been proactively participating to introduce the breadwinners of our country to use technology at every level, like smart farming, which has definitely shown better yield. This has been one of the many such initiatives within NITK, where a department plans to introduce its students to real-time problem-solving methods using their theoretical knowledge, while the technological support like drones are provided by the Center for System Design. Over the years, many such partnerships have yielded appreciations for being beneficial to both our students as well as local populations. And this
almost like a mangosteen, little citrusy, good amount of very enjoyable acidity.
Hello, chocolate lovers. We at Cocoa Trade bring to you a completely sustainable and zero-waste chocolate bar. In our chocolate bars, we use completely organic cocoa beans. We source these cocoa beans mainly from the southern regions of India. And we use Kandasani sugar, which is again non-refined and completely organic. Currently, we have launched 12 flavors of chocolates, some being plain and the others are flavored. We do not use oils in flavoring our chocolates, we use natural ingredients. We have very interesting flavors like sugar coffee, lemongrass, lavender, the Irish cream coffee, the paneer rose, which is a very popular flavor in Tamil Nadu. Then we have the red rose, banana and coconut cinnamon, which are my favorites. We roast small batches of cocoa beans and we use a very energy efficient cracking and winnowing process developed in-house. We only use stone grinding for refining our chocolates and giving it the silky smooth texture. We also have some plain flavors, plain bars, unflavored, like a 64% dark, a plain 70% dark, 82% dark, and we also use alternate sugars. We have a chocolate made with jaggery, and we also use some sweeteners which are not artificial. We have a mix of local and international flavors, and we use local ingredients. So our lavender is from Kashmir, and our lemongrass is from Jagadu Hills. So we have ingredients from all over India. We use a thick aluminum foil, which is completely plastic free. Once the chocolate bar is wrapped with our foil, we place a note card like this. On the note card, we have a QR code. This talks about how the foil can be reused. When you scan the QR code, it takes you to a link which explains how to use the aluminum foil. And on the other side, we have a fine chocolate tasting guide. So we call this the 1 minute experience. And we believe that it takes exactly a minute for you to have the bite of chocolate and to understand the flavors. The reclaimed cotton is completely upcycled, plastic and paper-free, recyclable, biodegradable, and compostable. This is our contribution towards reducing landfills. Each chocolate wrapper is manually screen printed and hence uses little or no electricity. Our wrappers are printed using water-based colors at VXL, which employs citizens with special needs. Cocotrade is the first chocolate brand to follow a zero-waste approach. On the inner side of the it open, we have mandala art templates, greetings, emergency contacts, health trackers. Enjoy your Cocotrade chocolate bar.
Fundamental question of anybody who's concerned about the social misery, social abuse forms of suffering. What kind of human being are you going to choose to be in that brief trek from your mama's womb? It ought to have something to do with integrity, honesty, decency, and virtue. I would go as far as to say that our society is ubiquitous commodification, marketization, commercialization, all across the board. If you're fundamentally committed to aspiring to integrity, honesty, decency, virtue, it already makes you countercultural. It already makes you counter-hegemonic. In the face of catastrophe, we try to sustain a quest for integrity, honesty, decency, and virtue. We all fall short. But Beckett is right. Try again, fail better. Try again, fail again, fail better. Before you go to the worms. He raises four questions. How shall integrity face oppression? What is honesty do in the face of deception? What does decency do in the face of insult? And how does virtue meet brute force?
So I'm Thorsten from PicoQuant. PicoQuant is based at the Technology Park in Berlin, Adlershof. Right now, I'm sitting at in the third floor of the building, which is displayed on this slide. Yeah, what is QCore? It's our software for quantum correlation analysis. As you can see it on that slide, it's basically an acronym for that. And we developed this software in close collaboration with Oliver Benson from the Humboldt University and Stefan Reitzenstein from the TU Berlin. This software is focusing on optical quantum technology applications, mainly on characterization of quantum emitters like single photon sources or entangled sources, photon pair sources. And it can also be used for analysis regarding quantum key distributions. The software is not only designed to do the analysis, it also is able to control the pico-hub 300, the hydro-hub 400, time-hub 260, multi-hub 150. So basically all of our timing electronics that we put on the market. And this means at the end you have one tool which can guide you through the whole measurement from the start, from the data acquisition just to the data analysis at the end. This software is using a special type of functionality of our timing electronics. It's a special mode of operation which is called T2 mode. This is a time tagging mode, which which I'm not going to show in detail in this presentation because this would just simply take too long. If you have questions on that, if you don't know that yet, we can discuss that afterwards, or we can send you links to the brochure where this is explained. The QCore software has two main parts of the functionality. One part is the coincidence correlation, which is focusing on applications where you want to do G2 type of like anti-bunching, for example. And the other part is more dedicated for the analysis of general coincidences, meaning if you want to have some logical connection between your input channels, then this would be the way to go there. In this presentation, I'm going to show the features of the software using already measured results taken from single photon, taken from diamond nanocrystals, which have certain type of defects included. These defects are complexes of nitrogen at carbon sites and vacancies in the lattice. These type of complexes are known to be to show nice fluorescent if you excite them with green lasers. We use a 532 nanometer laser for that and look at the emission in the red. The lifetimes are not extremely short. Typically, you see lifetimes of a few 10 nanoseconds. In this figure, you see the spatial distribution of the fluorescence of that sample. We use the confocal microscope there. And typically, you see dark regions there. These are the regions where you don't have these defects. And the luminescence comes from spots of your samples. So if you want to do these kind of measurements, you have to focus the excitation to that specific spot. And if you look there, then you typically see the single photon emission, which can be nicely analyzed with anti-bunching type of setups. And I will come to that later on. for these type of results that I showed, we used our Microtime 200. It's a confocal microscope system consisting of the microscope itself and further optical instruments like excitation lasers and also a Henry Brown twist setup. This is a setup where you use two detectors. You get the light from the sample, send it to a beam splitter. Part of the light goes to detector 1. The other one part is the reflected part, and the transmitted part then goes to
conventional structures are replaced by sandwich structures in order to make the system light in weight. But at the resonance condition, these structures tend to collapse. To tackle this problem, magneto-rheological elastomer, that is MRE, is embedded into the sandwich structures such that stiffness of the sandwich structures can be changed under the influence of magnetic field. This innovative technique helps to avoid the failure occurring at resonance condition.
Hello everyone, my name is Michael Brady. I'm the founder of Applied Ion Systems. I want to thank you for the opportunity to allow me to present during Research Scholars Day. Today I will be discussing some of the work that I do at Applied Ion Systems in my developments with open source electric propulsion for nanosats and picosats. So as a brief background, I'm the founder of Applied Ion Systems. As far as I'm aware, this is really the only independent at-home-based R&D company for advanced plasma and ion thruster development. So everything I do is literally at home in my spare time on the side. Applied Ion Systems is fully funded either small money out of pocket and through the very generous donations of enthusiasts around the world supporting and contributing to this effort. Everything is built fully and designed fully from scratch, from the vacuum systems to the infrastructure and testing, instrumentation, diagnostics, and the thrusters themselves. The goal is really to lower the barriers of entry for electric propulsion and develop ultra low cost, easy to manufacture and open source thrusters, really at levels of an order of 10 order of magnitude lower than what's found typically in the field, and provide resources for the hobbyist, educational, enthusiast, and satellite communities. So diving right in, I'm going to be reviewing a bunch of several key systems that I've worked on in the past and recently that really define a lot of the work that I've done in Applied Ion Systems. I've done a lot more developments and testing and research, but these are kind of some very core systems that are unique to the Applied Ion Systems effort. So this first system is the very first integrated propulsion module I worked on. This is the AIS GP53-1C integrated propulsion module. So this is a micro plasma thruster. This is a very small subjoule class pulse plasma thruster designed originally for use with pocket cubes, which are a 5 by 5 by 5 centimeter standard satellite. So here you can see the full thruster system. So this includes the thruster head, fuel, and the electronics for power control and feedback. And on the right, you can see the thruster firing in high vacuum. So this is a very compact, very low power, very small system. 40 by 38 by 24 millimeters, runs on 5 volts at only 500 milliwatts of power. The thrust is very low at about 0.22 micronewtons at hertz. But this system is really designed to allow any team to afford and start working with electropropulsion systems, either in the lab, on the bench, or for orbital demos. So this propulsion module is allow everyone to start exploring the use of these propulsion systems from control with their satellites. So here you can see a video of the thruster actually firing in high vacuum. So again, this is a pulse plasma thruster, so it uses solid Teflon fuel. So it's a very simple, low cost, very rugged system. It has a very limited lifetime and again, very low thrust, but it is very easy to integrate with, mount, and control only power and trigger commands to fire the thruster itself. So there's been several collaborations already for use with this particular thruster system. The first was back in 2019 with the AMSAT Spain team. 2 of these thrusters were sent out for integration on the Genesis N and L pocket cubes. So these are 1.5 P size pocket cubes, so 50 by 50 millimeter cross section and 75 millimeters long. So you can see here various stages of integration of the thruster on the cubes, as well as integration into the deployer. The launch for this particular satellite has been very delayed. We're still waiting on launch, but hopefully if everything goes well, the launch attempt will be within the next month or 2. And if this mission is successful, this would be the smallest satellite to ever demonstrate propulsion in orbit. So this collaboration is very exciting because it was a very open collaboration. That Spain team, the deployer is an open source deployer by Fossil Systems and the Libre Space Foundation, and the open source thruster provided by Applied Ion Systems. So we have teams from Spain, Greece, and the US all collaborating on a very advanced, exciting collaboration and mission for the community. This next collaboration is a very recent one. This is the Care Weather Technologies Hatchling Viri collaboration. So a GPPT3 was integrated onto the Care Weather Technologies Hatchling Viri 1U CubeSat. So you can see on the left the CubeSat itself, and on the right, of the thruster sticking out of the CubeSat inside the deployer. So literally, this is a very recent collaboration. And just last night, the satellite and the thruster were successfully deployed in orbit Labs Electron rocket launched from New Zealand. So this is the first ever Applied Ion Systems thruster to officially reach orbit. The satellite actually phoned in this morning, so everything is alive and well, and the satellite is running great. The mission duration is about 6 months, so hopefully over the next few months we will conduct some tests, not only with the full system, but with the firing the propulsion system and demonstrating in orbit, which would be a very exciting and major milestone, not only for the Applied Ion Systems effort, but for the field in general, like demonstrating potentially the smallest and lowest power plasma thruster to ever be fired in orbit, as well as one of the only 1U CubeSat to ever successfully fly propulsion in orbit as well. So the next thruster we have here is the AS-1 ionic liquid electrospray thruster. So unlike the previous thruster, which was a pulse thruster, this is an ion thruster. This is a very special type of ion thruster that relies on electrospray technology, utilizing ionic liquids, which consists of a special room temperature molten salt. So this type of fuel actually allows for several key features such as neutralizerless operation by extracting positive and negative ions from the fuel, as well as very low power operation and unpressurized fuel feed via capillary action. So here you can see the full thruster system. On the left, again, a very compact and simple thruster with the fuel, thruster, and the control electronics. And on the right, you can see the thruster firing in high vacuum with the ion beam into the Faraday cup for beam current measurements. This thruster, again, was developed for integration primarily with pocket cubes, but also could be used for cube sets as well. So very compact, very low power system. So far, I've demonstrated about 3 micronewtons of thrust at over 4,500 seconds ISP, 5 volts in at less than 0.1 watts power. So it's a very efficient propulsion system. The emitter itself is actually made from a CNC machined glass. So this is a porous chemistry used typically for chemistry filtering that's loaded up with the ionic liquid. And a second disc loaded with the liquid sits up right behind it. And through capillary action, the fuel is passively fed, which completely eliminates any pressurization for this particular type of thruster. Here we can see kind of an example of one of the CNC machined discs, as well as the disc fitted into the housing. Normally for electrospray, a lot of the trends have been on micromachining or laser micromachining or MEMS technology, which is very costly and difficult to come by. But there's been some recent efforts with CNC machines, emitters, that have some different operating properties versus the MEMS or micro machine stuff. So this actually allows the thrusters to be made significantly cheaper, and is something that even myself with my own limited resources have been able to tap into and explore. So here we can actually see a video of the thruster operating in high vacuum. So here you can see the ion beam, and right there you can see the transition between positive and negative cycles firing the thruster. So again, because you can use a positive and negative ion beam, the beam can be self-neutralizing if the charges are balanced, eliminating the need for a conventional neutralizer. So the next developments are also some of my most recent developments. These are some advanced experiments with some experimental fuel. Currently, I'm focusing a lot of work on adamantane, which is a special type of hydrocarbon diamandoid. This is a solid fuel that can be sublimated at very low temperatures. So this would be explored for more conventional propulsion like gridded ion or Hall thrusters. This is actually very similar to being done with iodine. However, adamantane is significantly safer and does not exhibit corrosion issues that iodine has. So here we can see a couple of test cells looking at the sublimation and ionization of the adamantane. Run in high vacuum. I'm sublimating the adamantane fuel into a test cell and ionizing it with a simple DC glow discharge. Here we can see a modified test cell looking at beam and plasma extraction for some advanced neutralizer development, again using sublimated adamantane fuel to power the discharges. So here we can see an example of the test cell in action with a simple glow discharge. So we can see the glow discharge happening on the adamantane fuel and a little bit of plume leakage from the hole at the top. This is run at extremely low power levels. So this discharge was sustained at only less than 2 watts of power and only a few watts maximum heater power for the adamantane, which happens to sublimate at very low temperatures in high vacuum. So this allows me to really scale fuel feeding, again, for unpressurized systems, now scaling for Hall thruster technology down to very, very compact and low power form. So this is another video of the test cell in action, this time simulating a special hollow cathode discharge. So this is set up kind of how I would set up the hollow cathode and exploring the extraction plasma for that particular system. So we can see the intense plasma fluid being extracted from the initial discharge cell. Again, this is only run at about 2 watts. So for the actual neutralizer, which I will get into next, is a very low cost and very compact and low power neutralizer operating at very low power levels. But here we have the AAS GDN1 micro glow discharge hollow cathode neutralizer. So again, running at extremely low power levels for a hollow cathode. This is less than 4 watts of power. The fuel is adamantane. However, any gas can be used, either noble or reactive. This is because this particular technology relies on a cold hollow cathode glow discharge. There is no heater inserts, there is no dispenser inserts, so no lanthanum hexaboride or any traditional heater type dispenser cathodes that you would typically find on larger, higher power gridded ion or Hall thrusters. This is just a purely hollow stainless steel cathode and a very simple DC glow discharge being initiated between the anode and the cathode. These run at much higher voltages, about 1,000 volts or to a couple thousand volts. So very high voltages for a hollow cathode. However, they allow me to run at extremely low power levels and are not really technologies that have been found very much or at all in the electric propulsion field. So this hollow cathode assembly is also made from 3D printed materials, so Somos Perform ceramic embedded SLA resin, as well as simple stainless steel hardware to really reduce the cost and make this very affordable technology. So here we can see a video of the hollow cathode firing. So this is again run on adamantane fuel, and we can see successful extraction of the plasma plume. This was run at 2 watts and is currently mounted onto the micro Hall thrusters. The Hall thruster itself isn't firing, it's just testing the adamantane feed for the hollow. So here we have probably the most advanced development yet at applied ion systems. This is the AIS EHT1 micro end Hall thruster. So this is an ultra compact, ultra low cost, ultra simplified Hall thruster, completely unpressurized fuel feed with the solid adamantane fuel. And this is everything. This is the power electronics. This is the fuel tank, the fuel feed, the valve for fuel feed control, as well as the Hall thruster head and hollow cathode neutralizer. So this is a very tightly integrated system, taking advantage of the scaling employed by this unique type of fuel. And currently, as far as I'm aware, Applied Ion Systems is the first and the only electric propulsion company in the world developing adamantane-fueled propulsion, and is really one of the only efforts to explore this particular fuel. There's been so little work on this fuel that there's almost no info on it. So AAS is really pioneering a lot of work now on adamantane-based plasma thrusters. So this system is very low power. It's less than 20 watts. And is really geared for less than 3U size CubeSats. However, this development has led to some new developments, which I will be getting into that will allow me to scale down to even 5-watt class Hall thrusters for the total power, allowing me to scale down to the pocket cube class system. So here we can see kind of one of the most recent tests run this past weekend. So we have the Hall thruster and the holocathode neutralizer firing with the adamantine fuel. Note that this is not actual full ignition. We have plasma bridging between the holocathode and the thruster head. However, I did not achieve full ignition, so I wasn't able to read ion beam from the Hall thruster, but this is the first step in getting the system fully operational. So you can follow all these developments across various multimedia platforms. Everything I do is very open. I do live testing for all my systems. You can find all the info and builds real time on the Applied Ion Systems Twitter. You can download everything from build pictures to design files, and you can see videos, test reports, everything on the Applied Ion Systems website, as well as constant updates on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and everywhere else that Applied Ion Systems is located. So with that, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to present my research at Applied Ion Systems. And hopefully there will be a lot more very exciting developments to come.
Welcome to Advanced Manufacturing Technology Development Center, the future of innovation and development in India at the IIT Madras Research Park. The one-of-a-kind ecosystem brings into reality the dream of government, academia, and industry collaboration. Here, the Department of Heavy Industry collaborates with the Indian machine tools manufacturers with support of industry partners under the Enhancement of Competitiveness in Indian Capital Goods Sector scheme. The system enhances the manufacturing competitiveness of Indian capital goods and aims to develop advanced technology solutions with industry collaboration. Our vision is to position India as a top 3 scientific superpower and lead the country in smart manufacturing, Make in India, Industry 4.0, and Atmanirbhar Bharat. We synergize with industries, understanding challenges faced, and find actionable technology solutions. We innovate at every stage, from conceptualization to prototyping and industrial deployment. We attract, educate, and engage the brightest young minds to create commercially viable solutions through a people-centric science, technology, and innovation ecosystem. The Advanced Manufacturing Technology Development Center stands proud in helping Indian companies evolve their manufacturing mind through advanced technology and developing India into a technological superpower.
Hello everyone, my name is Josh and I'm going to teach you Ohm's law. It's a very simple and a very useful law. It was found by a man called George Simon Ohm. That's not 3 different people, that is one guy. And he discovered the law in 1825. That is a really old law then, right? So, why is it important? What is so useful about it? Why are we talking about it some roughly 200 years after? So, the Ohm's law is a current as basically the flow of charge. It is how much flow of charge is occurring in how much time. So we can have it in two ways. One, we could have a positive charge which is going in one direction, or we could have also a negative charge which is going in the opposite direction. And these two are the same thing, right? Positive going towards the right is the same thing as negative going towards the left. So in both cases, we say that current is going to the right. That is, we always take the positive direction, positive charge's direction to be the direction of the current. So we understand that if a charge were going in a direction, we have current. So we understand current. Current is a fairly intuitive thing to know. But how do we also talk about voltage? And what voltage means? So when we talk about voltage, we talk about the difference in potential between 2 points. Let us not go into what we mean by potential, but let us look at 2 points. Let's call one point P, which is here, and there is another point N, which is here. And let us say that the voltage of P, the potential at P, which I'll call Vp, is greater than Vn. That is the potential at N, right? So what happens is that if I placed a charge here, a positive charge, it is going to go to the lower potential place. And this is how positive charge is. If you take a positive charge and you keep it at a place and it finds a connection to a lower potential place, it will just drop off and go off to that lower potential place. But what happens is this: if I placed a battery in this region, so instead of this empty space, so what happens is that I'm going to place a charge here, a positive battery. And now the battery's positive terminal, which is what we're calling P, is at a higher potential than the negative terminal. So expectedly, if I put a charge here, it should be able to go down, but it can't. And this is because a battery is such that inside the battery there are chemical forces which push positive charge upwards. If I place a positive charge here, a battery is going to kick it up and take it there. So your positive charge, because of the battery, it can't go from a higher potential to, that is the P. We had seen earlier that our positive charge would like to do this. So if we connected the positive terminal to the negative terminal by means of a wire, right? What will happen? Your positive charge will now start going through this wire and reach the negative terminal. And we have already talked about how the battery, once you get a positive charge to negative terminal, will kick it up to the positive terminal inside. And once your charge reaches here again, it is again going to go around and come down. This is a lot like what you would expect in a water pump. So what happens in a water pump is you have water down on a slope surface, suppose. So this water is flowing, 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 and it is reaching here.
Center for Clean Water, ICCW. ICCW is a place to ideate, nurture, and translate disruptive technologies for sustainable clean water. The sprawling 21,000 square feet facility is located at the IIT Madras Research Park and is the brainchild of Professor T. Pradeep of IIT Madras, a Padma Shri 2020 awardee by the Government of India. With over a decade of proven experience in tackling water contamination issues with homegrown nanomaterials, the need for a comprehensive center for water that caters to the world was visualized. With initial funding and support provided by H.T. Parekh Foundation, the center was inaugurated on April 22, 2019. ICCW will help anyone to translate a worthy idea on clean water to a viable technology. The incubation ecosystem of IITM will work in tandem with the intellectual and material resources of the institution to enable this translation. ICCW has highly trained and talented people, houses some of the world's most sophisticated and modern equipment, and is open to stakeholders from all over the world. ICCW has 7 state-of-the-art laboratories, an incubation hub for startups, a pilot production facility, and access to expertise of the ICCW team, IITM faculty, and our worldwide collaborators. Companies in the water sector are invited to join our consortium for speedy product development and technology validation. IP sharing and startup support is also available. ICCW consults on water management studies and implements water-saving solutions in partnership with emerging and eco-friendly technologies. Solutions are available for fluoride, arsenic, and iron removal of the ICCW reduction and atmospheric water harvesting. Worldwide ICCW implements these technologies through CSR funds, are invited with a 5-year maintenance option. Speedy conducts workshops and interactive sessions involving all stakeholders on topics of relevance to clean water, such as RO reject man studies, rainwater harvesting, grey water management in partnership with emerging and eco-friendly technologies. Solutions are available for fluoride, arsenic, and iron removal of the ICCW's reduction and atmospheric water harvesting. Worldwide ICCW implements these technologies through CSR funds, are invited with a 5-year maintenance option. Speedy conducts workshops and interactive sessions involving all stakeholders on topics of relevance to clean water, such as RO reject man studies, rainwater harvesting, grey water management in partnership with emerging and eco-friendly technologies. Solutions are available for fluoride, arsenic, and iron removal of the ICCW's reduction and atmospheric water harvesting. Worldwide ICCW implements these technologies through CSR funds, are invited with a 5-year maintenance option. Speedy conducts workshops and interactive sessions involving all stakeholders on topics of relevance to clean water, such as RO reject man studies, rainwater harvesting, grey water management. advanced research is essential to ensure water security. Born out of this need is the International Center for Clean Water, ICCW. ICCW is a place to ideate, nurture, and translate disruptive technologies for sustainable clean water. The sprawling 21,000 square feet facility is located at the IIT Madras Research Park and is the brainchild of Professor T. Pradeep of IIT Madras, a Padma Shri 2020 awardee by the Government of India, is essential to ensure water security. Born out of this need is the International With over a decade of proven experience in tackling water contamination issues with homegrown nanomaterials, the need for a comprehensive center for water that caters to the world was visualized. With initial funding and support provided by H.T. Parekh Foundation, the center was inaugurated on April 22nd, 2019. Professor T. Pradeep of IIT Madras, a Padma Shri 2020 awardee, ICCW will help anyone to translate a worthy idea on clean water to a viable technology. With over a the incubation ecosystem of IITM will work in tandem with the intellectual and material resources of the institution to enable this translation. ICCW has highly trained and talented people, houses some of the world's most sophisticated and modern equipment, and is open to stakeholders from all over the world. ICCW has 7 state-of-the-art pilot production facility and access to expertise of the ICCW ecosystem of IITM faculty and our worldwide collaborative and material resources of competence to enable this translation. ICCW has highly trained and talented people, houses some of the world's most sophisticated and modern equipment, and is open to stakeholders from all over the world. ICCW has 7 state-of-the-art pilot production facility and access to expertise of the ICCW ICCW is a place to ideate, nurture, and translate disruptive technologies for sustainable clean water. The sprawling 21,000 square feet facility is located at the IIT Madras Research Park and is the brainchild of Professor T. Pradeep of IIT Madras, a Padma Shri 2020 awardee by the Government of India. With over a decade of proven experience in tackling water contamination issues with homegrown nanomaterials, the need for a comprehensive center for water that caters to the world was visualized. With initial funding and support provided by H.T. Parekh Foundation, the center was inaugurated on April 22, 2019. ICCW will help anyone to translate a worthy idea on clean water to a viable technology. The incubation ecosystem of IITM will work in tandem with the intellectual and material resources of the institution to enable this translation. ICCW has highly trained and talented people, houses some of the world's most sophisticated and modern equipment, and is open to stakeholders from all over the world. ICCW has 7 state-of-the-art laboratories, an incubation hub for startups, a pilot production facility, and access to expertise of the ICCW team, IITM faculty, and our worldwide collaborators. Companies in the water sector are invited to join our consortium for speedy product development and technology validation. IP sharing and startup support is also available. ICCW consults on water management studies and implements water-saving solutions in partnership with emerging and eco-friendly technologies. Solutions are available for fluoride, arsenic, and iron removal, TDS reduction, and atmospheric water harvesting. ICCW implements these technologies through CSR funds with a 5-year maintenance option. It conducts workshops and interactive sessions
Yeah, we are posting it in 1 minute. Yes.
Fundamental question of anybody who's concerned about the social misery or social induced forms of suffering is, what kind of human being are you going to choose to be in your brief trek from your mama's womb? And it ought to have something to do with integrity, honesty, decency, and virtue. I would go as far as to say, in our society, with ubiquitous commodification, marketization, commercialization, across the board, if you're fundamentally committed to aspiring to integrity, honesty, decency, and virtue, it already makes you countercultural. It already makes you counter-hegemonic. In the face of catastrophe, we try to sustain a quest for integrity, honesty, decency, and virtue. We all fall short. But Beckett is right. Try again, fail better. Try again, fail again, fail better before you go to the worms. And he raised those 4 questions. How shall integrity face oppression? What does honesty do in the face of deception? What does decency do in the face of insult? And how does virtue meet brute force?
sir. Good evening.
Evening. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Can we start, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the last session of day 1 of Research Scholars Day 2021, which is the keynote address by Dr. Suman Roy Chaudhary. I feel honored to welcome our speaker, Dr. Roy Chaudhary. Thank you for joining with us, sir. Dr. Suman Roy Chaudhary is currently the Program Director for Air Independent Propulsion, endorsed by the Naval Materials Research Laboratory, DRDO. Having received his BTech in Chemical Engineering from Jadavpur University and MTech from IIT Kanpur, he went on to receive his PhD from IIT Bombay in the field of fault diagnostics of fuel cells. He has a very rich industrial experience whereby he significantly contributed to design, realization and commissioning of complex systems towards refurbishing existing power plants. During his outstanding professional career at DRDO, Dr. Rajchodhuri and his team has successfully developed the phosphoric acid fuel cell or the PAFC technology, among other accessories like onboard hydrogen generator, power conditioners, battlefield power managers, etc. Furthermore, he has also played a major role in the design and development of the indigenous AIP module for the Indian naval submarines. In his vast research career in defense, he has interacted with prominent engineering teams from France, Russia, Germany, and US. His immense experience in the domain and a comprehensive research approach is definitely an inspiration for the gathering. His today's session is titled Approaching a Super Complex Technical Problem, Air Independent Propulsion, a Case Study. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Arnav, I suppose. At the outset, let me thank you all for having me here. It is indeed a pleasure for me to share some of our experience with the budding researchers and other experts. So I think I will try to share a presentation so that I can put my talk in perspective. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay. So just a minute. So as today, I wanted to touch upon this topic of super complex technical problems, which we faced sometimes or other occasionally in the defense field, and also people from other fields also faces it. And through this case study, which we have experienced ourselves, I'll try to tell you the physical aspect of these things. So the super complex system, actually this terminology came from the field of computational science, but now it is valid for almost every aspect of life, considering the integrated systems that we are getting used to. So I'll try to cover things related to the definition, the approach philosophy, and what are the methodology that we have adopted, the system engineering that we have planned accordingly, and of course the various strategies that were required to meet the challenges of this kind of system. So basically, super complex system could be either a larger array of a complex system, or it could be simply more dynamic. Like for example, the performance of a fighter aircraft engine, where the systems are less, but it is very dynamic. But in our case, what I'm going to talk about is a larger assembly, and you cannot know the exact behavior. Like if you are seeing this example of a simple Lorentz attractor, here you can see that it jumps between two states. In the case of a super complex system, it can jump between many stable and metastable states, and sometimes it could also be an unstable zone. So you need to understand its issues related to cascade failures. And the most important part of all this thing is point number 5. That is, you need to know the sufficiency of the operational response. That means the zone where you are going to operate, you need to know that this is the zone where I can really operate it stable, and it will not lead to any instability. And that has to be checked mathematically or statistically or otherwise for its sufficiency. That is the most difficult part of the system. So we do undertake different tricks to to tame down the system so that we don't really have to treat with the entire block. Now, while you are developing a real life super complex system, you are approaching a technical challenge. There is a need to understand that why we need to have an approach plan for this to begin with. Why we can just go ahead and start doing things is because we need to engage a very high amount of resource in manpower, in other monetary things, equipment, and all those things. And this involves highly skilled manpower. And you should not get lost into things and allow cost of time overrun. Another problem is by the time you develop all these things, you are slightly delayed, and competing technology make you obsolete. So these are the things which you have to be careful about. Everybody knows this, of course. Now, the approach plan should be like a compass in the sea, because you don't know much of the dark sea, but you know how to proceed. And if you see, we have two parts in the approach plan. One is that if you know for sure much information about a part of the subsystem, you can go for standard activity plan. But in some cases, rather in most of the cases, you will not know all the subsystem details, or you may know all the subsystem details, but you do not know how they are going to interact with each other. So those gray areas, you have to have certain kind of philosophy or strategy, what we call it, and that will help you to not to get overwhelmed by the difficulty. Now, one of the advantage if you go by a strategy-based approach is you reduce the alternate path, because these kind of systems you can do things in many ways. But if you can close some of the alternate ways, you can focus a bit better, plan the resources better, and it will also tells you, defines the action plan and how to face the mitigation policies once you can face it. Like you can face difficulty what you're anticipating, but you'll face a difficulty which you're not anticipating. But the strategies are sort of a leap of faith. So you got to refine and modify and change as it happens. And this change management is perhaps, I will dwell a bit on my talk in the case study. And how to implement this strategy-based development is basically through a spiral development, which is the most convenient way. That means I set aside the primary goal, because I don't know many things about it. I don't know how to do it. But I can put certain intermediate goal plan and try to reach there. And after that, I get it clarified. Then I go to the next spiral. And like that, slowly I close in to the point where I want. So this spiral development means, that means I am assuming that I do not know the final goal. Something is gray. And I am also assuming the goal I am now targeting, intermediate goal, I may not be able to meet all the things. But still, that will take me ultimately to the target. And wherever it is prudent to have, wherever you are, in which phase of spiral doesn't matter, but you should always have an overall roadmap. That will keep changing. That doesn't matter, but you need to do that. Okay, now I think I have talked enough of about the trying to introduce the issues. Let us see how we manage this kind of philosophy in the actual real life problem. So we took up this fuel cell-based air-independent propulsion system for naval submarine almost 10 to 12 years back, and let me tell you about from there to today how we have evolved. So a bit of definition first. Now these are valid for the conventional submarine. The conventional submarine is a battery vehicle. It is on the surface the submarine has a diesel genset on board. It runs the diesel, charges the battery, which is typical lead acid battery. Nowadays, lithium-ion batteries are also tried. And after the charging, the submarine dives underwater, lives there till the battery is almost charge is getting over, and then she has to surface again. And when she surfaces again and starts charging the battery, that time she is vulnerable because they generally took out a pipe to break water and start sucking the air, and that time it generates a wave which is visible from quite a bit of distance. So once you are detected, they know, the enemy knows within a particular radius you will surface again, and that time you are sitting there. Now, air immediate system is basically an auxiliary power plant which sits inside the belly of the submarine as an additional power plant and will allow the submarine to remain quite a long time underwater and keeping the battery in the steady state. It doesn't let the battery to be discharged mostly. So that means instead of a few days underwater, you can do a few weeks underwater. Cruise speed, but that is what the user wants. Now, before we go further, let me also detail a bit about the fuel cell. We work on phosphoric acid fuel cell, but the principle of operation is very simple, similar for all kind of fuel cells. So it is a hydrogen air battery or hydrogen oxygen battery. So what happens is the primary thing is it's the electrode section. There are there is one set of anode, one cathode. It's a porous graphite composite body with a catalyst. And when hydrogen gets, if you expose hydrogen on this side, it will diffuse and it will absorb here as hydrogen. Then there is a acid which ionizes the hydrogen. The hydrogen passes through this very thin layer of acid, few drops of acid. And on the other side, the oxygen or air flows through, and the oxygen gets absorbed. And this hydrogen ion, when it gets combined with this oxygen, it generates a positive terminal here. And while hydrogen is ionizing here, it is a negative terminal. That means now you have an electromotive force for the power to be drawn. Now, this is a very thin assembly, could be quite big, but very thin, and it needs flow field on either side for providing hydrogen and air or oxygen. And this is assembled in a particular fashion so that all the voltages get automatically added up. The current remains same because all these cells are actually increased. So this item, is called a stack, fuel cell stack. This is the primary module from where you harness the power. That means if you provide hydrogen and air or oxygen at the appropriate channel, you will get a potential across these two terminals, and if this potential will get, and you can get the power till you provide the gas. So it is like an engine, but it is having no moving parts, and it is having a very high efficiency because it is bypassing the Carnot limitation by directly converting chemical energy to electrical energy. So this has a very good potential for underwater application. Now, how it has to be implemented is that a submarine needs to be cut, and you have to have a cylindrical section of a submarine. It's called a plug. Inside that cylindrical section, you put all of your AIT systems. This is a typical way. There are other ways also. And then you put this plug inside that submarine and then stick it and connect all the interconnecting things and see where it goes. But for our case, what happens, the diameter, the length, weight, species, all these kind of interfaces are very rigidly fixed due to certain reasons. And it has to be honored. Otherwise, there is simply no situation. So that has increased our complexity. Now, so let us start with the spiral zero when we are starting the project. The first part is to do the project final goal as much as possible because we may not get all the parameters, and also try to define some kind of roadmap and also define the tool sets, that is the skill sets which will be required. It's called the tactics. Now, if you see, the user, that is Indian Navy, is quite knowledgeable in this aspect. They provided many of the things like the power cycle, If there's a power plant, what kind of power to add? What is the flux size? Then they specifically asked for fuel cell because of low noise, which you already know. And they also gave us the timelines and all the things. And there are many other issues related to marine environment, the military environment, which were partly they have given as per their requirement. But the detailed interface issues, safety, how to define the reliability, whether the alternate technologies can overwhelm me after some time, all these questions remain unanswered. So the strategy to know that as much as possible, it tells us that okay, I cannot know the complete requirement. Requirement definition can also get changed. So first, let us get the secondary sources of information. Let us undertake a feasibility study with different type of engineers from user, from ourselves, from academics, from industry, and try to see whether we can arrive at a robust technology plan, and which is sufficiently. It will even if the requirement changes a bit, I can still use that plan. So with that, what we did is we first went for the survey and tried to find how was the things there globally. We find that only the Germans were able to have some kind of IIT proven, and then we studied the configuration and advantages, etc. We immediately there's a natural feeling that shall we go for the collaboration. So our tank said, let us hold it first. Let us see whether it has any meaning. When we do the feasibility study, we understood that first of all, we have to know what is the alternate technology. That will come a bit afterwards, and we have to understand independently all the possible technology for fuel cell based, which we have to use. So what we did, we ran a check for competing technology, and we find that Stirling Index, which is used by some of the countries, is closest to the speed drivetrain, but it has certain amount of limitation with power and operational aspects. This operational aspects are slightly classified, but we understood that we have a definitely certain advantage which Stirling engines will not be able to meet. The other is a steam turbine based system, which also have a lot of operational restrictions, but at the same time, it is a bit noisy technology. So the stealth characteristic, that is which allows the submarine to remain invisible from the enemy, is low. So we know now, we are pretty confident that yes, the fuel cell technology distinctly has the advantage, and if we do the things rightly, we have a good potential. Then we looked into the type of fuel cells that we can deploy. We have alkaline fuel cell, polymer membrane fuel cell, and phosphoric acid fuel cell. All these things. We did a complete analysis. These three things are suitable candidates, and we find that PMFC, which many of them are trying at the time, even today, is very small, and it is possible to fit into the thing. But at the same time, we find that phosphoric fuel cell, which we are proficient with, it has a much higher lifetime, maybe a little bigger, but when we do the size analysis, we find that impact of size of fuel cell is not very significant for the space management inside the solar. Then we started looking into the hydrogen storage option. So we find that if you see a hydrogen plot, you can see that the specific percent weight of hydrogen and specific volume that it can store, both are important, both need to be good. So the Germans are using something of this reversible metal hydride. Whereas for our other applications, we were working in bore hydrides and reformed methanol, and also reformed diesel is a very good option. But then again, we need to select one. So this hydrogen simplified technology. These two are relatively unknown for underwater use. So we did again a comparison, independent comparison without getting biased by anything. That what is the, because we find that the liquid oxygen, that is the cryogenic oxygen, is the primary way to carry the oxygen requirement underwater. There's almost no other way. So and this takes a lot of volume in the ship. So about all of this, we find that if I do this borohydride hydrolysis, which nobody else has done so far, I mean, at least not that time, for underwater use, this perhaps is a very good thing because it doesn't need any liquid oxygen complement, unlike metal. And it's similar to metal hydride, also doesn't require any liquid oxygen complement to generate hydrogen, but it has other issues. Whereas borohydride can do it in a better way. And of course, we estimated how much amount of hydrogen equivalent we have to carry. We find that with metal hydride, the type of operation cycle our user wants may not be possible to meet. So with all these things, we looked into the overall flow chart, and it says that it should be the fuel cell system. We can have an onboard hydrogen generator and a liquid oxygen system which can generate gaseous oxygen. Then there's a control system, and the power from the fuel cell needs to pass through power conditioner to boost the voltage to the submarine grid power. And there is a series of heat exchanger to manage the thermal things, and so on and so forth. So the summary is that we can do a distinctly better system with FC fuel cells. And what we find that is interesting that unless I select the exact technology, that configuration, it will not be possible to define the safety and reliability parameters, quantify the safety and reliability parameters, and the particular target submarine platform, whatever platform you're given, you have to do heavy customization. So that is the reason why going for a collaboration of a mature technology may not be much of use because you may not have that kind of customization. Number two, you are still not having that kind of hydrogen carry with you for this kind of use. So this is a very strong strategy was taken, that is to need to use technologies which we can control. That means which can customize to the last extent. And then select this technology, then do how to do a safety quantification, reliability, and capacity. So we select for PFC, that too, ambient pressure PFC, so that it has a better safety, do not need compressors, etc. And hydrogen provisioning, sodium borohydride hydrolysis. It has no gaseous byproduct, so you don't have to expel any gaseous byproduct to the sea because after the submarine dives, external pressure is pretty high, in the range of 30 20 bar. Now, if you see, once we have completed this feasibility study, our list of knowns have increased. That is, there is still questions are not yet answered. Now, we have taken a very strong strategy to use technologies which can be customized and control of the technology. This is still a leap of faith which has to be checked further, whether it is feasible to have this kind of strategy. So what we did a SWOT analysis. So the gist of it is, the strength is, of course, is in-house technology, which is our control. But the weakness is that it is a totally untested technology, especially for underwater. And the threat is that in case there is a time overrun, because if there is a hidden problem, we will not have any experts to whom we can take advice. At the same time, the user may not know many of the accepted protocols because this technology is relatively unknown. But the opportunity actually drives us. That is, we found that this particular platform which we are targeting, that restriction can be very well matched by this compact solution. And it has a very high potential because the simplicity of the chemistry, and we can decouple many things so that the sufficiency of stability we can ascertain. So these are the things which, particularly this opportunity, actually let us feel that yes, this strategy to meet our own technology is for us right. So based on that, what we did, we went ahead with this, go into the done the technology configuration and define the detailed plan for the first open architecture prototype. But when we are doing an open architecture full-scale AIT, that if I have to eventually make it compact, make it more process intensified thing, which will go to the submarine variant. How is it that thinking has to go back? So before we go for a submarine variant actual unit, we need to have a intermediate packaged prototype. So that plan also has to be concurrently developed, because then we'll, like is part of these answers which are still in our mind, that is about the interface, safety, reliability. So graphically speaking, we started working on open architecture prototype, but parallelly we started working on two types of design. This is the complete submarine version, but it's a sketch level, very gross concept level. And here we are trying to do a same form and fit, may not be totally ruggedized like what is required, because we don't know what the ruggedization level required, what is the reliability level required. But if I have to compact this technology into the given form and fit, using some ruggedization, how to do that. So these two efforts we started parallelly. This is design, and this is slightly more detailed design, and this is the thing which we now we understand that if I have to still get these answers, because I am trying to make a somewhat compact prototype, I need some enablers. That is that I need to have this detailed definition of the platform interface, safety approaches quantification, and when I make this intermediate prototypes, I need industrialized components. Otherwise, even if the components what I have developed is good, I'll not be able to prove it. So what we did, we tied up the target submarine designer, and parallelly we set up a consortium of industry with certain nodal industries. We transferred all our innovations, started transferring all our innovations to these industries through transfer of technology. And we told them that rest of the things which you are proficient with, please do that for us, so that we can together arrive at the final components pretty fast, whether it is for the open architecture or whether it is for the package plant, which we call land-based prototype. And some of the components, we directly give the specifications to the complicated industry and ask them to do that. And how we could do this is, we engage certain people who we call vision managers. They have the knowledge not only in their field, but in all other aspects of engineering also, tremendously experienced people who actually help us to identify this companies, help us to identify the breakdown of the work package in the appropriate way so that it can be transferred to the industry. Now, when we started working with this submarine designer of the targeted platform, we got a very good clarity about how to define the safety quantity. As per their approach, we started working in this defense in depth approach. There are many types of safety philosophies, but this safety philosophy is we find it very suitable because it was actually developed for nuclear plant research in US, something like that. But what it does is it splits the whole effort into 4 levels. First is that your the deviation, the not desirable performance, you try to arrest by built-in quality in the design and the construction, so that that kind of problem does not occur, or even it occurs, it is reduced. After that, you try to put enough surveillance system sensors so that you come to know about any deviation much before it actually occurs. Third is that you put various kind of procedures, safety procedures, so that that event, even if it happens, it will be happen at a slightly lesser intensity. And the last one is firefighting. That let's say it happens, that on if that event has happened, maybe with a lesser quantity intensity, but still how to put those firefighting equipment. Firefighting equipment is all kind of safety equipment, which is there. And they defined the severity level of various safety and the probability. That is, if you see this probability class improves means that the probability should be very less. Essentially, of -5, -6, like that it will go. The more the severe it is, you have to prove that if an event is very severe, say 6 here, then I have two options. Either I have to prove that this chances of this happening is very less, or I do this kind of mitigation and bring the severity level at higher up, so that even with the existing frequency of probability, I can still get it accepted. Once this method is adopted, then the rest of the work becomes pretty simple in quantification. So it always started with qualitative, and then it is quantitative for every safety answer. And then there's a loop-based analysis, that is hazard operability. These are the two things we mostly followed, and surprisingly, we could cover almost everything. Now, here graphically, I'll try to show you how from quality we go into quantity. We first have to imagine a central event. Suppose I say there's a hydrogen tank which is pressurized with extract. Just an example. Now, I have to think all the possibilities of the upstream event that may lead to this kind of central event. There may be, even before that, there may be another event, doesn't matter. I list them all. And if this event happens, then what happens in the downstream and how it affects the vessel. Once I have this chart, I know these are all independent things, for example. So I have to add this probability to get at this probability level. And then I do this probability and I can tell what is the probability here of happening this kind of situations. Now, if I find that it's not in the acceptable zone, then I have to put restrictions, just like the defense in depth policy. That means I try to introduce better design. I try to build in some welding. I bring in more design comprehensiveness to prevent a fatigue failure, for example. I put appropriate material of construction, that is a design upgrade. I put corrosion sensor, and I put inspection, onboard regular inspection procedures. These are monitoring. So all these things, if I put, then they will reduce these chances. So that means eventually the central event happening probability will come down. And after that, even if it comes down, then I put, say, monitoring system like leak detector. So before it goes to an explosive limit, I can stop the hydrogen. And if it is leaking, I can have a ventilation so that it doesn't go for explosion. Or I do some isolation and firefighting system before great fire happens. When I do all these things, I recalculate these functions and try to find out what are the efficiencies of this. And I will find that it has come down. The probability is very, very less. It is acceptable as far as submarine goes. So like that, you have to keep on imagining all the things. That part is qualitative. After that, it is quantitative by doing this, but you can understand you need enormous amount of database to do this. If you don't have it, we purchase many database based on the fittings, based on the piping, based on the design of electrical things. It is a very heavy exercise, but it is worth. The moment we do this safety quantification, the reliability analysis also becomes very easy. The quantification is almost similar. So now, there are, apart from this heavy job, there are many innovation you have to do, which you are forced. When we do the scenario analysis, we'll find that, for example, there is a hydrogen generator, and we need to stop the reaction suddenly because the pressure has gone up. Okay, we may say, okay, I'm feeding this borohydride solution here, so I will stop it if the pressure goes high. But due to certain simulation, it shows that already there is sufficient material here, but due to some reason it has not started reacting. Now there is a reaction runway type of condition. The pressure of the vessel is going very high. What to do? So we were forced to invent rather almost to a poison solution. So it's a desperate situation. So what we find that okay, this is a reaction, borohydride and water. Let us see that the water doesn't reach the borohydride. After a lot of chemicals, we find that the sodium polyacrylate is a typical chemical which is found in baby diapers or this kind of stuff. It can absorb enormous amount of water. At the same time, you have to deploy it in a careful way so that it should take out the water from the system, but still it should remain pumpable. So that was a very difficult technology, but thanks to our support, we could do that. And then there's a question of deployment. Deployment has to be absolutely spot on. There should not be any failure. So it is a very physical process. There is the water, and there is a driving for the water is a high pressure nitrogen, which always was constantly under check. In case of requirement, you open this valve. There are two parallel valves, so that if one fails, the other will open. It will drive the water and feed it, and of course there are other things to mix it well inside automatically, and will poison. Now, if you see, there is a actual prototype of a scale down thing, and we inject it around 30 seconds. So within 15 seconds, rather 5 to 6 seconds, it almost kills the entire reaction. So when we went for our patent for something, this was one of the things which we are well appreciated. But nobody knew that it was done under US, which was rather anticipated because of very well done analysis. So once we end this spider, what we could achieve is we have a architecture plant, we have a baseline submarine variant which was sketch level design, and we have a clear-cut gap to know that what are the things we have to further do from this open architecture to the land-based prototype level, which is a submarine form and fit, but may not be totally submarine ready. Few small upgrades will be still required. That's okay. And we got all the safety goals identified, reliability parameters identified, interface feasibility identified. So all the things are now green, but a new thing which we knew will come eventually, that is sufficiency of spectrum. That means if I do the plant like this, intense plant, then we know whether it will work perfectly. Will it create any problem? Will the systems misbehave? Will it remain stable always from going from one state to other? So for that, we decided that we have to do two things. One is to upgrade undertake the land-based prototype development. We have to operate the plant and understand. And parallelly, we have to do a definition phase study. That means we have to define all the specification of all the components and the subsystem. So again, graphically, this part is done. Now this part is design is sufficiently ready. We have to realize, and we have to focus mostly on this. Before going this, we need to prove the sufficiency. So what we did is, based on the strategy, we completed the definition phase study with the submarine design. From this part onwards, it is difficult to tell too many things outside. But all I can tell you that detailed safety study with spectrum sufficiency was perhaps about 80% of our work. And the interface compliance was well understood by that time. We could easily meet that. And we did complete development of the AIP technology part. There are many other outer layers for the submarine interface. We were saying that, but the industrialization of the fuel cell technology and the main AIP system, we could complete in this spider. And of course, then we realized this land-based prototype. We, through the industry partner, do the necessary handholding, and then we do the setting to work for the interview. Because that time you do not know. It is still, you have only done a study in subsystem wise. You have never operated integrated plant back to in intense mode. So that setting to work was a big learning phase, and it proves most of our sufficiency spectrum. And then we could prove the integrated plant to the user. There is a user evaluation trial, because this system is so big that it cannot be tested fully without fitting it into a submarine. So this land-based prototype trial is almost like a actual trial. So after this, now the present is the last spiral where we are actually doing developing the final design, which is going to the platform with all the industrialization aspects and all those things. The challenges are different. Here it is mostly the managerial, techno-managerial challenges rather than the technical things. Technical part mostly it is covered with our proving of the LVP. And this integrated plant, what you're seeing, will eventually get little modified and be used for it. So now, if you see here, just for your understanding, open architecture plant, when you go for a process intense plant, it is almost 1/5 of this size, and it's rating everything is same, and it has to be very very safe. So the that sufficiency proving is was really good. Now, so if I have to sum up the whole thing, I can tell you that we could do it almost 10 to 11 years. That is a great thing, I feel. And this strategy spiral development approach, this was very good for us. It allows us to identify the gaps, and that actually drives the solution. And also, as I told you before, it reduces many of the alternate routes. We don't know what we have done is perfectly optimal. With that, we don't know, but it is sufficiently okay to do the things in a realistic time. And this engagement of the industry partner, and we got excellent support from our users. That is the thing which is beyond this kind of presentation, because unless you have your user with you, it is very difficult to move ahead with this kind of. Okay, and I think I'm the last slide. So what we have understood now, that if you're in doubt, listen to your heart and always go by your own development rather than try to import a solution. Import means not from abroad, maybe from somebody else. When you're importing his advantages, you will import his difficulties also, which you will not be able to handle. That is the primary thing. And of course, we have this vision managers and this power of reviews. That is actually helped us. It is not only my project. Overall DRDO, I can tell you, this power of review is felt again and again. So that advantage is that you can listen to all these gentlemen, but you can still take your own decision. But you know all other options. And last, I already covered this, that we do system engineering. We don't always try to split the work into small packages, but if it is done through vision managers, only then you can do it in a very efficient way, and the people only find the solution from different, very different kind of work, because nowadays the things so much of work has happened in all aspects of engineering that unless you have this kind of vision managers, it is difficult to quickly mitigate and source some kind of solution. I think I have enough, and at the end, I again want to thank you. And if you want to have some questions, we can take them.
Thank you, sir, for that beautiful and insightful presentation. Ramachandra, do we have any questions from the audience or the organizing committee?
Good evening, sir. I had a general question. You spoke about the industry consortium, right? So, what are the main challenges in implementing this? Considering that part from the industry, what are the challenges that we are facing to bring this into reality?
There are various challenges, and mostly it is different for different industries, but grossly, our industries are very good at what we call build to sprint. Means if I give you a clear-cut drawing, a clear-cut process, and ask them to industrialize it, they will do it in no time. But if I ask them build to spec, that means I tell them that, look, I want this kind of performance. Can you design a heat exchanger for me which will give this kind of performance? Then the companies are slightly because it doesn't fall into the regular way. And this is the bigger the company, bigger it is. So what we did is this kind of build to spec, we always take it to the small time companies or entrepreneurs. They are flexible. Okay. And once it reaches the maturity, we call it TRL or technology readiness level. Those things get improved once you engage a small time industries because of the flexibility of thinking. Of course, you have to select that industry very, very carefully. And then you take it to the bigger industry. That is the way I think we have to do things. That is one part. And another part is imbibing the culture of quality, which we learned the hard way while working with this program, is not easy to inculcate to the company. See, what we learned this from thanks to our submarine designers and others and our own users. They say that anything you make, you please ask the facilitator a small experiment you are doing in the lab. You ask yourself, what are the way these the results I am getting and go back. That is quality, and you have to really own that issues rather than passing the. So that is the most difficult culture which we have faced. Rather, we have to force it to our industry. So that is the main thing I can say.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Sir, I have one question. Like AIT system can be implemented on both the nuclear as well as non-nuclear submarines, or like there is some limitation?
This is primarily meant for non-nuclear submarine, that is conventional submarine. For nuclear, what happens? You have a perpetual power bank inside, which can keeps on for years. So it has not much use in nuclear submarine. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Ramachandra, do we have any other questions right now? Okay. So, sir, like if we get any more questions from the audience, we will assemble them and send it to you over a mail for your response. Sir.
Sure, I will reply. No issue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining the session. It was a very nice one.
Thank you. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can we have a glimpse of the next day's lineup of events now?
Yeah, sure.
Arnab, shall I end this session?